Meeting. It is the council meeting of the Thursday the 25th of June, which we're starting at 8:30 a.m. I would like to welcome Ms. Amy Armstrong, who will open the meeting with a prayer on behalf of the Dunedin Catholic Diocese. Welcome.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. I just offer this brief prayer and reflection for unity and service. Kinoi tatou. As we gather today, knowing there are many tasks and responsibilities for those who gathered around the table, let us pause and quiet our minds and clear our hearts as we prepare to serve the people of Otipoti Dunedin. Let us ground ourselves in shared purpose, setting aside individual differences to focus on the common good of Otipoti. May we remember that we are here not to represent ourselves, but to care for the people and the land of this place. From the surrounding hills to the heart of the city, let us pause, placing the service of others and the care of the earth at the center of our mission. In the debates and decisions that happen today, may there be deep listening with the intent to understand each other, to understand each voice present today, without merely waiting for our own chance to reply or interrupt. May the leadership of our councils be guided by integrity, humility, and a deep respect for the trust placed in them by the people and land they serve. Let us pause and reflect on how we can weave our diverse perspectives into a stronger fabric for our city's future. And now we pause to give thanks for the dedicated civil servants, staff, and council workers of our city present here today. We are grateful for their expertise and we honor their hard work. We pray for wisdom and the debates and decisions that happen today. E te atua, and all that is done today, may there be a unity in diversity, strength in shared vision, and a renewed commitment to work together for the flourishing of Otipoti Dunedin, both the whenua and the tangata. Amen.
Thank you very much, Amy. Right, we'll move on to public forum, and there are 4 presenters to the public forum. Understanding Orders 4.1, a total of up to 30 minutes is available for the public forum. Under the Chair's discretion, I'm restricting the speaking time permitted for all presenters to make sure that everyone can be heard. As such, there's 7 minutes allocated for each speaker, which takes in the presentations and the questions. And the speakers have been told that it's up to them about how they use their 7 minutes, because I believe some wish to speak for the whole 7 minutes or might have more time for questions. And I do remind the speakers and the audience that we are understanding orders and we expect respectful behaviour. Thank you. The timer will be shown on the screen, and please push the button on your microphone every time that you speak, and that's necessary for the taping of the meeting. It automatically turns off when someone asks a question, so if one of the councillors asks a question, you need to push your button again for the answers. So first up we have Julian Dorey from About South Dunedin Future.
Good morning, Mayor Sophie, and thank you very much, other councillors, for attendance, media, and staff, and everyone else who's here. I appreciate you've had to read around 800 pages for this meeting. I do hope you took time to read the page that I sent you, which did require about 10 minutes, so thank you very much for that. So my name is Julian, and I am speaking on behalf of myself, although I'm a very committed member to the South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group. Thank you for that, or thank you for having us here. Now, until last week, the largest threat to South Dunedin wasn't actually rain or sea, it was actually the undersized stormwater system, and it has been like that for decades and decades. That's been the biggest threat, not actually any of the things that we often read about. But then last week, the new threat for South Dunedin changed, and that was actually the South Dunedin Futures proposal, which was to include the removal of 1,200 to 1,700 homes. And so the very work that was actually meant to protect South Dunedin was actually the greatest threat to the existence of South Dunedin by the 25 to 30% removal of the community. There can be no bigger threat to that. All South Dunedin has ever wanted is a functioning stormwater system, which gives them dry land, ability to live, to raise their families, and to build community on that. That's all they've ever wanted. Unfortunately, I think the South Dunedin Future program really did get lost at its inception by bringing in too many competing priorities, such as the whole issue to do with making room for water. I thought that our job was to actually keep the water out, and so we have very different values and priorities driving these things. A couple of issues here. I think at times the South Dunedin Future program has been a little bit misleading in terms of its very, very strong focus on climate change adaptation for the future rather than the immediate needs of actually a flood protection system. And so the floods of 2015 and 2024 were simply too small to be climate change, by the way, because I've looked at all the hydrology involved, and they're just very small floods, flooding at 8 millimetres per hour, which is a very tiny amount of water to cause a flood, way below anything that should be required in New Zealand at the moment for design. I'm really thrilled to see in this program the combined system of stormwater and groundwater pipes that are being looked at, and I think that's a marvellous system. I'm very pleased with that. It's also designed for a 1.1 metres of sea level rise to be built into the program and its ability to handle that. So all of the climate change issues have been dealt with by this program, but what hasn't been dealt with is a 5-year flood protection system still. That's the way it is. The most shocking thing is the removal of these, or proposed removal of these homes. And as I've looked at the maps, there are different areas of homes being removed on different maps. And I, as an engineer and also as a community development worker person, I've struggled to come up with a clear rationale as to why homes are being removed. The reports talked about some would be needed to be removed for engineering works. So you put a pump station in, that's a couple of houses or something like that. So that accounts for 16 of the houses, but doesn't account for the other 1,684 houses proposed to be removed. It just doesn't work out. Some of the housing areas to be removed are a long way from the coast, even for goodness sake, right up in Caversham. Why would Caversham have houses to be removed when it's actually off the flat, regarded as a safe zone? So, and I've also spoken to a couple of engineers who shall remain anonymous because that's the way I like to work, and both ORC and DCC, and I've struggled to get a coherent reason for the house removal system, and that's just, I just can't work it out. It doesn't make sense. I think we can do this work, and as I've said on my very last point on my paper, I would like to see the Sustainable Development Future actually adopt a council-approved policy to prioritise retaining of all homes where technically possible. I think that's not too much to ask for. I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Question from Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Just on the last things that you mentioned, the clear rationale and how things don't make sense to you, but I'm pretty sure on each of the suggested options it says that those are indicative only. So you asked about Caversham. What if that was to become a canal or a water?
Okay, why would we replace homes and houses and families and people with a canal? Why would we? Oh, sorry, I can't ask questions at this. I can only reflect on what you say. So I will put he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. I will put the people before anything to do with water, wetlands, green space and all the rest of it. If we're starting with a greenfields development, then of course you build in all this stuff. But we're dealing with a well-settled place that has homes and families in it. They must come first. There's no need for these canals.
Do you think we're trying to replace people?
It appears that way, yes.
Councillor Lund, then Councillor Chambers. We just have a minute left.
Thanks, Mr. Doring. Would you agree with the statement that the Labour MP Ingrid Leary said yesterday in the ODT, where it says, part of being honest with South Dunedin is acknowledging the price tags on all the options are exorbitant and the final outcome may look very different if funding constraints mean aspects cannot be delivered. Communities deserve to understand not only the preferred scenarios, but what are the realistic alternatives if those cannot be delivered. Would you agree with that?
It's a very long statement. Only a Labour MP could write one with so many words. But yes, it does seem to make sense. Yeah.
Would it surprise you if I said that if we wanted to fund the acquisition of 1,200 houses, that it would mean that every ratepayer in Dunedin, and these numbers have been reviewed, their rates would double in 4 to 5 years, and they would triple in 8 years just to fund the acquisition of 1,200 buildings.
That makes sense, and I can't see us ever doing that.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you. We're out of time, and I really appreciate you sending through your presentation, which I did read. Thank you. Lynn Newell on behalf of the South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group. Welcome, Lynn. Have you got the microphone on? Oh, awesome.
We'll have in a minute.
Awesome.
I have now. And just a little point about my little presentation. I see that in the recommendations that you have actually put something in that was my request in this. So, but you're still going to have to listen to it because it sort of relates to something else too.
Thank you.
Okay, well, good morning, Mayor Barker and councillors, and thank you for giving me the speaking slot at the Public Forum for the South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group. I was actually going to cancel today as my faith in this council and the management team that seems to advise you had reached rock bottom after the debacle of the presentation by Jonathan Rowe of the South Dunedin Futures, just hours before the release of it to the public, and we are all aware of the furore that caused. If you read Dunedin social media posts on Facebook and the letters to the editor, you'll be well aware that, like me, many of the permanent residents of Dunedin who understand the flooding issues in South Dunedin have also turned against you. Not only for the uncaring and thoughtless way properties were identified for demolition before consultation had happened, but that all the future options had property demolition with no other option listed. The 3 options presented were not even the ones we voted on. They all seemed to be a totally new version of something we hadn't seen in a new form, and parts of it were completely baffling, as streets and homes, we were later told by distressed residents, had never been flooded but were now up for demolition. We can't understand why a relatively simple engineering fix of pipes and pumps costing only a few $1 million and a short time frame of perhaps 5 years to have us flood protected is not an option. Instead, we have a program delivered which will cost billions of dollars to pay off in our rates, and no guarantee of a flood-free area for years, and a system developed that will end up costing millions more in maintenance alone. maintenance alone rather than the maintenance of pipes and pumps, which is much cheaper. If you want information on what I've just said, I can forward you a paper called, and I have written it down here, It's Not Easy Being Green, Recognising Unintended Consequences of Green Stormwater Infrastructure, and that was written by many leading professors in America looking at the green-blue option. I've got one more paragraph, sorry. The Otago Regional Council yesterday voted on a considered inclusion to the Futures programme after hearing from Councillor Lund, a supporter of the Stormwater Justice Group, and Mr Julian Dorey, an engineer who is part of the Stormwater Justice Group. They said the options of pipes and pumps should be inserted, and for that we gratefully thank them. One of the councillors asked Mr Rowe about the role of manu whenua in deciding the way the three options would be designed for the public to comment on. His vague answer was that yes, they had a significant role to play in the consultation, and yes, payment was made to a Runaka-owned agency handling their claims to the land use. So in effect, we ratepayers are paying for having to consult manu whenua who own the consultancy. I have an investigation of their role in this program. Next week, by the way, a leguma will be in the DCC mailbox requesting information on how and why we have to cater to polytheistic views into this program and how much it costs the ratepayers. An example of one tiny part of the argument to get back the land that they think was taken from them.
Oh, come on. No, I'm just... Yeah.
Okay. Scoring the adaptations future, that was a MCA integration, a multiple criteria assessment process. Okaka sat at the evaluation table. They provided formal authoritative cultural scoring for each proposal. This directly influenced which options were thrown out and which were selected for the final shortlist, ensuring that options violating manu whenua values, such as heavily polluting engineering options... I think you just
need to stop right now, thank you, Lynn. We value our manu whenua...
I know, I value them too. My granddaughters are half manu whenua. I'm just saying that the public needs to be aware, and this is in your documents, this is where I found this, in your documents of why and how the manu whenua were consulted.
As were all of the people of South Dunedin.
Pardon?
As were people of South Dunedin.
I'm saying how it affected the fact that we've got canals. People want to know why we have got canals.
We've got canals because they're an acknowledged... Oh, sorry, I can't answer you, but anyway.
Well,
I'll just ask you to continue
we need to
with
have
respect.
The truth. Okay? Rejecting hard engineering in favour of natural systems. The critique. Okaka formally...
Sorry, point of order, please. We are in this is 25-2 misrepresentation. This misrepresents completely Kaha's place within this organisation and how it works under the auspices of Te Tiriti and also our strategic document, please.
So you're saying...
No,
thank you.
It's a point of order that needs to be answered by the Mayor.
As the Chair, I am going to uphold the point of order. This is contentious and I'd like to ask you to move on to another part of your presentation, or we can move to questions.
Okay. I'm sure the public's going to have some asking about this because this is all written.
Okay, at the time, we have some questions.
When I read these statements, When I read these statements that preserving the natural flow of water is paramount, I couldn't help but wonder if they'd forgotten the Maori proverb. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people, it is people, it is people. The homes of our residents and my neighbours in South Dunedin are now seen as disposable products to be moved at the whims of the principles of Te Mana o Te Wai, rather than have 21st century fix of new pipes and pumps.
So I'll just ask a question. So have you read the futures that we...
Yes.
Yes, and you see...
I've read the behind documentation.
Okay, and you've seen that pipes and pumps are a part of all of the three futures, the three recommended futures?
I have, but they're not going to be happening very shortly, are they? We're not going to be flood free in 5 years, which we would be
They
if
are
we had an
short-term
engineering
solutions.
fix.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Mayhem.
Good morning, Ms Newell, thank you. I read your report, South Dunedin Flooding, A History of Council Neglect. So overall, the argument is from you, it's mainly, it's
You
not...
need to be quick, Mandy, because
It's not a climate change issue, it's rather an infrastructure fail decades in the making.
Thank you. Thank you. We're out of time. There's a number of other questions, but we will catch up soon. Thank you, Lynn. I've got Professor Alex McMillan, Tom Scott and Dr Eleanor Baxter, Health Effects of the South Dunedin Future Shortlisted Futures. And they had emailed a handout.
E ngā rangatira mā tēnā koutou katoa, tēnā koe chair, tēnā koe councillors, tēnā koe staff. I'm Alex McMillan. I'm a professor of public health and a public health doctor at the University of Otago. And I have with me Tom Scott, who's a health protection person from Te Whatu Order, and Dr Eleanor Baxter, who's a public health registrar at Te Whatu Order. I'm just here to summarise work that was funded by DCC but done independently as a health effects assessment of the South Dunedin shortlisted futures that builds on a program of participatory work in South Dunedin with South Dunedin communities, a long-standing program of work to put health and health equity and well-being of South Dunedin communities at the heart of decision-making about South Dunedin. Why public health? Public health is about prevention of illness, taking the pressures off the health system, keeping people well, including the environmental and social influences on people's health and on health equity and health injustices. So what did we do in this work? We put community, research, science and policy knowledges together to consider the health and wellbeing effects of the 3 shortlisted future pathways, including how decisions could widen or reduce existing health disparities caused by environmental and social injustices. For example, the substantial burden of existing health injustices caused by cold, damp, mouldy and unaffordable housing. We compared the 3 shortlisted futures with each other, as well as comparing them with a no further adaptation investment scenario. We did this with incomplete data and a lack of mana whenua input. Hence, in our report, our first recommendation is to resource a kaitahu health effects assessment. What did we find? Climate change related sea level rise and flooding already affect health, and these effects will escalate as climate change worsens. This means that climate change mitigation remains our best adaptation to protect health. In other words, working together to eliminate our climate pollution remains the best way to protect Dunedin communities from escalating health harm of climate change that's already unfolding. The Council has a zero carbon target and a climate action plan that needs to be implemented as an important part of this decision-making process. Making no further investment to respond to flooding and sea level rise in South Dunedin will be bad for health, as well as widening health injustices. All 3 shortlisted futures build on 10 years of partnership work. In itself, that has well-being outcomes for the South Dunedin community in terms of a sense of agency and participation. They all bring a mix of potential health risks and opportunities to improve health well-being and reduce health injustices. Regardless of the future chosen, how it's implemented matters very much. And in the report, we recommend several things in terms of that implementation, including supporting people through the stress, grief and trauma of change, through continued consistent partnership and good governance, ensuring strong social connection and support services are maintained throughout the process, Ensuring the approach to land and housing governance does not widen existing housing injustices and indeed addresses them. Improving the housing for those who remain and the housing for those who stay and the housing for those who move. And making the most of the upheaval to provide positive opportunities for improving health and reducing health injustices. These need to be designed in from the start and won't happen accidentally. And these would meet the well-being aspirations that the communities have expressed to us. I also want to say that further delays harm everyone, harm their health and well-being, and harm health equity. Kia ora, I'm happy to take some questions.
I think you have questions from Councillor Chambers, Walker and Hall. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Now, some of the changes that are happening in South Dunedin, such as climate change, raising sea rise, may not really have a real effect for some decades. But is there anything about what's happened so far in terms of flooding or what's happening in the next few years that may have an impact on this generation and their health?
Microphone.
Thanks. We're already seeing the effects of climate change related flooding and sea level rise all around the country and in South Dunedin. And we know that there's a consensus, international health experts in unison in naming climate change as an unfolding health disaster globally and in New Zealand, and that those health impacts are happening now in a increasingly measurable, and we're able to put the fingerprint of climate change on those health effects. So the decisions now, we need to pay close attention to these current effects on health, but as we've seen over the last 30 years of decision making around housing, we can bake in future health injustices now that will play out over future generations as well as impacting current people in South Dunedin. For example, children growing up in cold, mouldy housing now have worse education and employment outcomes and then become parents not able to afford healthy housing, raising a new generation of children in cold, mouldy housing. So we can build in intergenerational injustices by making the decisions we're making now. How South Dunedin is now has been shaped heavily by the governance choices of the last 150 years. And we have responsibilities as social, environmental and financial stewards for the health and well-being of future generations as well as those now.
We've got a very quick question, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and kia ora, Professor McMillan, Mr. Scott and Dr. Baxter. My quick question, your report emphasises mental health. What are you hoping, ideally, the DCC might do? Press your button again.
Community level positive...
Just if we can do a short answer.
Yeah, community level positive mental health sits well outside the health sector and mental health services. So for some people, yes, climate change is worsening and having to make decisions to adapt is worsening existing mental illness and tipping people into new mental illness. But this is the tip of the iceberg of functional community grief
we are out of time.
And trauma responses that require counsel, have counsel support.
Thank you very much. We're out of time.
Kia ora. Thanks.
And now Thelma Greer around South Dunedin building consents. Thank you. Yeah. Now, have you had instructions on how to use the microphone? Oh, okay. Steve will help you out.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you. I'm Thelma Greer. I live in the South Dunedin catchment area, and I'm concerned about building and resource consent continuing to be issued for areas that are flooded, and I'm living adjacent to one. I'm a recent resident in the area with links that go back 150 years to my grandmother and my father, who was the youngest of 14, born in South Dunedin. I feel attached to the place. I'm concerned about it. and the area beside me is flooding, and it historically has flooded. It's left people stranded, evacuated, and not going back. Bought for private development. There wasn't much interest. It's now on the market again, and I was incredulous to discover this. In view of what's going on with the future of South Dunedin. I didn't thank everyone that's been involved. I mean, the work that's been done is, I think, extraordinary, and I feel positive about the future for South Dunedin. I think it could be a beautiful place where kids can play, etc. I won't do a political speech, but I feel optimistic and sad I won't be around to see it. But I can't make any sense of why resource consent for 12 townhouses without carports off a street that is filled every day with people coming to pick up Meals on Wheels to deliver to residents of Dunedin could have been given resource consent. And is now for sale because nobody's really interested in it. I've inspected it, and it's a bog in part. So I did investigations to try to find out how this could have happened in these circumstances. I couldn't work out from the maps where the demolitions are due to take place. So I don't know whether this is, the buildings could go up and then be taken down again. But it seems to me that a density like this, or any residential building really, when we don't know what's going to happen to this area, is a mad thing. And it's happening because the rules haven't been changed yet. The regulations are in existence and are past now. They're past the current circumstances. They need reviewing. I've got nothing more to say except good luck and thank you for the work that you've been doing. Now, how do I turn it off?
It'll turn off when Councillor Walker's got a question, then Councillor Gaylor.
Yeah, and kia ora, thank you for coming. Are you aware of the fact that your question is very pertinent, because on item 8 of our agenda today there is an item called South Dunedin Natural Hazards Plan Review, and that item speaks to the very things you have talked about. So it talks about either doing it through a 2GP plan change and or doing it through a consenting process.
So can existing...
I'll just press your button again.
Oh, okay, I didn't even look. I just left it up to the man to do.
Oh, no, you...
There we go. Thank you. Could the existing resource and building consent be reversed?
I'm not allowed to answer.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, right. So next one.
I think it's good to note that, because when we come to discuss the paper, I'm sure that we will be. This is very.
It's
timely.
26 A and B Ings Avenue.
Councillor Gaylor.
So yes, we do have a paper coming up about this, but I'd just like your view on the amount of development that has already occurred in South Dunedin, and whether or not whatever we do now is effectively shutting the door after the horse is bolted. What do you see around you that would lend credit to the idea that making a big change now is going to help the situation in South Dunedin?
I've always had concerns about the neglect that's there, the crampedness of it, the situation children are in, the beautiful architecture, which I discussed with this chap over here who has a reputation for being a disruptor. The good-looking guy. I spoke to him about this vision of the council subsidising paint, specific colours, to encourage people to do something with the architecture, which is so charming, Regent and I mean Edwardian and Victorian architecture, and how beautiful it could be. And for me, the idea of water running through it is just spectacular. I know how disruptive this will be for people, but I'm sad I'm not going to be around to be part of it.
Would you like to see, though, as well, an engineering solution for South Dunedin?
I want an environmental solution. I mean, I'm looking at what's happening in Europe at the moment, what happens every year, twice or three times a year to the North Island, and I'm just appalled and worried for them. No, I want Forbury to be a wetland, and I want water to be part of the solution, and when I look at pictures of how it used to be, it's just so gloriously beautiful, and yeah, a combination is what I want.
Thank you, and thank you for having the courage to come here today, and also to the others, and I just hope that councillors have been listening.
Thank you. We've just got 25 seconds. I do want to just ask, you just talked about the resource consent for the townhouses. Did you say with no car parks?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no car parks.
Okay, thank you. And are they hard, that's the hard surfaces, or is it as well?
I don't know what that means, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
I only found out about all this recently, and I only found out about the meeting. It was only confirmed the day before, and I haven't really had much opportunity to...
Okay, thanks for coming today. Right. Now we have a petition which Deputy Mayor Cherry Lucas will present, the Tairumouth to Brighton speed limit petition.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Under Standing Orders 16.3, where members may present petitions on behalf of petitioners. In doing so, members must confine themselves to presenting the petition, which is the Tairumouth to Brighton speed limit petition, submitted by Louise Farmer on the 17th of June 2026. And the petitioner's statement is that we believe that the speed reduction is unnecessary, but that a good compromise is limiting speed to 80 kilometres only through Curie Bush. Please reconsider your decision to reduce the speed for the entire road. And the number of signatures is 567, and the petition has already been circulated to all councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I am assuming that all councillors have received the petition via email. That would be correct. Yep, seeing lots of nods. Item 3, apologies. There are no apologies. And Councillor Gary is attending via Zoom. And the agenda, I move that that the Council confirms the agenda without additional alteration. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against?
Recorded, please, and I would like to give my reason why I believe the agenda should be altered.
I'm just taking advice from the Chief Executive that we don't have speaking for this. Oh, we don't get to recall why, just your objection. So recorded. Thank you.
I did wish to speak to it. You never looked or gave me the opportunity.
Okay, fair enough.
The item 7 supplementary agenda that we have in front of us today has so many issues associated with it. It's not urgent. Sea level rise hasn't suddenly happened overnight. And I believe that in order for this major billion-dollar proposal to be voted on in terms of whether we consult for different aspects of it, that major decision needs more time, that the document as it stands is deficient and needs to be reviewed, and that we should be looking at it at a later time when it's had the opportunity to be reviewed. We had an email from the Mayor last night indicating that she was going to change some of the suggestions for South Dunedin futures essentially on the fly and present us with them today. I don't think it's appropriate for us to go ahead with item 7 today because we simply don't have enough time to look at what is being proposed. Therefore, I vote against confirmation of the agenda and ask if there is a seconder for the basically a procedural motion to let the item 7 lie on the table till a subsequent meeting.
I would like to second.
Happy to second as well.
It's
Many-
been seconded, Councillor.
I would also like to speak to that. Please.
I would like to speak to that
Just
as well.
one moment. Yes, just one moment. I move a 2-minute adjournment. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against, that is carried.
I'll give some advice, Mayor. This technically and procedurally slightly tricky. Technically, the item in front of the council is the confirmation of the agenda in its entirety, but with the leave of the meeting, we're going to finesse it slightly and reference only supplementary agenda item 7. Now, it's a nuance in what standing orders allows, but in the efforts to allow the debate to happen about whether or not the item should be discussed today, with the leave of the meeting, we will. This is not around the confirmation of the entire agenda, it's just around whether or not supplementary item 7 forms part of the agenda for today.
Thank you for that clarification, and also for the...
Sorry, can I just... Sorry, this is... Sorry to interrupt.
In 24.2, but now that it is a procedural motion, it is moved immediately and people don't speak to it. So the procedural motion is that the supplementary agenda item 7 lies on the table and not be further discussed at the meeting. And that was seconded, I believe, by Councillor Gaylor.
That's correct.
So it's you. My advice now, Mayor, is it's a procedural motion. It needs to be put without debate.
Okay, thank you.
By division, please.
Okay, I'll put the motion by division.
Why can we not have debate?
That's what standing orders say.
I have very important legal advice to impart to this council, and I'd like to be able to have the liberty to be able to give it, because I think it's okay.
No.
Councillor Chambers.
Can you just clarify what I'm voting for? I'm sorry.
You are voting on whether or not supplementary item 7 forms part of the agenda for this meeting, which is the South Dunedin paper. So a vote for... Councillor Vandervis has asked that it lay on the table, so if you would like to discuss it, you would vote no.
Yes. I've just voted.
Do you want the item to lie on the table?
To be discussed, is that right?
No.
To lie on the table. To not be discussed. Sorry, there's a double negative there.
Can I suggest a 1 minute adjournment?
Okay, I'll move that there be an adjournment for 1 minute.
Yes.
Seconded, Councillor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Yeah, if we can just put it up on the screen, that would be helpful.
Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
Yes.
Councillor Treadwell. Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
No.
Motion lost 9-6.
Right, we'll move back to the substantive motion for the confirmation of the agenda, and I will restate that we confirm the agenda without additional alteration, which was seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. Would you like the motion by division? No, okay, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against?
No.
So you've got that recorded. Councillor Lund, did you want it recorded as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Item 5, declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? Therefore, I move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register attached as Attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests and notes the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team interests. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried. The confirmation of the minutes from the ordinary council meeting of the 27th of May 2026. I move that the Council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary Council meeting held on the 27th of May 2026 as a correct record. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried. The ordinary Council meeting on the 4th of June 2026. I move that the Council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary Council meeting held on the 4th of June as a correct record. So seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried. I'll move to the South Dunedin Future, 3 proposed adaptation futures on the supplementary agenda. I've got Ms Sandy Graham, Mr Scott McLean, Mr Jonathan Rowe and Mr David Ward to speak to the report.
And Mayor, if I might, I'll wait till staff get seated. And I've taken the liberty, Mayor, to have Ms Adamson put the proposed motion up on the table. Since our papers went out, the ORC have considered this matter at their meeting yesterday, and they voted to consult on option 1, which are the 3 futures with the inclusion of an additional option. After advice last night, we have crafted the resolution that you will be moving that incorporates that advice. The effect of that is that working up what we are calling Pipes and Pumps Future 2, which had been a future considered and not progressed in September last year, is that there will be at least 4 months of additional work required to properly investigate and build up the detail of that future. It will involve assessing what impacts Future 2 will have on the other futures as well. So there will be a delay in our ability to consult with the community. At this stage, 4 months is our best guess about how long that will take, and then we will develop consultation material on that basis and bring that back to Council for them to consider if to approve it. What this means for the 10-year plan, we haven't had time to assess. It is likely that we will miss the December budget window for the LTP, and depending on what Council moves today, likely that we will need to have budget discussions in January rather than December to enable consultation on this to inform an option for inclusion in the draft budgets, because we need an option in the draft 10-year plan budgets. And so that is where we find ourselves. I had advice yesterday about whether we needed to take account of the ORC position, and we do, because we are partnering in this program of work with them. And so had Council moved something that didn't take account of the ORC position, we would then have had to pause consultation anyway and try and navigate any ambiguity between the two positions. This resolution is an attempt to navigate the position of the two councils and still enable the work program to be progressed, albeit delayed slightly.
Order, please. The above.
I'm sorry, you don't get to call a point of order against me, which is so at this stage, while we have staff here, detailed technical analysis at this point is probably not helpful, because we have to go away now and do further work to accommodate the pipes and pumps option, which will potentially change in some way or mean a reinterpretation of some of the other futures. So staff can answer some technical questions, but this is the course of action we have advised the Mayor navigates the ambiguity we now find ourselves in with the ORC.
I'd just like to raise that this does not accurately represent the ORC's motion, that the wording in their motion...
We're not in debate. You can ask a question.
Okay. Why did you decide to use the term pipes and pumps instead of flood protection system for South Dunedin, which is what they actually said in their motion.
We have referenced, as you'll see, the motion, the Dunedin Flood Protection System, but we believe that we do need to properly consider what that is in context of Future 2, which is pipes and pumps. And so I don't believe there is any misrepresentation here, and this is simply reflecting what we believe is required to give effect as best we can to what the resolution was yesterday. The flood protection system as presented yesterday to the ORC isn't necessarily the best outcome, and that's what we need to look to do with that full 4 months or so of work with our consultants.
Do you not believe, though, you should fairly represent what that council voted on? Pipes and pumps is a very crude abbreviation of what they're asking for.
Just one moment. I'm just going to take an adjournment. Okay.
I'm happy to do this. B says an additional costed option of South Dunedin flood protection system. So it's clearly there. There is no misrepresentation, and I reject any assertion to the contrary.
We've got Councillor Sims, Chambers, Vandervis, Lund, Ong, Treadwell.
Thank you, Ms Sophie. Thanks for staff for fronting up. That's great. I've got 3 questions. The first one is, and I guess just clarification from the motion. I note the robust advice that the internal legal team headed by Mrs Canton, who I have enormous respect for, she stated that I think it would be prudent for the DCC to add the following option for consultation: the status quo, future 3, 4 and 5, and E, do something else. Then Ms Canton goes on to expand on the do something else option being potentially a baseline engineering solution. Do you believe that this motion captures that advice from Ms Canton?
Yes, Ms Canton helped me draft the motion.
Councillor... sorry, do you have another question? Oh, sorry, you had 3, that's right.
Sorry, second point.
All right, Carolyn would like to add something if possible.
Ms Canton would like to add something.
I just want to clarify. The resolution there has a number of options. As part of the consultation process, there will also be a box that says, gives the community the option of anything else that they want to say. So that is not a closed list. We will be putting all options on the table so that the public can comment on anything that they want.
Thank you, Ms Cannon. I absolutely respect your advice and wanted to make sure that that motion carried that forward, so thank you, and I'm sure that it is. Second thing is that on the 4th of September 2023, the Dunedin City Council issued a statement to the Otago Daily Times, which they printed the following day, and the headline to that is that no one will be forced from their homes in the South Dunedin buyout plan. The statement from the DCC has said that no one will be forced from their homes. Instead, property will be bought voluntarily on the open market, acquired gradually over decades, and then used to enable the South Dunedin climate change adaptation strategy now under development. Do we still stand behind that statement?
I think the property acquisition proposal in the work to date is the detail of that still to be worked through. So one of the recommendations in the technical reports is for council to develop a property acquisition strategy. The approach to that would obviously need to align with existing legislation, but the detail is still to be worked through and it would need to be approved by council. So while the intent in that statement I think still exists, but the detail is still to be confirmed.
I think, if I may, Mayor Sophie, and I think I think you referenced 2023. The thing about this program is it's very iterative, and the more we understand, the more things move and change. So it's not 2023 was a point in time. We've done a lot of work since then. So things right throughout the program may be slightly different to they were in 2023 and even in 2021. So. Yeah,
I'll take that as a no then. That that assurance given to the may well have not aged well. So I'll take that from there. The second, sorry, just my last question is the statement. I mean, it may now become somewhat irrelevant, but I'm very concerned by the disadvantages that are listed for what was previously option 1, and that includes this option, which refers to consulting on the 3 futures 3, 4 and 5. This option therefore requires proceeding with imperfect information, and despite a range of information gaps, assumptions and uncertainties, each of which carries a degree of risk. Was the intent to use the next period of time to fill in those knowledge gaps and remove those uncertainties, or are you saying that no matter what we do, there will be a strong degree of uncertainty as to the result?
Both, in the sense of every step we take, we fill in information gaps, gain greater certainty, but ultimately we're dealing with complex natural, economic, human systems. It involves some judgment, it involves prediction, so there will always be a degree of risk and uncertainty there. So just a comment to ensure that people are aware that those are factors at play and they need to be considered when making decisions.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thanks. Just a bit of clarity about Future 2, which is now on the table there for discussion. Can you just clarify that Future 2, which was discussed more last year when it went out to consultation, it involved an estimated cost of $3 billion, over $3 billion. It involved a lot more engineering, bigger pumps, pipes, etc. But also in the longer term, it did include ponds, wetlands, and also a suggestion that it might affect as many as 900 homes.
Yes, that detail was at the previous stage, so when we had 7 futures and the analysis was at a higher level. I think what the CEO has referred to, in order to put that alongside the other 3 futures at this stage, we would want to do the equivalent level of analysis that would confirm that. One of the reasons it would take 4 to 5 months is you have to sort of determine those factors around what would be the parameters for designing it. For example, is it purely sort of hard infrastructure under the ground? Would it use, say, existing council parks for water detention, Forbury Park? Is property acquisition allowed? If so, on what basis? Councillor Lunn referenced for a pump station, for example. So there are some factors that we would need to figure out, and then essentially you would do the analysis. Some initial thinking would be that you'd essentially, the way that you would do it would be to say the other 3 futures achieve a particular level of service in terms of flood risk reduction. So essentially you would say, using that design sort of framing, what would need to happen using just pipes and pumps and or whatever else you agreed to achieve the equivalent level of service. And then you'd look at, okay, well, what does that mean in terms of change, in terms of cost, in terms of other things, and that would allow for that comparison across the 4.
I've got Councillors Vandervis, Lund, Ong, Treadwell, Gaylor and Mayhem. Councillor Vandervis.
The PwC comment regarding the shortlisted approaches 3, 4 and 5 refers to them being commercially challenging, and it refers to Future 5 in particular, land raising at scale, as being the most commercially challenging. Is your understanding of PwC accounting commentary that the word commercially challenging means unaffordable?
I think that analysis, one of the things that's highlighted is that it is very commercially challenging to do land raising. So that would be a factor for decision makers to consider. It's one thing that we could also look at, now that we have that analysis, if we are going to spend another 4 months reworking up Future 2, I think it would be worth looking at whether we think the current proposals around land raising are appropriate, and should we continue to move forward with those, or is it worth saying, actually from a cost-saving lens, it would be worth looking at rationalising those. So the reason for land raising, the technical reasons are many and varied. One of them is essentially it raises the land up above the floodplain, obviously, so materially reduces flood risk. The feedback that we've had from insurance companies was that from their perspective, there are two ways to eliminate risk. You move people up or you move people out. All other approaches mitigate the risk but don't eliminate it from their perspective, so therefore would be reflected in insurance sort of policy coverage pricing. And it also essentially would enable essentially a greenfields development, so you could do new modern housing and higher density. So yes, absolutely, cost is a factor and it's something to look at moving forward.
Thank you for that complete answer. Just to clarify, the insurance business suggestion that in South Dunedin we need to move people up or move them out, is that a driver for why you have gone for the 3 short listed approaches?
That is a factor that was considered amongst many. So as per the report to Council in September 2025, that would have been a consideration in the multi-criteria assessment process among many considerations.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the, Mr. McLean has referred to a lot of the work that's been done since 2023, that's in the last 3 years. Why is it that this work seems to have been focused on the 3 South Dunedin shortlisted approaches, 3, 4 and 5, when they all require the removal of at least 1,100 homes? They all require billion-dollar budgets, and the most extreme of them, the ones that PwC identify as being the most commercially challenging, also require canals some 30 metres wide and new wetlands. Why is it that you have limited the 3 shortlisted approaches to all be these extreme suggestions for South Dunedin, and not had the work done, which now is going to have to be work done because of the ORC Future 2, pipes and pumps now referred to? Why was the work not done on that much more practical, if you like, option, in my view?
I think the CEOs. Okay.
I can answer that. The short answer is that staff have been following a process according to a program plan approved by Council and a strategy that's been approved by Council. We ran through that process and it identified the 3 futures that we have. It took the 7 down to 3. That advice was provided to councillors, as I say, in September 2025. If councillors had wanted Future 2 or infrastructure option investigated at that time, that could have been requested. The councillors have, I don't want to prejudge what decisions are today, but yesterday ORC Council requested that and the staff can do that, that's no problem. We've just been working under the direction of Council.
I've got Councillors Lund, Ong, Treadwell, Gaylor and Mayhem. Councillor Lund.
Thanks, Mr. Rowe. You mentioned about this, I'm interested about insurance companies, and because you've said that that informed your decision, but Future 4 hasn't got any raised land, has it?
No, so that's a different approach. So
therefore we're not actually too worried about what the insurance companies think, are we? Because insurance companies price risk. That's what they do. They don't just say, oh, well...
I think that you can use that for speeches. If you have a question, you can ask a question.
Okay, next question. I need an assurance, and I'm sure all councillors around this table need an assurance that by describing the option of future 2 as pipes and pumps, that does not preclude us from incorporating elements. Like, this might surprise you to hear it from me, but there potentially are reasons that maybe we want to keep the Forbury Detention Park in a pipes and pumps option. We might want to keep Bathgate Park. We might want to connect those two, and we might need a very small amount of houses. But can we have that assurance that in the next 4 months that you will explore those sorts of things to get the best option? It may be that we want to do things like that are outside the definition of a straight pipes and pumps.
Yes, absolutely, and best practice engineering advice is to do a mix, and it may be, for example, a Forbury Park or a Bathgate Park that is dropped and lined, and that provides flood detention at peak events, that can be incorporated. And if we can come back to council with the scope of that, if requested.
If I could just augment that, and that's partly why, and it goes to Councillor Gaylor's earlier point, that we've called it Future 2 Pipes and Pumps, because that future did include some of the elements that you were talking about potentially. So we think that in describing it that way, it does capture that.
And just to add, all of the 7 futures involved a mix of all of these interventions. It's really what the emphasis was on.
Will councillors have a chance to, over the next 4 months, influence the final form of these options that go out to consultation?
The consultation material, I think, as per what the Mayor is proposing, bear with, I've got point E, and then the consultation, F. The draft material absolutely will come to council for approval before it goes out. So yes.
And just one last thing, I'm mindful of time. In the next 4 months, I think there's 2 things that are really important. Firstly, around the pipes and pumps option. As Ms Leary said, we need to be honest.
If you've got a question there.
I have. Can we please give clear reasons as to why we would not have an ocean outfall as part of a pipes and pumps option to the southern beach? Because at the moment, the entire piped network, including detention from Forbury Park, runs 3.5 kilometres to Portsmouth Drive. And anybody looking at a map needs to know, why can we not put an outfall that's only 200 metres long, which would save a massive amount of cost, complexity and time? That's a fundamental question. And the other thing is to set out, can I have an assurance, the process about which the properties might be acquired, and a clear acknowledgement that it's going to be front-loaded, because you have said that it's between 15 and 25 years to acquire whatever properties that we need. That needs to be clear. It needs to be before they need to know. Can we have that assurance?
Yes, we can absolutely investigate the outfall proposal and provide a technical response to that, and be very clear on the phasing of any property acquisition that might be proposed.
And what I would say, and Mr Rowe mentioned it earlier in response to a question from Councillor Sims, is there will be a property acquisition plan or policy, and that will clearly lay out expectations and the process that we will do and time. So that is a piece of work that will come once councillors settle on a direction.
Can I just follow that up, because I do believe that a piece went to government asking for some funding that MP Leary referred to, and that was around property acquisition. Is that correct? And was there a policy around that, or is that a higher level strategic request?
Yeah, so there's a bit of nuance here. That was, I think, in 2023, there was some technical work done on an option where proactive property acquisition in South Dunedin might facilitate some of this. That was before we had the futures, and that would be done voluntarily on the open market, and you'd offset some of those costs of acquisition by essentially deriving a revenue stream from that property that had been acquired. In any event, that that advice or that proposal became public, there was a need to comment on it publicly, and it was discussed with the governments at the time and not taken forward. So that's different but related to the acquisition that would arise from the three futures. So how they are different in essence, property acquisition would only be required to enable public works such as infrastructure, green space, flood protection, that was designed to increase resilience.
The 2023 proposal was quite forward-thinking. It was looking at DCC partnering with the government to get into the market of buying properties in South Dunedin so that we could enable people to stay there and buy properties as they came on the market, because there was quite a high turnover, without inflating cost, and then giving options about where people could live as we worked through the futures and worked out where the infrastructure needed to go. What I would say is we will need, with whatever futures, find a way to engage with government about what role they might want to play in this, and we've had several discussions about what that might look like, because this, and it's one of the challenges, it's a long-term piece of work. It will cut across numerous councils and numerous governments, and so it's how to establish a program that gives everyone certainty about what's happening and doesn't rely on a 3-year cycle either locally or at central government. And so we'll explore options about how we might do that as well as we move forward into the next stages.
Can I just follow up with that and just ask if we're doing the pieces of the puzzle, if we were able to have a shovel-ready program? I understand that there's government resilience funding that I'll say pops up, and if we are able to do pieces of the puzzle and have pieces ready, I am, I guess, referring to places like Tonga Park, which people in the government have indicated that there might be some opportunity to go for flood resilience funding there.
Yes, so there's really a couple of ways to answer that. So over the next 4 or 5 months, one of the pieces of work that staff, I think, would propose is not only developing up the short, medium and long term of a Future 2, but also doing further work on the short term across all three futures. So the infrastructure investment, the pipes and pumps investment in those is substantial, so it's in the order of 380 million. I think we would want to do more work to scope, cost, phase, prioritise some of that, with a view to that informing LTP conversations, and with that providing additional detail that we could then use for any funding application with government that might be time sensitive.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Now I've got Councillors Ong, Treadwell, Gaylor and Mayhem. Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. So the first question is, and I see this from your numbers already, but the home acquisition option is essentially a lower cost option for council versus more pipes and more pumps. Can you just publicly confirm that, please?
So essentially each of them are a system, each of the futures. So there is a balance of considerations around cost, around resilience, around short-term, long-term. In some instances, there may have been technical engineering considerations that have overrode the cost. In some instances, it might be that cost is a larger factor, or a combination of the two. So I don't think it's as simple as saying one or the other.
I think it's as simple as saying, when we see the numbers now. Okay. Well, I think it's simple to say, when we look at the numbers now, and we're stating now that we're going to be purchasing homes in the future at some point, that has reduced the overall number in terms of the cost to us on council. Is that correct or not?
Can you just refer what page you're reading this on?
It's just stated out across the numbers here. Okay, I'll just move on to my next question. We are stating we would allow home owners to voluntarily sell their homes. Are we also stating that we are condemning future property price appreciation in South Dunedin, and by putting in this uncertainty in the future, we are preventing economic development and economic businesses in South Dunedin from expanding in the area right now? Is that correct? we have put forth to state these homes...
Sorry, you've just asked one question at a time and you've asked a question.
So, Councillor, at present, and this is in the reports, the flood risk level in South Dunedin is high, and the modelling work shows that's going to become even higher in the medium and the long term. There's existing research from the University of Otago that has an impact on depressing the house values there. Ultimately, what this work shows is there are a range of things that can be done to mitigate and manage that risk, and the expectation would be that over the long term, that has the effect of sustaining house values or property values in the area. So it would be, the intent is the opposite of what you've described. That said, it's fully acknowledged that that transition process is very challenging and it will involve very difficult conversations with a range of stakeholders, and that would reasonably be expected to have an impact on property value.
Mr. Rowe, you've highlighted right now, you understand the difference between what is the good intent of council versus what is practically speaking going to take place. And what is going to take place is that we are condemning the future property price appreciation of homes in the area.
That is incorrect.
And we are preventing future economic development to take place in the area right now.
Can you please, I know you just picked up your papers, can you please read page 200, from page 201, the economic impact? Right, Councillor Treadwell.
Right. Question for Miss Graham. Sorry. It seems the decision from the ORC yesterday is binding us to a pretty significant delay and presumably quite costly work, but it also seems really out of step with the intention of what they were going for. So when the advice they were receiving in the meeting yesterday was that this could somehow be sort of developed alongside the time of the current consultation, I just want to clarify, I guess, firstly, have they been part of the discussion in the formulation of this motion? And secondly, is the alternative of going back to them and saying the actual outcome of this is maybe not what you intended, would that take longer potentially than the delay suggested here?
There was some discussion at council around sort of the intent. What my advice to Councillor Noon at the time was, if you developed up a future two in parallel, you're effectively doing a confused process where you go out and consult on the three, people would be asking you questions about number two. It would be much cleaner and easier to pause the consultation, develop that up and go out with four equivalent pieces of information that are and investigations into different options that allowed comparison and conversation across the four. So that's, I guess, any divergence from what might have been discussed initially at the ORC council meeting yesterday would be based on staff advice about the best way forward.
And then, to your point, did the ORC have any say in this? No, but we had access to their resolution and their debate, and I kept the Chief Executive informed of where we were looking to advise Council today, given where they landed with their 9-2 vote yesterday.
Thank you for that. Second question, if I may, this time for Mr. Rowe. I don't believe we're intending to sort of look into house acquisition without a really serious process there. So more for Mr. Dory's benefit, as he spoke earlier, could you give a couple of examples of why the areas that would be consulted on for possible acquisition were chosen for possible acquisition?
Sure, it's difficult to speak down to a specific sort of street or block level around the detailed technical rationale. I'd need to confer with the consultants. But for example, the Tainui area that was identified, part of that is because under the stormwater modelling, there are particular areas that have residual flooding, despite all the proposed interventions. Similarly, there's certain areas that have groundwater above the target level, or at levels that mean the housing becomes problematic, or the technical solution to address that groundwater would require having a groundwater grid tighter than the street grid, which means you then sort of is technically and financially much more challenging because you're needing to run that network underneath private properties. So that's the balance. Of course, if in developing the Future 2, or and at the same time we have the opportunity to relook at the other three futures in parallel, if councillors wanted to direct us to rationalise, minimise, eliminate property acquisition, that could be done.
Microphone.
You could expect implications to that. Might have an impact on the level of risk or flooding. It might have an implication on the cost, etc. But that's, again, we can implement whatever direction we get from council.
And through the chair, if I may just add a comment, please. The other aspect here is the nature of overland flow paths. So that will change depending on how the ground level is altered, depending on a particular future, particularly if there's raising of land. That will change the overland flow path characteristics. And so you might find that water enters the lower lying areas faster and therefore needs to be offset elsewhere. So some of it might be actually counterintuitive when you look at the responses today, but the futures then would accommodate those changes, as Mr. Rowe said, in terms of groundwater levels changing progressively over time, the accommodation within the closed pipe network below ground, but last but not least, and it's a very important factor, how the flood waters at surface level respond.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I have looked at a lot of the modelling in the report and it's very thorough, but I just wanted to reassure effectively the audience that this is something which comes after a serious degree of consideration. Also, just thank you, Jonathan, for fronting to both this council in addition to the previous council yesterday. It's a huge task.
I just, when the ORC were asking, did they, because this is joint work and this is going to have another cost to it, were there questions about what the cost of the extra work and the delay might mean?
That was flagged. I think the CE responded by saying it's a joint program. There would be conversations around what costs might be and how they might be shared across the councils.
Okay, just we've got our annual plan budget paper coming up soon, so I thought I should ask that one. I've got, we'll take a break at 10, but I've got Councillors Gaylor, Mayhem, Sims, Deputy Mayor Lucas, Walker, London on. Councillor Gaylor.
Thank you, Jonathan, and I know you've worked very hard on this. But I do have a few questions, and I would appreciate, because of time, just some quick answers to those. So just when we go back to 2025 and the consultation that you did, what sort of consultation did you do with the people around who have, been writing to us about their concerns? The people around, for example, some parts of Tainui and also Caversham. Can you just walk us through what you've done in that regard?
So that engagement involved a mix of online, so it was an online survey that people could fill out. There was a range of comms materials put out in terms of media releases, web content, videos, and then a series of community meetings, and we I think 3 community drop-in sessions for 3 days each, where in different, I think one was in St Kilda, one was at Forbury Park, and one might have been on King Edward Street. So over the course of about 5 weeks,
Thanks. So given the development of the options since then, and of course we know now that the maps and diagrams have created huge controversy in those areas, would you have done anything differently in terms of the Tainui and the Caversham residents? Would you have perhaps narrowed things down a little bit in terms of your consultation approach?
You mean for the present consultation?
No, I'm talking about the 2025 consultation, because that is what we're basing these options on.
I might just dive in there a little bit. The consultation material has always been approved by council, so we deliver, and this program's got some 40 odd council decisions, so the staff deliver what council want them. So the consultation material was presented to both councils, both comms teams developed it at Regional Council and the DCC, and we went out for consultation based on that, so we delivered what council asked.
Councillor, I can also add, just to clarify, when we did that consultation, we didn't know that we hadn't done this level of analysis, so we didn't know that there were specific, area-specific impacts on Tainui and Caversham. In answer to your question, we would now do that. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So rather than do a media conference, perhaps you would have talked to the people in the streets. I know that groups here in South Dunedin who are present today would find it relatively easy to go around those streets and talk to those people, door knock.
So do you have a question?
Yeah. So my further question is around the legal advice that you've received. I mean, it's a fairly major matter to suggest that homes be bought up and effectively condemned. What sort of legal advice around the Ministry of Works, the Public Works Act did you get around what you need to do for those residents?
The council has had at least two pieces of advice on the Public Works Act, and one in particular is devoted solely to council's obligations under the Public Works Act, its ability to use the Public Works Act in this instance, and the implications of using the Public Works Act. So the answer is that we've had comprehensive legal advice in that area.
But around the consultation, Carolyn?
Ms. Canton.
Ms. Canton, sorry.
There was another piece of advice that was given by Simpson Grierson about perhaps whether we should be looking to write to landowners ahead of time. So some guidance was offered, but the decisions that were made were based on the legal advice around those consultation requirements.
So, I have new legal advice in this morning from Galloway Cook Allen, who are suggesting that the decision of the technical team to reduce the 7 options to 3 options may be amenable to judicial review. Would you want to be looking at that again now in light of that advice?
The advice from Simpson Grierson is that the process that we're following is robust, and that now that we are looking at going out with a wide consultation base, I think any arguments about judicial review are now moot.
So thank you. So that means that all that work we've done wasn't for nothing. Thank you.
Right, I will move that we adjourn until 10:15, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. order. Right, and in an effort to allow time for debate and to get through the item, just if people could please have short questions and short answers. There is a motion on the board, sorry, on the screen, and if we could possibly stick to questions around that, that would be useful because we do have a full agenda. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Good morning, Mr Rhodes. If we were choosing primarily on the long run stormwater performance and the lowest residual risk, which option would we choose?
We're not, at this stage, we're not intending to recommend a particular option. The way the three features have been designed is they have a very similar level of performance. So essentially they achieve very similar things, but they just take different pathways to get there and have slightly different impacts.
All of the futures substantially reduce flooding and include pipes and pumps though, don't they?
Yes, they all include a mix of interventions and pipes and pumps. Is there a really bad echo coming? Yes, they include a mix of interventions, and pipes and pumps is a core focus of that first 25 years, along with land use change that might be required to enable the subsequent interventions in the medium and long term, and alongside the property acquisition that would be required to implement those public works in the medium and long term.
And just on the subject of property acquisition, that would only be if a pump station or something needed to be in that spot. Like, we wouldn't just be purchasing properties only when identified as a flooding area or for a specific purpose?
For one of the 8 interventions that's proposed in that, yes, so there wouldn't be acquisition of property that's not for those purposes.
So I've got Councillor Sims, Deputy Mayor Lucas, Councillors Walker, Lund, Ong and Lafiso. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. And my 2 questions are directed to Ms Canton, and I have pre-asked these questions so that she could give us the benefit of her huge knowledge. The first question is intended to, I guess, calm the farm a bit about valuations of properties in South Dunedin and a lot of the misinformation that's circulating on Facebook about that. So I just wanted you to, Ms Canton, if you could just comment on Section 60 of the Public Works Act, which states that any property that is acquired will be acquired at fair market value that will neither benefit nor be reduced by the prospect of the work. Can you comment about that?
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Yes, the Public Works Act is specifically designed to ensure that people are put back in at least the same position as they were at the outset. So any land acquisition would need to be at full market value. They would be given a price based on a registered valuation. Landowners always have the ability to get their own registered valuation as well. In addition to market value, landowners are entitled to a range of other compensation sums and things such as payment of their legal fees, payment of valuation costs, relocation costs, etc. In some instances, if business is involved, they're also entitled to business loss. So the Public Works Act is designed to be fair to landowners. This is not a situation where that people will be disadvantaged as such. The Public Works Act is specifically written to ensure that people are protected, and this council, in terms of any Public Works Act process, will be ensuring that it follows the proper Public Works Act process and will actively, if the council decides that it does in fact want to purchase any properties, will actively be working with landowners to ensure that an agreement is reached. This is not a situation where the council will be looking to go in and wave a heavy stick. This is not that scenario at all. And in fact, the council uses the public works routinely for land acquisitions, and as far as I'm aware, this council has never ever taken land by compulsion. We have always been able to reach an agreement with a landowner.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive reply. The second question, and it was possibly slightly more problematic, but can you give us a comment about the fact that we have options in front of us and that some of those options have different implications for different people? And do you see a risk to council that some of those owners could claim that we had an option that didn't involve taking their house, but we decided on a separate course of action?
Yes, I think the first thing to be very clear about is that at this stage no decisions have been made. The second thing is that any plans at this stage are indicative only. But when we get to the stage, if we get to the stage of acquiring properties, then we have a statutory obligation to consider what the options and alternatives are. So, for example, if we are talking about a situation where it's a straight line pipe and there is no alternative but for that pipe to go in that particular location, then that is a situation where we may need to look at the compulsory provisions. But in most instances, we will actively be looking at alternatives. And in fact, we cannot take any land by compulsion unless we have looked at alternatives. So the compulsory provisions only apply if the land acquisition is reasonably necessary, and I use those words in inverted commas because that's the exact wording from the legislation, and that we can show that we have looked at other alternatives. So if, for example, a landowner was to say, look, we don't want to move, we think that you could, that there might be other alternatives for achieving what you want, then we will actively be looking to see if we can find a way that doesn't involve that particular property being taken.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've just got a few very simple questions, and one is the South Dunedin Futures Plan, which is on page 24 of the report. So when that's plan has been signed off by both the DCC and the ORC, and I'm just checking that yesterday when the ORC made their decision, they knew that there would be implications to this timetable by their resolution.
At that time, we hadn't been able to provide advice about what the likely implications were. They've only been determined following some consultation amongst the team and initial consultation with the consultants around how long the work might take.
Thank you. And I think CEO Graham mentioned that there would be a cost of having to frame up option 2. Do we have any ballpark idea about what cost that might be?
Not at this point.
Thank you. And my other question is, and I think Councillor Sims referred to it earlier, a 2023 ODT article about property acquisition. So property acquisition has been talked about for several years, but also on the other hand, there is nothing in the current long-term plan, no funding in the Dunedin City Council long-term plan for any property acquisition.
That's correct.
Councillor, Walker, Lund, Ong, Lafiso and Hall. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Swap back, that rubbish one back. Thank you, and listen, thanks to the team as well for all your work on this and your honest answers today. And that obviously this work goes back to 2020. I have three questions that hopefully do lead into each other. Deputy Mayor asked my fourth question around ORC's awareness of the timetable. So this first one might be for Ms. Canton or the CEO. Having watched the debate yesterday with the ORC, I just have this question burning in my head around, and I think you used the words difficult to navigate was the word you used when you opened up, CEO. In terms of us not, what are the legal requirements? I know it's not an RMA question, it's an LGA question that we must give effect to the decision yesterday. So what are we forced to give effect, or can we not decide to take into consideration that? What would be the and you've sort of explained the ramifications of that.
This is more about the partnership we have. This is a joint and shared program with the ORC that has had co-governance from the outset. And so this is more around the relationship with the ORC. Were you to choose to vote for something that didn't, that was at odds with theirs, as I said, we would then need to pause and look at what we did with that. So it's not an LGA question as such, I don't think. This is more around how the program's been set up and the commitment we've made both to the community and to the respective organisations to work collaboratively.
I can maybe add to that. My understanding is when the program was originally established, councils considered having some sort of joint council committee, and the decision was to not do that each council needed to retain their own sort of ability to make decisions. It has meant a bit of a complication for staff in terms of we've had to do everything twice, and we haven't this is the first time when we've been faced with a situation where one of the councils has made a decision that's slightly different from what was proposed to the other. So I guess it's just looking at an option of how do you work forward in the most pragmatic way given that circumstance.
What it might raise is consideration in the future about how the ongoing governance of the program happens and whether or not the current arrangements are the best, or whether or not we do want to consider whether we actually formally establish a joint committee, for example.
Thank you. They're really useful answers, and I do recall that early stuff way back in the day of the potential joint committee. So maybe I'll probably go to my third question. This might be for Ms. Canton around the Simpson-Grayson advice, and which ties into what we have in front of us. And I think you sort of answered this earlier. I just want confirmation. So where we sit now gives comfort legally to Simpson-Grayson related to some of the questions that have been raised by a couple of other councillors. So this motion now gives comfort legally.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. Yes. The original motion also Simpson-Grayson was comfortable with, but given the events from yesterday with ORC, I do think that this is the approach that we should be taking now, because this makes sure that our processes are aligned, and we do need to make sure that our process is robust.
I do want to reiterate the point Ms. Canton made about the original motion in the reports being legally robust as well. But what we have here does reflect what happened yesterday.
Thank you again, very helpful. And this is probably it is to you, Mr. Rowe. And it's a more sort of technical question, again related to my watching the whole meeting yesterday. And I'll be careful what I say here. So I'll avoid what I want to say, but I'll ask the question. And I think it was in terms of I think related to a question, I think it was Councillor Somerville asked related to the move around. Sorry, I'm looking for the right words here. The flood protection system details. I think he asked the question, and I was burning to ask it as well. Watching, is it not the case? And I think this was this question: the options that were in front of him at that point of 3, 4, 5, and I think his question was around: don't those options implicitly already build in flood protection in terms of fields, canals, blah, blah, blah. So, and also my burning question was, why did we ever bother buying Forbury Park? So
Yes, so the current three options do include flood protection in many forms, including pumps and pipes or traditional underground infrastructure, if you like, in the short term, complemented by green space, water detention basins and other approaches at the later time. So, but I think what we haven't explored and what we're being asked to explore, as I understand it, is an additional option that seeks to maximises the focus on that type of infrastructure and seeks to minimise sort of creation of green space, new green space, I think, as I understand it. But you would utilise existing council green space to supplement that infrastructure. So I think, has that answered your question? So it is in there, but in the short term, but which is different from having 100-year focus on that, so carrying that focus through for the short, medium and long term. And one of the things we need to talk with the consultant team about is, for example, would that mean a different approach in the short term if you were intending to continue that in the medium and long term versus branching off into other options?
Thank you. It does. I know Mr. Ward is itching to answer as well. So, but thank you. It's a very comprehensive answer, and I get all this stuff. So thank you. And I think we're really keen to do the best thing. So, did you want to?
With the indulgence of the chair, just really picking up on point Councillor Lund made earlier in terms of, whilst the primary focus on option 2 might be in terms of what we describe as traditional infrastructure, if you look at the purpose of that infrastructure, it is to convey, pumps and pipes convey, they move the flood waters from where you don't want them to somewhere where it is safe to discharge them. However, in all of those systems, you design for exceedance, so you design for secondary flows at a surface level. Time is not your friend when it's flooding. You want to move that water away or you want to slow it down. And therefore it is wholly appropriate that you have components within the overall system that either hold back the water or slow it down. So there will always be a mix of those elements. It's just what are those proportions. All of the futures, as Mr. Rose eloquently described, have that combination. It's just where does the emphasis sit. So on the so-called pumps and pipes option, that would be very much around the primary purpose of conveying as much as you plausibly can or practically can. With the special characteristics of South Dunedin, that reaches a tipping point quite early in the system because it's a natural basin, high groundwater, it's a saturated area, and therefore your ability to convey is limited by the special characteristics of that particular area.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Councillor Lund.
This is Mr. Ward, I think. I think you've said in the past that we've designed to a scenario of the RCP 8.5, which is the extreme scenario for the. Now, the IPCC have just deleted that scenario as saying that it's no longer plausible. So when we do these futures and when we revisit options 3, 4 and 5, will we adopt a lower standard which will provide different timeframes and different results?
All of those inputs will be considered, Councillor Lund, in terms of their appropriateness and where they're placed. And as is appropriate, you don't just design for one scenario, you look at the extremes and the combinations, because a low characteristic mixed with a high one might be worse than high and high. So all of those things will be brought into the mix.
But they're saying the high one's not plausible, so we shouldn't use it, should we? We should use a lower standard as the high, as the maximum scenario.
Can I answer by saying we will use what is appropriate and best practice?
And my next question is to Ms. Canton. Just following on from the Public Works, and thank you for your answers, Ms. Canton. Now, I just want to sort of tease out a scenario that I know will be on the minds of every resident in South Dunedin whose houses are affected, and that is that, for example, if the market value of their home was $500,000 10 days ago, it's now inevitably dropped because for many, many reasons, to say $450,000. And so in 6 years' time, let's suppose that that house has increased 20% in value. It would be 540. But if that's the market value as of that time when the council may want to purchase that house, but it would have been 500,000 times 20%, which would have been $600,000. So they'll potentially be out of pocket by $60,000. Can you please give us some assurance about how we will deal with that? That the fact is that council will not take advantage of the drop that's happened now in market value.
The assessment of compensation is current market value, and I appreciate your point. But there is provision in the Public Works Act that says that we don't. You effectively don't take account of the fact that it's being purchased for a public work. So I don't know that I can give you a definitive answer here on the fly. But what I would say is that if land acquisition is on the table, and there's a lot of decision making to go before we actually get to that stage, this council, I will be recommending to this council that a land acquisition plan be developed to think about exactly those sorts of issues, to ensure that we do run a very fair process. This is not a scenario where the council is trying to disadvantage anyone. This is very much, the Public Works Act is very much aimed at ensuring that people are treated fairly. The other thing I would comment is that in the long term, South Dunedin has the potential to be a more highly valuable part of the city. So that is also a factor that, in fact, we might actually find that we are paying more than we're anticipating today.
I accept all that, but there is uncertainty. We've created uncertainty in the market, and when there's uncertainty, values drop. So I agree. If we can have an assurance today that we will address that there will be no one will be left, out of pocket because of the scenario where I've just described, and that the problem is the Public Works Act talks about market value, and that will be at the time of acquisition, and we must give regard to the uncertainty and the drop in value we've created now for any, and bear in mind we are talking about under three scenarios, 1,200 to 1,700 buildings. So if we can have an assurance that the drop in value as of it's happened now will be included in the Public Works process, that would give a lot of people a lot more confidence in the process. My last question, also to Mr. Rowe, is that can we please make sure that in each option the effect on ratepayers for each scheme is shown based on the effect on in percentage rises, and that will have to include, because there will be uncertainty about funding from government, whether it's fully funded by council or whether it's part funded. But it's absolutely critical. People cannot make decisions unless they know what it's going to cost them, and that's all of Dunedin. That's not just South Dunedin. Can we have that assurance?
I'll get that. The consultation on this will be a special consultative process. The requirements of that are that the costs are clearly identified for each option.
I'm talking about the effect. There's one thing to say costs, because we have identified costs in these scenarios, but we have not identified the effect on ratepayers.
So the rates impact will be part of that as part of the SCP.
So, Councillor Ong.
Before we get to that, I think Councillor Lund asked two questions that I think Ms Canton might like to answer. Do you want to say anything in response to the value question, Carolyn, or are you happy?
I think this is something that we should be working through as part of any land acquisition plan, because the Public Works Act sets out your minimums. So it will be open to the council to work through and ensure that everybody is treated fairly as part of this process.
Can I just do a follow-up question? Because if we're looking at a rates cap and most of the work is pipes and pumps, would that come under water infrastructure and not general rates? Or would the property acquisition be, I'm just theorising, I guess, but when we're doing a long-term plan, we are going to have to consider rates caps, and water is not capped at the moment.
Correct, Mayor Sophie. However, question mark still hangs over stormwater, and this is stormwater.
The question mark hangs over it. Do we have any expectation of when it might be resolved, or is it just one of those very difficult things that...
No, unfortunately.
For clarity for everyone here, the challenge here is at the minute that we don't have certainty from central government about whether or not they're going to include stormwater in the water legislation, and if they don't, because water rates are not covered by the rates cap. So if stormwater is part of the water rate, it's not covered by the rates cap. If it's not, it falls within our rates cap spend, which will be very difficult. We've made submissions and have been advocating to various officials and government ministers about the need to get this addressed as a priority to give certainty to the sector.
Do we have a timeline for the water regulation legislation?
We don't have a certainty about when they're going to make the decision about this, and we've had mixed messages, to be honest, from officials.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Fiso, Hall, Gaylor and Vandervis. Councillor Fiso. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I can agree with the statement that the area will be of great value in the future, as was raised just now, but not to our homeowners and not to our ratepayers. Because, Mr. Rowe, I appreciate your transparency in what you said just now. It wasn't obvious to me. You mentioned that there will be a redevelopment of high-density housing in the area in the future. So can I ask if I am going to foretell what will take place? Our homeowners will voluntarily have the choice of whether or not to sell their homes. But they will be told at the same time, if you do not sell your homes to council, we will not otherwise be building the pipes and pumps that are necessary in that particular area. So is that effectively saying to our homeowners, you have really no choice? Are we evicting our homeowners in effect by saying that we're not going to build what's necessary? You have no choice in the future but to sell these homes to us. And you mentioned just now that there's going to be a redevelopment of high-density housing. Where's that going to be? Is that going to be on the land that we're acquiring from those homeowners? Are we going to then have to say to our homeowners, we are acquiring your homes?
You've had a question in there.
And you may need to buy this high-density housing in the future that's going to be redeveloped.
You've asked a question there which staff need the time to answer, and I suggest you also look at the papers where it does have around where some of the housing might be. It's in the papers, is that correct?
I might have a crack. I think that there's no decisions about how it's going to be done. This is the decision in front of you, is how do you want to consult your community and what do you want to consult your community on. So to decide where there's going to be high density development take place right now and who's out and who's in and how much it's going to cost, that'll come once we get feedback from the community and decisions of council start to be taken.
I fully understand that, and our community, I believe, will understand that as well. It's been proactively raised to us right here. There's going to be redevelopment of high density housing in the area. We can see that in the plans as well. So where is that taking place? That's going to be taking place on the land that we may well decide to acquire from homeowners, and there's going to be high density housing replacing their homes. Is that correct to understand?
Ms. Kenton's going to answer that one.
I think the discussion is starting to err into the area of evaluating the pros and cons of individual options. And that's not the purpose of this report or the stage we are at. I think that the points that Councillor Ong is raising will come for discussion, but it's not the topic for today.
I want to clarify, this is not the points I'm raising. These are the points that are presented to us right now.
Okay, you've had an answer.
I'm asking
We'll move on to Councillor Lefiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koe in particular, Dr. Rowe, for your endurance and patience, especially yesterday. Having watched yesterday's public forum and the debate of this issue, I appreciate the advice you're giving us so far, but I want to be really clear for me, as an individual governor and the implications. If we were to vote down that option that's just come in, out of just to acknowledge the fact that it was clear, well, I don't know if it's a fact, but it was clear that a lot of the councillors yesterday had not read the papers, and there was a lot of attacks on mana whenua and Okaha. So I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to interfere with the work that the staff have dedicated and been working on since 2017. So, I just want to make clear, have the consequences of voting that down made out really clearly, please.
So, if council chose to vote something that did not include the ORC resolution in some form, and did something that was odds with that, we would then need to press pause, and then as officers meet with our colleagues and see if there was a way of navigating that, then we would likely need to bring something back to the respective governing bodies about what that might look like. That would take a little bit of time, and we're aware of we've got a pretty full work program at the minute anyway, so that would just lead to delay. So the work would be delayed, and then we would likely miss funding windows. And so that is my sense at the minute. We have reached out to, as officers to mana whenua, just so you know, to point out what this council's position is.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Worship. All my questions have been asked and answered well. Thank you.
Councillor Gaylor.
Okay, so we've been talking about timing quite a bit, and it's a really important point. Just some quick questions here. When do you think we might be in a position to be shovel ready to start doing the work? How many years out from here? I mean, we're talking about 2 more rounds of consultation, and then, how many years out?
I might ask my colleague on my left to answer some of that, but essentially the idea would be to try and get going as quickly as possible. So there are, in January last year, I think Council approved 3 quick win stormwater infrastructure projects for South Dunedin. They're in various stages of development at present. I think the plan would be over the next 4 months, as I said before, not only to advance the technical work on Future 2 over the short, medium and long term, but I think to look at that existing advice around what needs to be done in the short term and develop that further in terms of that stormwater infrastructure that's embedded in Futures 3, 4 and 5 at present. Work that up so that it can inform LTP conversations and discussions by councillors, and then subject to decisions, essentially that budget would be approved and ready to go from 1 July next year.
Does it keep you up at night wondering if there's going to be a flood in the meantime?
That's a personal question and an opinion question and inappropriate. Next question.
There is a lot of concern from the community that in the meantime that there will be another flood, and it could happen, with our current weather patterns at any stage. Is there a sense of urgency on this program? Because I think that is the feeling I'm getting from the residents is what they want.
That's a question for council.
I'll get that, because what's being proposed here based on what our governors have done is a delay. Our staff have presented a program that would have been progressed, we would have had the conversation, we would have been developing budgets and giving certainty sooner. But we are now at a point where we are delaying things slightly.
But that is because what we've done so far in only presenting 3 options is actually ultra vires. It's unlawful.
Absolutely untrue. It is not ultra vires. And so we have legal advice that supported what we were doing. So that is not correct.
Well, my point is that I guess there's time, and I would like to have an assurance that we're going to move as quickly as possible given the needs for South Dunedin people. So can I have an assurance on that, please?
I'll give an assurance that we will move in the direction and at the speed that Council determines. And so this is for you as governors, and staff have been following the direction of the Council.
Do you think that in the report that we have now, the options, that the timings are very clear in that report, and those 3 options, that you have mapped those out very clearly for people to understand?
I think some of the reaction would suggest that they could have been mapped out more clearly, and particularly emphasising the volume of work that could be undertaken or is proposed to be undertaken in the short term.
I've talked to Mr Saunders at the ORC about that, and one of the things we reflected on last night was maybe that 10 to 15 year plan needed to be broken down and explained more clearly, because it is largely in all of the futures pipes and pumps in those early years of all of the futures, and that's something that we probably should have laid out more clearly so it was more easily understood.
Thank you, Sandy, Ms Graham, but when you're talking about delays, then you probably need to acknowledge, given what you've just said, that part of that is due to staff actions, not to the political direction of this council.
That is not correct. The council gives direction, the staff carry it out, and we have moved resolutions all along the way. We have had papers, we have had workshops. So I just move Councillor Vandervis.
Mr McLean has said that there are no discussions about how it is going to be done. Is it even possible to do any of the 3 shortlisted approaches that we have detailed on, given that the costs are enormous and unfunded, that government has refused to look at a previous request for funding house purchases, and given that these shortlisted approaches involve not just the cost of destroying 1,100 plus homes, but also all the legal costs that we have seen in past attempts to acquire land under the Public Works Act, and I'm thinking particularly of a corner that we needed of a car sales yard, that there was considerable cost involved in actually getting that one acquisition through for a small amount of land. So is it even possible for us to look at particularly the 3 shortlisted approaches here when they're completely unaffordable?
Thanks, Councillor. Just for clarity, I said that the decisions on implementing any one of these futures or something alternative is not the decision that's in front of you. The decision that's in front of you is what do you want to consult your community on. So that, just to clarify that. But the funding thing's been bandied around quite a lot, and I'll remind Council that even something entirely different from a purely pipes and pumps approach still needs to be considered and weighed up against all of Council's priorities every 3 years in the development of a long-term plan. So the funding of it and the pace of implementation of any of the options of your program here is entirely up to you. Every 3 years you get that opportunity.
So what you're saying essentially is that this is a consultation on a long-term plan which could be subject to considerable constraints financially every 3 years that we try to implement it, because simply there's no money there to do it.
Any option, whether it's stated there or anything else, would have to be considered financially. So a purely pipes and pumps option would need to be considered, and affordability is always front of mind for governors when making those decisions.
Right, thank you for that. And the other issue that I'm really grappling with is that we have 264 pages here of well-detailed 3 short-listed approaches, all of them requiring massive destruction of South Dunedin homes, all of them requiring billion-dollar cost over time. But now we have an extra pipes and pumps future 2, which is going to require another 4 months of additional work to get anything like that level of detail. Is it appropriate for us now to go to consultation when we have some detailed options and another one from the Regional Council, and I never thought I'd be thanking the Regional Council for their input, which is not anything like the same detailed? Would it not be more appropriate for us to revisit this in 4 months' time when the additional work is done and we can actually have a real look at all the options with sufficient detail?
So, Councillor Vandevers, it might be that you haven't read to the end of what the Mayor is proposing. That's exactly what she's proposing in her resolution, that we delay consultation until we have that detail. Oh, it's been circulated. You all have it electronically in front. You got it last night, councillors.
I do understand delaying consultation. What I'm not sure about is why we would make a decision today when we could make a much better informed decision in 4 months' time.
And that is for you to say in debate, but the ORC made the decision to consult on the 3 futures plus an additional one. So as this resolution states, it aligns with what the ORC have resolved.
Yes, but why make the decision now when we could make a much better informed one in 4 months' time?
We need to get the work done. Because we need to get the work done. We need to make a resolution to get the work done.
Thank you for clarifying your position, Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Councillor Ong.
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. And I want to pose another question just for my previous question, which is, we are putting forth that homes will be acquired from our homeowners and ratepayers. Now, when you state that there will be a future redevelopment in the area of high-density housing,
Councillor Ong, I believe you've asked this question.
No,
we need to concentrate on we need to concentrate on what the motion is before us. You're talking about the detail, which will.
Okay, let me just finish the question.
Very
it's not the
quickly,
same question. Is there some agenda that there will be a better economic return for council by acquiring these homes and subsequently selling these onwards in the future, rather than building the pipes and pumps that's necessary in the area so that the homes are not acquired? Just very simply.
There is no agenda, Councillor Ong.
Economic calculation
No
that
agenda.
there will be a better economic.
No agenda. Right, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. It's just a brief question in response to Councillor Vandevers' question around cost, remembering, of course, that the cost projections, I believe, are over 100 years. Is it not the case that the fiscal consequences of doing nothing also need to be considered by us as governors moving forward?
Yes, and some of those are outlined in the paper there. But the way that the conversations that we've had with banks, insurers, our finance team internally, are that essentially you'd work up the longer term costings over the 100 years and try and get those into a space of being broadly feasible in terms of what's a reasonable expectation around what might be fundable from multiple sources. But then you look at this, you bite off sort of the first 10 years and you say, okay, well, how much of that would we do in the first 10 years, get more detailed costings and take it piece by piece. And it might be in that process that it determines that actually, as we work through this, we're not doing as much or we can't spend as much as what the original plan envisaged, and that that adaptive process is you need to go back and revisit whether your longer term proposal is still fit for purpose. So essentially what what we would do with this initial master plan is say, hey, this is what we think can be achieved or needs to be done to manage risk over 100 years. What might occur in the first 30 years would be reflected in Council's infrastructure strategy and water services plan, and then the specific projects that would be implemented towards that in the next 10 years would be in the 10-year plan, and they would have work plans and budgets.
I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway. In the current cost projections, there's no allowance, of course, for, say, in 40 years' time, when multiple communities across the Motu are in similar situations, that there might be government-level policy change related to. So that's not factored in at the moment, is it? Yeah.
No, there's a range of uncertainties, right? So it's one of the reasons why you'd need to be adaptive.
Okay, I'll move that the Council A notes the work undertaken since the previous report to Council in September 2025. B notes the resolution of the ORC on the 24th of June 2026 to include an additional costed option of an engineered South Dunedin flood protection system. C decides to consult on the South Dunedin future programme using a special consultative procedure based on the following options: the status quo, Future 2, pipes and pumps, Future 3, protect, Future 4, restore, Future 5, reshape. D notes the development of Future 2, pipes and pumps, is likely to take at least 4 months and will incorporate the ORC resolution. E notes staff will report back to Council on the proposed consultation process once the work on Future 2, pipes and pumps, has been completed. And F notes the report back to Councils will include draft consultation material on the 5 options and will seek Council's approval of the draft consultation material. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I will take speaking orders once I've spoken. I move the recommendation before us, though I do so reluctantly. I'd hoped today that we would be able to move directly to engage with our community on the 3 recommended futures for South Dunedin: protect, restore and reshape. That was the pathway that I wanted us to be on, because the people of South Dunedin have waited long enough for clear choices, honest conversations and a plan for action. However, following the Otago Regional Council's decision yesterday to include an additional costed option for an engineered South Dunedin flood protection system, the advice is that we now need to follow the pathway set out in the motion. That means doing the extra work, consulting through a special consultative procedure on 5 options. As mentioned, the status quo, Future 2, Future 3, Future 4 and Future 5. I want to be very clear. It will delay the process. It will cost more in time and in money, which is currently unbudgeted. It will delay our long-term plan budgeting. Most importantly, it means yet another delay for the people of South Dunedin, and I know how disappointing and difficult that will be for them. But we have to make sure that when we go to the community, we do so with the right information, the right options, and a process that is robust. If we are asking people to consider decisions that could shape South Dunedin for the next 50 to 100 years, then we must do that properly. First, I want to acknowledge the stress, uncertainty and pain that the South Dunedin community is living with. The short-term and long-term threats facing South Dunedin are confronting. They are not theoretical, they are not distant. For many people, they are felt every time heavy rain is forecast. I know people worry when it rains. They wonder whether this will be the rainfall that overwhelms drains, floods streets or forces them from their homes. I know that takes a toll on people's physical and mental health. I know of people who dig holes in their backyards to check how high the groundwater is. These are not abstract policy issues. They are daily anxieties for families, homeowners, tenants, businesses and community groups. I've seen some of that close at hand. My half-sister used to live in Bellona Street, so I've heard the concerns around kitchen tables and in neighbourhood conversations. I was also at Forsyth Bar Stadium at a volunteer when people were evacuated in 2024, and I had many conversations with displaced residents then. Those conversations stay with you. So I want the people of South Dunedin to hear this clearly. This council is committed to finding a pathway forward. We have discounted doing nothing. We have discounted retreat as the answer. We are looking for workable, long-term solutions that reduce risk and support a safer and better South Dunedin. I also want to acknowledge the enormous amount of work that has gone into this program. Since 2015 and beyond, there has been a huge body of work to understand the issues facing South Dunedin. This is a complex area, physically, technically, financially and socially. Thank you to council staff, to ORC staff and the many technical experts who've contributed to this work. It has been hard graft. I want to particularly thank Jonathan Rowe, who has led this work in often very difficult circumstances. I've appreciated his fortitude, patience and calm explanations of complex matters. Thank you, Jonathan. I've been to many of the public engagement sessions in school halls, at the gasworks and in rooms around South Dunedin. I've heard people's worries firsthand. I've listened to experts explaining the science. I've heard residents put forward their own ideas about what could be done. Those voices matter and they must continue to shape the way forward. We also have to understand South Dunedin from a systems point of view. That is hard because this is not a simple problem in a small area. It's not just about pipes and pumps. It's not just a stormwater issue. It is rising groundwater. It is increasing storm severity. It is land that was developed in a way we would probably not choose today. It is increasing impermeable surfaces. It is ageing infrastructure. It is sea level rise. It is climate change. It is insurance risk. It is all of these things interacting with each other. This means that there is no single simple answer. The way forward will require a suite of interventions and plans. It will require investment in stormwater and groundwater infrastructure. It may require planning changes, property acquisition, land raising, new forms of development, and wetlands that can act as sponges in the landscape. It will require choices about affordability, risk, disruption, pace, and scale. That's why the science matters. Science can be hard. The technical reports can be very dense. But if we are talking about investing hundreds of millions of dollars over decades, we need to understand the scale of the challenge, the possible responses, and the costs, benefits, and trade-offs of each option. The work before us indicates that it is technically feasible to significantly reduce flood risk in South Dunedin over the next 50 to 100 years. But it also tells us that doing so will require extensive and ongoing investment, disruption and change over that period, and likely beyond it. The three proposed futures we had expected to consult on, protect, restore and reshape, each include a range of actions staged over time. The initial focus from 2025 to 2050 is on stormwater and groundwater infrastructure, the pipes and the pumps, land use planning changes and property acquisition. Initial investment in pipes and pumps can reduce flooding in the short term, but continuing these benefits in the medium and long term depends on other changes being considered as well. Now, because of the ORC resolution, Future 2, pipes and pumps will be developed further as an additional costed option. The report says that the work is likely to take at least 4 months. Staff will then report back to the Council on the proposed consultation process, including draft consultation material on the 5 options for Council approval. That's not the timeline that I wanted. I wanted us to be out talking with the community as soon as possible. South Dunedin residents are asking for action. They deserve urgency, they deserve clarity, they deserve to know what is possible, what it costs, what it means for them, and what choices lie ahead. But urgency and robustness must go together. If we get this wrong, the consequences are serious. If we get it right, we can be investment ready, shovel ready, and ready to pursue any government funding that may become available. We can also make sure that the necessary funding decisions are considered through the long-term plan, alongside the city's other pressures and priorities. This is about finding a pragmatic future, one that balances technical feasibility, affordability and community aspirations. It is about reducing flood risk while recognising the real disruption and cost that any pathway will involve. It is about making decisions that are honest about the scale of change, but also hopeful about the future of South Dunedin. We should also remember that South Dunedin is not alone in facing these challenges. Communities across New Zealand and around the world are grappling with flood risk, sea level rise, ageing infrastructure and climate change, but South Dunedin is our responsibility. This is our community, our city, and our decision to face. The vision must be clear: a safer and better South Dunedin, not just a place where we respond after floods, but a place where we reduce risk, plan ahead, protect people, support neighbourhoods, and give residents and businesses confidence around the future. Therefore, I hope that you will support this motion. I will now take speakers. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the sheer extent of the work done by Mr. Rowe and his team. No matter the outcome, this prodigious piece of work over many years will play a significant part in forming the outcome for South Dunedin into next century. We love this house. We've lived here for a long time. The children were born here, Grandad died here. It's the only place we feel truly safe. But our house roof leaks during heavy rain. Doing nothing is not an option. We could fix the roof, we find out the cost and work out the likely benefits, including the lifespan of the repairs. That's an option. We could replace the whole roof, and while we're doing that, we could install bigger spouting and increase the diameter of the downpipes because the rain's become a bit harder lately. We find out the cost of replacing the roof, including adding bigger spouting, the likely benefit, the lifespan of the new roof. This is an engineered solution and it is an option. We could pull the house down and build a new one on the same site. This one's a bit old anyway, it's got a few other issues. We find out the cost, weigh up the benefits. This is an option, but only if we can afford it. We could sell the house and move to another suburb. We find out the cost, weigh up the benefits. That's an option too, but we love this neighbourhood and moving away is the last resort. To make a good decision, we need all of the options on the table and a robust cost versus benefit analysis for each. Here comes the important phase. Our decision is going to impact on our wider family and friends, so we must get them all in and put all of the options and all of the facts in front of them. And we must ask them to help us to make the right decision. After all, they will be impacted and we are going to be asking them to help us pay the cost. We also talk to the bank and the insurance broker. What we should not do is pre-filter out any options before we speak to our family. They deserve to contribute to this decision, and it would be wrong of us to take options off the table or pretend that they do not exist. Turning 1,190 families out of their houses in Dunedin and Tainui should be the absolute last resort, not the preferred option. We cannot make a robust decision, the largest for this council in this century, without presenting all of the options, including a baseline engineering solution, building out from the Opus report of 2017, then expanded and promoted by several prominent engineers since, currently estimated to cost $350 million and deliver a 2% AEP within 5 years. The stormwater system that serves South Dunedin is undersized. We know that it can be upsized with bigger pumps and bigger pipes at a fraction of the cost of some of the SDF options and without the need or the cost of mass displacement of 1,190 homes. We know that this engineering solution will buy us 60 to 70 years. During this time, we can implement new building codes based on the hazard management plan to come before this council later today, and insist that all new development and all significant redevelopment results in resilient homes being built in South Dunedin over the course of the next 60 or 70 years. During that time, new engineering, new solutions and new information will also emerge, which Dunedin can take advantage of. Dunedin ratepayers, and in particular the community of South Dunedin and Tainui, cannot afford to be pioneers for an eye-wateringly expensive global climate resilience experiment, especially when it will come at the cost of $2,000 million, most especially when it involves turning 1,190 families out of their homes and their neighbourhood and especially when there are engineering options available at a fraction of the cost and a fraction of the disruption to the precious South Dunedin and Tainui communities. This council needs to go to full public consultation with all of the options for South Dunedin and Tainui presented with honesty and integrity to our community, who deserve no less from those they have elected to stand up for them. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Ready, set, stop. I'm not sure whether I want to curse or thank the ORC, but I realise we must stay in bed with the document at this stage. I support Mayor Sophie's reactive resolution to yesterday's ORC decision, and I'm happy to save my commentary on the future options until the probable inclusion of the additional status quo and pipes and pump options. Like councillors, I doubt there would have been many submitters who would not have considered that the status quo or pumps and pipes would not have been an option for an eventual outcome from the original draft document. Personally, I will be taking all costings with a grain of salt, as predicting costs over the next 100 years can only be considered a best estimate, or perhaps a well-informed guess. I also hope the finished document will also clearly indicate if the intention is for the ratepayer to cover the total cost of all options. I can't believe the questions we have had to endure today when there is a resolution on the table that clearly states, if successful, the next draft consultation document in approximately 4 months will come back to Council for approval. I sincerely hope the same questions will not be repeated in 4 months' time. There is no need to debate how we have arrived at this resolution, and there is no chest beating required also. Hopefully, councillors can work more cohesively going forward, and I want to ensure the public there is not one councillor around this table that does not want to deliver the best outcome with the most minimal impact for South Dunedin and the majority of its residents. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. We've been asked today to keep equity and well-being at the heart of our decisions. In South Dunedin, we've got the largest population in Aotearoa living below sea level, on reclamation in an area that has old housing stock and climate change threats that affect physical and mental health of our residents. We know that we have a lot of vulnerable community members living there, elderly, young families, and our disabilities community too. I've found the alarmist behaviours of my colleagues this week running around acting like the sky is falling has not helped. It's added to the stress for these people. What we've heard today also, we cannot take any land unless it's reasonably necessary, and that alternatives are explored in the Public Works Act. Also, we know that we have a high turnover of houses in South Dunedin, a lot of first-time buyers, and we've also talked about only purchasing houses as they are needed. I believe that all homes technically are relocatable. I live on an old flax swamp in Blueskin Bay. I can dig a hole and it will fill up with water at high tide. But if you asked me to leave my home, you would have to drag me kicking and screaming. It's my community and I don't want to leave there, and that's the lens that I apply to walking a mile in the shoes of the people of South Dunedin. We've heard today that everything will be robust and no decisions will be made in haste. We will work and communicate with the residents. And this continues because already to date in 2023, we identified 16 options and risks, and they were approached and consulted on. In 24-25, 7 potential futures were consulted on, and last year there was a short list of 3 futures. Now we're at the point of supporting technical and economic assessments aiming to deliver an adaptation master plan by mid-27. The best outcomes with minimum impact. I stole that off Councillor Weatherall. All of the futures will substantially reduce flooding and include pipes and pumps, but the long-term risks persist from extreme weather, seawall failure, pump failure, coastal erosion and uncertainty. There are so many unknown factors, and this is not just about South Dunedin, it's about all of our low-lying coastal communities. Port Chalmers, Aramoana, Long Beach, Osborne, Waitati, Warrington, Seacliff, Karatane, it goes on. All of these motions on screen are for noting, and I support this decision for future, but I'm really sad about the delays that the options status quo and future 2 will bring by putting them back in, plus options 3, 4 and 5. The next steps are to note and endorse technical reports for community consultation to begin analysis, which will refine the preferred future outcomes and the master plan that needs to align with the long-term plan, which is the next thing we'll address. There's key considerations. This is highly significant with sustainability and treaty partnerships at the core of the program, the design and the assessment. I thank everyone who's come along and spoken to us today with their concerns, and like Ms Greer, I look forward to a future of how things might look. And I'd like to especially pay acknowledgement to Mr Rhodes and the body of work that he's embarked upon over the last 5 years or so, and the amount of curveballs he has had to handle this week, and it's not been comfortable. And I'd like to acknowledge all of the staff for their mahi, and I hope that everyone can vote for this and that we can get on with making some really sensible decisions for the future of all of our residents here in Dunedin. Kia ora.
I might have missed some hands. I've just got Councillor Chambers, then Councillor Hall, so just give me a second. Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting the measures you outlined in your motion today, Sophie. Really because I think it's the only way we can give our Three Waters team the freedom to get on and do some of that work that the ORC asked them to do yesterday. And I think one of the ORC councillors suggested that there may already be knowledge, expertise, costings within all of what has been done that can quite quickly, within a few months, put a costing on these option 2 or even any other option. And the expertise and the knowledge may already be there without any huge expense. Now, having said that, I just want to mention, I've been thinking about some elephants in the room, and I can think of 3 elephants in the room. They're not actually in the room, but 3 elephants. The first one, connected to comments made earlier by Ms Graham and the Mayor, was that other things are happening. You know, for example, within 2 years we may be part of another unitary council, a very much bigger unitary council, with part or all of ORC involved, part of other neighbouring councils. Such a unitary council may have a much bigger rating base and be able to raise much more money in rates. And also we'll have other assets, very profitable assets, which will make the financial position of the unitary council quite different from this council. And Councillor Vandervis seems amused here, such a unitary council will have the capacity to borrow much more money, hundreds of millions of dollars more, and as such could perhaps spend $400 to $500 million on engineering works in South Dunedin within the next 5 to 10 years, and would have the rating base to support that. The next elephant in the room is the fact that there's been so much debate around this table yesterday in the ORC. It's a high-profile area, and this possibility of house acquisition, etc. It's possible that the local government minister could think, my goodness, what's going on here? He could be listening the phone to our mayor, to the chairman of the ORC, and they might suggest that there's some central action here on this matter. And that most likely could involve a request asking the Infrastructure Commission to look at what's going on and look at South Dunedin. And this is what happened in the hospital. They got the Infrastructure Commission involved. And what did they do? They looked for outside experts to do a report, and they looked to Australia. And there's a lot of experience in Australia of dealing with flooding in the past couple of decades. Some related to climate change, in Brisbane, Toowoomba, Cairns. So it's quite possible that a government agency could ask for an outside report by a major Australian company of engineers. Such a report would be very expensive, would not be done quickly, especially given the public, the political sort of atmosphere. Any company taking on such work would want to do it properly, and rightly so. And that comes to the third elephant in the room, and that is there's a 75% chance of a massive earthquake in this part of New Zealand by the turn of the century. And in 30 seconds to a minute, that could change everything we're talking about today. And in particular, an outside agency from for example, Australia, looking at this part of New Zealand, would be weighing up seismic risk as a big part of what kind of engineering structures do you have to survive such an earthquake. So I'll stop there.
Thank you for your elephants, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to start by acknowledging the amount of work the staff have put into this, and these papers are not simple. South Dunedin is not simple. We are talking about stormwater, groundwater, sea level rise, infrastructure, housing, community wellbeing, cost, risk over a very long period of time. I do not doubt for a second that some very capable staff have worked extremely hard to get us to this point and have only done what we have asked them to do. To now sit here and say they have not is ridiculous and is misleading to the public. I also want to acknowledge that some part of the reports are difficult for the community to see. The possible property impact are confronting, especially for residents who see their streets and neighbourhoods discussed in the long-term options. That does not mean staff have done the wrong thing by putting the information forward. In fact, it is better that we're honest about the scale of the challenges now rather than hiding parts of it until later. But it does mean we need to be careful, clear, respectful, and we need to move into consultation. I understand why people are angry. Many South Dunedin residents wanted practical flood protection. They wanted pipes, pumps, drainage, and action, and all options have this. They do not want to feel like decisions are being made over their heads. But this is also why we need to proceed this process to continue. Today is not a decision choosing one of these futures. It is not a decision to acquire anyone's homes. It is not a decision to start demolishing. This is a decision to go out and consult so that the community can tell us what they support, what they oppose, and what they think we have missed. I am concerned that too much of this debate is now fought through the media before the community has even had a proper opportunity to respond. This is not good governance. If every concern becomes a headline before it becomes a conversation, we risk turning this process into a circus. Everyone in South Dunedin deserves better than that. I am also concerned about legal commentary being thrown around in public as if it is a settled advice. This is dangerous. Councillors are not city lawyers, council lawyers. We should not be giving residents the impression that we can determine legal outcomes through media comments or social media posting. If there are legal risks, they should be handled properly through the Chief Executive. Proper legal advice and council table, not through public speculation. We need to trust the process, but trusting the process does not mean blindly accepting everything in front of us. It means putting the information out, listening properly, testing the assumptions, and then making better decisions. My reading of this paper is that the first stage is largely about practical infrastructure, stormwater, groundwater, pipes, pumps, storage, and the work needed to reduce risk. The more dramatic land use changes are long-term matters. They still have to come back through future council decisions, the long-term plan, funding decisions, and future community engagement. We are not here to pander to one side or another. We are here to make good decisions for all South Dunedin and the wider city. Doing nothing is not an option, but neither is rushing people into fear. South Dunedin residents deserve clear, practical answers. They deserve to have their voices heard at the appropriate time. That time is now, through the proper consultation process. For that reason, I am reluctantly supporting this resolution. We need to let the community speak. Shutting this down before consultation is not protecting the process, it is hijacking it. And using the media to push a preferred narrative before the public has had its say does not serve South Dunedin, and it does not serve the city. Consultation is not the problem here. The problem would be shutting the door before the community has even had a chance to walk through it. Thank you.
Councillor Lund, then Councillor Ong, then Councillor Gaylor.
I'm very grateful that the ORC voted 9-2 to basically insist that we consider all practical options. I'm hearing a lot of things that I'm quite disgusted at today, to be quite honest. I've heard a councillor describe the decision by the ORC that they hadn't read the papers. That's just insulting and disrespectful. Just because you haven't got your own way, the reason I believe that the ORC voted 9-2 to widen the options before the public, we're simply just putting more options before the public, is because they are experienced councillors and they knew that the Local Government Act requires that we put all practical options, including the status quo option, in front of the public for consultation. And contrary to what I've just heard, we must follow the law. It's not about being a lawyer or threatening legal action. It's about the fact that if we don't follow the process, then we will have the lawyers for hundreds of disaffected landowners poring over that decision and seeking to overturn it. But today, I think the motion in front of us will address that, and I agree with Ms Canton that risk is now should be set aside. To say if we want to vote against this motion, and what are we saying to the ORC, who are our partners and also are co-funding this process? We would create paralysis. We would create distrust by our partners. It's appreciated there's a 4-month delay, but I'm actually excited to see what Mr Ward and Mr Rogue can come up with, can design a scheme of pipes and pumps, a baseline engineering option that can include detention at Bathgate, at Forbury Park, at Tonga Park. I think something really good can come of this, and that we can show that we've addressed some of Mana Whenua's concerns, and that can be some cultural elements, and we can do this without requiring 1,200 to 1,700 homes. I know this because I walked the streets of those areas last night to see how we could do that. And the answer is, we could actually, even if we wanted to, put a canal between those parks and we'd need 35 homes. May not need to, just saying that. Now, I've heard from other councillors, Councillor Walker said the costs are over 100 years, and to be fair to Councillor Walker, many people, including Mr Rowe, have said this. But that's not true. It's not correct, because if you read the papers and you look at the maps on page 100, you'll see that all the drainage on every scheme is done within the next 25 years. That's $363 million now, over the next 25 years, in addition to the around about $1 billion of land acquisitions and land prep, possibly more, that Mr Rowe has acknowledged is needed over the next 15 to 25 years. We must bear in mind what Ms Ingrid Leary wrote to all of us in the ODT, where she said we must consider all practical alternatives and we must be honest about what we can do if funding constraints mean aspects of options cannot be delivered. I'm very confident that we can find a baseline engineering system that works, that everybody's concerns can be satisfied with. And to the people of South Dunedin, I would say, that you can be relieved that last week, where there were no options that didn't involve the forced acquisitions of 25% of the entire suburb. We can't give surety about what final option is selected, but we can assure them that the process will consider more options. It will be better and fairer and more transparent. And I welcome the addition of this new option. And I say to those that say, oh, it's just another delay, I can tell you that my feedback is that from the majority of the South Dunedin residents are celebrating the sensible approach to consider more options, and that work can continue apace with the pipes and pumps.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I want to highlight Mr. Rowe's key point and the key takeaway from this, which is that of intent. Now, if we are putting out in our council's notice of motion that one of the intents and purposes of this is a voluntary purchase of homes of our community members and our ratepayers, that we are using their money right now in terms of their expense for external legal counsel as we speak this moment for something which is being hurried and put out, which we do not need to present out at this point. It's very simple to say, is there that intent that we are going to, as a council, put out something which is really involuntary? It's involuntary in that our homeowners, if they are faced with that choice of saying, okay, council will repurchase your home, but by putting this notice of motion and putting that option out there today and voting for it effectively tomorrow, that says to all of us, is there a revaluation of your homes right now? Because when you go to the banks, they're going to say, this option has been raised on the table. When you go to your insurance companies for renewal, they will say, wait a minute, your council has just put out this motion, and one of those options is that uncertainty that you all have now. Is your home going to be repurchased by the council at a valuation which has suddenly gone down by X amount percent simply from us voting on something today? So I'm going to say, if we vote for this after this evening, what is going to take place effectively when you see your banks for your mortgages? When you see your insurance companies for your renewals? For all good intents and purposes on what has been put out here, we know practically speaking what is going to take place. And that's outside of our control. Why is it outside of our control? Because we know how banks work. We know how insurance companies work. They work as private businesses that are looking after their own private interests and the interests of their shareholders, not of our community. And it's really simple to say, our council is here to serve our community, and one of the options that should not be put out there is to say, we are putting something that's really decreasing the value of what you own right here, right now. And then there's also that contradiction that we have from a councillor. I'll just say it right now. As a councillor, if we know what is taking place down the road, 1 year, 2 years from now, that's the council amalgamation. That is to say, there may be more financial resources that our regional councils will have together to be able to put pipes and pumps. And that's to say right now, of course, then that option here to acquire your homes in the future should not be put here right now. Because we know what's taking place that's going to bring maybe some uncertainty to us. And that's to say maybe ORC will be part of our amalgamated entity. They've just voted on something. We're following from them yesterday. But wait a minute, maybe in 2 years' time versus what is going to take place 1 decade from now or 2 decades from now, maybe in 2 years' time, maybe in 3 years' time, we are all going to be part of that regional council entity. So why are we putting this forth again? Why are we going to have to reconsider a decision that we're doing right now that is affecting you from tomorrow onwards? Very simply, this is going to affect our community from tomorrow onwards. It's not a consultation process because practically speaking, we know what takes place outside of our council, and that's from what you know as homeowners yourselves. These are the homes that you've worked hard for, and you're working hard for all the time. This is something that the bank sees, the insurance company sees. So it's not a voluntary choice that we have And very simply then is to say, we can't be supporting a hurried notice of motion that's taking place. It's a notice of motion that we're incurring right now a lot of expense for. Why are we incurring this expense of legal counsel for? It's been raised a number of times even prior to this meeting. For something that can truly wait, it doesn't have to be done right here, right now, and I cannot support this at all.
Councillor Gaylor.
Just to respond to Councillor Ong just then, actually this is the best option we can get. The information was put out on June the 16th, and what you speak of, the damage you speak of, Councillor Ong was already in train before this meeting occurred. So this is really a rescue situation here. Thank you to the Otago Regional Council and what they did yesterday. Our work here at the DCC will be so much better for adding in this extra option. I reject the assertion that this legally correct reshaping of the South Dunedin future options as we have here in front of us represents a delay and is being portrayed as somehow wrong. There is repeat emphasis on 4 months. Well, I would say we've had 5 years to get to now, 10 years since the devastating flood of 2015. Who has been sitting on their hands here? Who have been waiting? Not many of us in our comfortable homes elsewhere. It is the people of South Dunedin. This engineering solution is what I believe the people actually want to be consulted on. Voting this through is a victory for the people. There has been a public outroar against the complete devastation on homes all 3 options would bring on people. This is a win for them. So far, what I've heard from university staff here and many of my colleagues here today has more than a hint of top-down paternalism. The idea that we know best, we know it's hard, but suck it up. Your views.
Point of order.
Your views.
Disrespect, misrepresentation.
Your views.
Just one moment, I just need to call, just adjourn for a second.
Yeah,
Thank you. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour.
25.2 D.
I apologise, move on. Themselves. When we put well thought out, clearly costed, practical proposals with urgency, they can then tell us what they think about those. But let's make it the final consultation. There was another one planned for next year. If we're talking delays, we're doing it to ourselves. The consultation in 2025 have taken people in Tainui and Caversham by surprise. That is not a mark of consultation or communication success, with all due respect to the dedicated efforts of the South Dunedin Future team and my former colleagues at the Otago Regional Council. The ORC yesterday did the right thing by South Dunedin. They put forward a request that staff investigate a flood scheme. It's what people have been asking for South Dunedin. I finally heard a group of other councillors say it out loud. It's all South Dunedin people have ever wanted. Nothing fancy, just a new drainage scheme to handle the stormwater that comes down the hills, lands on the developed hard surfaces but can't be pumped out. The infrastructure suffering 60 years of underinvestment by this very council requires a modern day upgrade, and we must own that. A program that began in 2021 to try and find solutions has morphed into something else, something aspirational to make South Dunedin a better place to live, with canals and green spaces and 1 in 4 houses, including streets, never flooded, on higher ground, knocked down to make way for all these new proposals. Millions of dollars in consultation later, with more to come, and South Dunedin people can be forgiven for thinking, what has all that money, talk and research achieved? Meanwhile, the suburb, right now as we speak, remains susceptible every day to flooding by storms. I'm sure all of you would have taken note of Steve Lucas's story about his father shivering on a couch while water came in a second time that he did not think would happen. Managing people out, displacing them and hoping they'll want the new alternatives discounts the human factor, especially the many elderly people who made their pilgrimage to the flat from the hills and in many cases to buy houses to enjoy flat streets and not have to worry about their accessibility issues. That is why a lot of people live there. We owe the people who have been lying awake, worried about their financial investment in their home for the past 9 days since all this material was made public, an apology. I would like to see us do that. I think it's the right thing to do. In the meantime, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Listen, first off, despite all the talk and distractions over this, these reports are top quality, and I want to put on record my appreciation of our highly professional staff we have behind this and the staff who have been behind this since 2020. I also want to thank all the people here today and others in South Dunedin who have contacted me and directly, I'm sure many of us, about their hopes, concerns, or otherwise on this topic. And there is a wide range of views out there. Like the Mayor, I'm going to reluctantly support this. And to those who want to move forward for a better solution, here's yet another delay. And I think it was succinctly put by Councillor Weatherall, ready, set, stop. Also, after watching yesterday's ORC debate descend into a ridiculous attack on Mana Whenua with not one councillor calling it out was a great disappointment. That said, listen, underlying everything we have done in this space over 6 years is one abiding message that resonates with me, and that is creating a safer and better future for South Dunedin and, as Councillor Mayhem says, other low-lying parts of the city. And it's the sort that was expressed in the public forum earlier by Miss Greer. I tried to locate my notes, actually, from when we first talked about this around the table many years ago, but I couldn't find them. But the premise of what I said then hasn't changed. In fact, I think it's gotten more determined in my head, and that is I firmly believe and always have believed that through this work and over the decades to come, our focus should be on creating a South Dunedin that is the go-to place for people looking for the best spot to live in Otapoti. That's the envy of every other place across the motu. Maybe that's how I roll, a glass half full guy, but starting with a best-in-class vision is surely better than beating down on the work of staff and a sizable cohort of the population living in South Dunedin who I've spoken to, who want to be part of creating a better future for themselves and for generations to follow them. I don't actually agree with much of what MP Ingrid Leary said in her opinion piece yesterday, but I do agree when she stated that, and I'll quote, South Dunedin should become New Zealand's blueprint for climate adaptation through genuine partnership between local and central government with the community firmly at the centre. Therefore, leading on from that, we as councillors should be attempting to avoid unfairly deferring to criticism, instead work towards collaboration, progress and long-term sustainability. And in that context, it's important for councillors and the community to consider these proposals in the broader context. I know that can be difficult. This includes the potential benefits of taking a proactive approach and moving forward with positive collaborative action, as well as the possible consequences of delaying decisions and postponing progress, which will not only have fiscal ramifications, but will only enhance community uncertainty, and that's never welcome or useful. Finally, and again echoing my colleague Councillor Weatherall, councillors should and need to work more cohesively going forward. There is nobody, as he states, around this table who comes into work saying, how do we wreck South Dunedin? In fact, the opposite is always true in my experience. We all wrestle with the question about how to decipher the best evidence, community feedback, data, and expect expertise available that will make South Dunedin the best place to live, work and play. So I support this work, and again, I really want to support the work and applaud the work of our staff. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis, did I see your hand up?
No, but I'll take the opportunity to speak anyway. I haven't had a lot of positive things to say about the ORC in the 18 years that I've been on council, but I do want to say something very positive today, and that is that they, in my view, have saved us from going forward with a consultation that was limited essentially to only 3 proposals that have been properly detailed. I thank Mr. Rowe and his team for being honest about properly detailing them, but my personal opinion is that I was acutely embarrassed by the 264 pages of shortlisted options, all of which called for the destruction of 1 in 5 houses in South Dunedin and the creation of canals up to 30 metres wide, wetlands which existed before human beings entered the area, and billion-dollar cost that is completely unachievable. All 3 of these shortlisted approaches were embarrassing to me because it was really the only detailed options that were available in item 7. And what I consider to be a sop to other possible options that the community could come up with weren't there. And the community can't come up with options. To pretend that they can is, quite frankly, our job, not theirs. I will never forget sandbagging in 2015 in the dead of night, and then taking sandbags in my old Land Cruiser down South Dunedin and stacking them around the entranceways of people with long drawn faces with terror in their eyes as the water came lapping up, soaking their carpets. It was really unspeakable. Having said that, the answer that I believe all of the people that I speak with in South Dunedin want is not some crystal ball gazing idea about climate change and sea level rise, which Mayor Cull at the time claimed falsely was the cause of the flooding. What the people that I have spoken with in South Dunedin over many years now really want is an improved drainage system. It's not complicated. It's simply an improved drainage system with pipes and pumps that are increased in capacity to meet the increased runoff that we get because of all the development that's happened in South Dunedin. It's not requiring anyone to be forced from their homes under the Public Works Act. We can't afford to do that anyway. I must admit, at having smiled at the idea that we will, soon be extremely wealthy and no longer have the $1 billion debt and be able to afford this kind of $1 billion approach, because I don't think that's the case. I think we have other very serious issues coming up that will be very, very costly and prohibit us from doing any of the options that have taken 5 years to be shortlisted as the approaches we see in front of us. So the ORC essentially have given us a possible reasonable option, Pipes and Pumps Future 2, which I look forward to seeing the work done on in the next 4 months. I'd just like to close by saying that I was very impressed with some of the speeches around the table, but particularly with Councillor Sims.
You're out of time, Councillor Vandervis. Thank you for that. Councillor Treadwell, then Councillor Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Tēnā koutou. To clear the air, I want to read some quotes that I think will be pretty broadly agreed in the around the table and in the audience. So firstly, pump drainage systems are essential for South Dunedin's future resilience. Groundwater drainage is currently only provided by the leaky stormwater and wastewater drainage systems. Without intervention, most of South Dunedin will become persistently waterlogged and effectively uninhabitable. These are quotes from the groundwater report on page 175 of the fulsome report we've been presented with. So I want to take this opportunity to make some things plain, because much of the discourse in this past week I think has been informed not by the reports that we've received, but by various narratives promulgated through social media and among other channels. What we intended to discuss today was whether to press forward with full public consultation on 3 options. The feedback on that consultation would then have substantially informed what the final plan might look like. To illustrate how that consultation has worked in the past, I want to talk about one of the 7 options from the previous iteration of this process. So option 2, nicknamed Pipes and Pumps. This option put a very heavy emphasis on hard engineering solutions in the first 25 years, alleviating stormwater and groundwater flooding early, at greater expense, but with little modification to the rest of the area. Of the 7 options, this was ranked 6th in terms of preference from the community. But it wasn't disregarded on that basis. There was a strong preference noted for these pipes and pumps types of interventions, which is why the South Dunedin Futures team integrated exactly those into the 3 shortlisted options. If you read the report on pages 14, 22 and again page 30, you'll see that the short-term summary for all 3 options literally includes pipes, pumps and flow paths for flood prevention. Similarly, if you look at the hydrology report on page 70, you'll see that all 3 options have pipe networks and pumping stations included in their short-term solutions. It's an aspect of all 3 options which is reiterated multiple times across the 270-page report. At yesterday's meeting at Aonui, however, several councillors asked why pipes and pumps were missing from these plans, and ultimately they put a motion to design and include an entirely new additional pipes and pumps option. This motion will delay work significantly, and it's unclear if it will achieve an outcome which wouldn't have been achieved through the existing consultation and council procedures. I want to credit Otago Regional Councillor Wilson for articulating this strange disconnect in presentation. She said, and I quote, "I feel like I'm on a different planet on this, because I look at the comms and the way you've relayed this really technical information has been really well done. In these short-term actions, the first thing you're doing is pipes and pumps, and that's the stormwater system. I'm hearing a lot of rhetoric that that's what people want, and that it hasn't been included, but it is included." Councillor Wilson, you're not on another planet. That information is included. Much of yesterday's debate made reference to the public presentation from Councillor Lund. So speaking from the public gallery yesterday, Councillor Lund, who he introduced himself as part of the South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group, but he may have misspoken there.
And point of order, misrepresentation.
Sorry, I'm just going to. Are you saying that the ODT misreported, or do you?
The ODT said that I said I was. The transcript that was sent to me that I'd said I was happy to be part of the South Dunedin Justice Group, and so I clarified that I'm not a member.
Okay, thank you. Have you paused it? Yeah, cool.
Happy to withdraw that comment. He stated, "This policy has now become all about cultural restoration and far less about drainage and keeping homes dry. We know this because in paragraph 25 of the summary, it says that the future has chosen to incorporate mana whenua values." What paragraph 25 actually states is, The futures are grounded in detailed technical analysis of stormwater, groundwater and economic impacts, while also incorporating mana whenua values, earlier risk assessments and community feedback. He also claimed that an engineering solution based around pipes and pump points is not provided for your consideration because on page 37 the Ōkaha view is that engineering solutions are seen as fundamentally limited by reliance on hard infrastructure. Again, what the page actually states is that South Dunedin Future 3 is fundamentally limited by reliance on hard infrastructure, but obviously this is one of the options that's still being presented. So this criticism wasn't significant enough to block it from inclusion. So I just want to dispel this notion being promulgated that these are the kind of things which have vetoed engineering options.
A point of order, misrepresentation in a wider context, because I made my
Sorry, can you just as misrepresentation and
my point to Otago Regional Council yesterday was that engineering options without any cultural, without any other types of measures were taken off the table after January 2025.
Okay, so we're not in debate right now, so I'll just have a short adjournment, I think is called for. No, okay. Yeah, you've got 21 seconds, please wrap up.
I'd like to close by reiterating this. Of the concerns of the community, and they've been subjected to, frankly, vicious attacks when we should be firstly crediting them and secondly protecting them from the results of our decisions. So I'd like to thank them, and I would like to make an apology today on behalf of the council for the stress that this saga has surely caused. We must do better going forward. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and I think it was Mr McLean who reminded us at least twice this morning that this decision is actually was to be about consulting our community, and it seems to have got derailed, and I keep coming back to that. That actually was what the decision is supposed to be about. And I want to say, well said, Ms Sophie, you've shown real leadership in your speech today. You've clearly thought about it, and your acknowledgement to the residents of South Dunedin, and I acknowledge the many of them who are sitting here today, but I thought you're very empathetic and thoughtful acknowledgement of the South Dunedin residents, and also your acknowledgement of staff and the many staff who are involved in this, but the face of South Dunedin Futures, Mr Rowe, who has been very professional throughout, and he is a member of our community, and he's a staff member, and we have to remember he lives in this community, and he's doing the job, and I'm very appreciative of the work that you do, Mr Rowe, and your team. The other thing I want to note is we are doing work, and it would be remiss of me or of us not to acknowledge the work that we are currently doing, and not to acknowledge former Mayor Raddick, who was determined that there would be money in the budget and that work would start on something, the no regrets for South Dunedin, and so we need to acknowledge that. And I think your line, Councillor Weatherall, that we're all around this table for the best outcome for South Dunedin with the minimal impact, and I think that was a really good line. And yes, Councillor van der Vis, absolutely, it's about affordable. This council cannot afford $1 billion solution, and I think Councillor van der Vis, it was good of you to acknowledge that. And Councillor Treadwell, I think you spoke so well and highlighted so many points of the debate and out of the reports. And I'm no engineer, I have to confess, my eyes got so tired, and I have read every report, I have read everything that anybody here who has emailed through, I have read it, I've gone back and reread it. It is hard. It's hard to understand. I'm not an engineer, and I rely on the professionals that we have here. And yes, Councillor Gaylor, there is going to be consultation this year, and there will be consultation again next year. That is, regardless of this decision, there is further consultation next year as part of the long-term plan. And the other thing that I think that we need to be really, really clear is, because this council wants to be transparent. We want our agendas out in public. We want these decisions to be made in public. So when this comes back in 4 months or however many months' time, the agenda will be in public. And we are coming back, it says that to report back on the proposed consultation process. And so the papers with the proposed consultation process will be in public before the consultation process has begun. I just want to reiterate that very clearly. And I think we all need to remember that we have been voted here to do the best for Dunedin, and that I always have that in my heart, and when I'm reading anything or making a decision, it's about what is best for the people.
Councillor Fesa.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā koe to you and the seconder for this considered motion. As you said, we've been thrown a curveball by the majority of the ORC, and I just want to push back, if you like, in terms of Councillor Lunn's characterisation of didn't get your way or didn't get our way, or the two councillors who voted against that motion yesterday. I think it's not about getting our way, it's about being values and principles based. And it really, the principles that I'm operating under are firstly acknowledging mana whenua. This is their land. This is their environment. We are here. We have assumed power as a result of abrogations of the Treaty of Waitangi in the 19th century. So, you know, the attack, I guess, is saying that that I, in particular, raising the issue of councillors yesterday not having read their papers. One councillor did say, I'm not all over this. And the number of times, particularly with respect to mana whenua cultural values or Māori maramataka, the number of times that the answer was, it's in the report, councillor. So, you know, you may congratulate yourself and say that the OIC did the right thing. In my opinion, and this is my opinion, it's the rightness of whiteness thing. And I would just
Point of order.
Point of order. That's
I apologise and withdraw.
Thank you, Marie.
And I would just
Microphone,
say,
Marie.
Sorry, I would just say, beware those of you who use Māori whakatauki proverbs when you're arguing a point. Please be clear and understand the whole whakatauki. It is people, it is people, it is people. It's the last line of that whakatauki. And it's not talking about the people that are present in this generation. It's actually talking about people's connections to their ancestors and to the yet unborn. So please do some education of yourselves and don't use Māori whakatauki against mana whenua.
Thank you. Right, I'll move to my right of reply, and there's been a lot said. So thank you everyone for saying that, and thank you Deputy Mayor Lucas, because you did quite a bit of the summary here. So Councillor Sims, you talked about people loving their neighbourhood, and I think that's one of the really important things that we're thinking about here is people that live in their neighbourhoods now, and how are we going to make a safer and better South Dunedin for them. So I do want to point out that Opus became WSP and have been part of the work that is part of the work that we see now, because there's been reference back to the Opus report of 2017, but they and we have morphed since then. Also for new councillors, we have 7 new councillors along the table, and many of us have been on the 6-7 year ride, and some have been here for a lot longer. So this, as one of the councillors brought up, is a process, and it's a long process, and it's a difficult process. But the last couple of councils, and I do acknowledge what Deputy Mayor Lucas said about former Mayor Raddick, is we worked to get something done. We worked to get something done now, and he was very determined to do that. So I do just want to pay a little bit of tribute to that while we got on with doing the work and trying to find the best solution for South Dunedin. And Councillor Weather, you used to say about the ready, set, stop, and that is frustrating for everybody, because everybody wants to see shovels in the ground. And I absolutely agree that there's not one councillor around this table that doesn't want to deliver the best for South Dunedin. And Councillor Mayhem, you talked about the fact that we did start with 16 options, that we consulted on them, that we got it down to 3 futures, and I think that's part of the challenge around also having new councillors around the table that haven't been here for that ride. Councillor Chambers, you brought up 3 elephants, and one of them was around amalgamation, and that was brought up by another councillor. And yes, the rating base will be bigger, but just a little bit bigger, because there's 134,000 people in Dunedin and 256,000 people in Otago. But the land area is the difference between 3,200 kilometres square and 32,000 kilometres square, 10 times the land area with only twice the rating base. So we do need to think about that. And we also need to think about when the Otago Regional Council makes decisions that perhaps are not connected that much to the people of Dunedin. That's an issue for us when we think about amalgamation. That's for another thing. The local government minister, we would love it if the government put some funding into helping us out. That is a real problem for the city. About what is for the city, for the country. What is the government doing about this? Are they going to help with some of the funding? You did bring up the seismic risk as well, and that is something that keeps us all awake as well. Councillor Hall, you talked about it's not simple. And that is completely true. It's very complex. But the fact that we do need to continue with the process. Councillor Lund, you talked about all practical options for consultation. Excited to see what the experts come up with. And also that figure around $363 million in the next 25 years. And that is a confronting figure. So I ask questions about where does water sit? You know, if we have a rates cap on everything else, because the affordability is a huge, huge question and worry. And you did bring up about being honest about what we can do within the funding constraints. And that is a big concern to us all. Councillor Gaylor, you did say that people want a simple drainage system for stormwater, and I wish it was that simple. And the technical reports tell us about the groundwater, about the sea level rise. You also talked about 60 years of council not doing work, and this council and the last council and the previous one did start on doing that work. And this, I call us sometimes the fix-it council, and we face a lot of really scary stuff and a lot of really expensive stuff in this council. And we will work together to try and solve those problems. Councillor Walker, you talked about a safer and better future for South Dunedin, and that is the vision. You've been part of that for the last 7 years, about community being firmly at the centre. And this is about the people that live here and the people that will live in South Dunedin and the city for the future, because the decisions that we make now and the debt that we may or may not take on also reverberates throughout the generations. I'm just aware of time. Councillor Vandervis, you talked about having clarity when we consult, and it's very difficult to take, as I said, science made simple. And we do look forward to seeing all of the options. Councillor Treadwell, that was a great summary. You've obviously read the papers very clearly, and also that the strong preference was noted for the pumps and pipes, which then was incorporated into those 3 options. Deputy Mayor Lucas, thank you. And you are correct. The decision was supposed to be about consulting the community with some clearer options. We've been out, we've talked to the community before to listen to what they have to say, but it's sometimes really hard when the rubber hits the road, and then we have a lot of really complicated material to take on board and try and help us make decisions. And you talked about what is affordable, and that's going to be a big thing for us as well, and also about that everyone around the table wants to do their best by Dunedin, and I think we are all committed to that and hold that in our heart. I know, I'm indulged. Okay, I will finish and put it to the vote. Councillor Luffy, so thank you. You all had such wonderful things to say. Right, I will put it by division.
Excuse me, could I just ask a procedural question? This might be for the Chief. I feel like some of the people around the table have clearly showed predetermination about this, and I wonder, do we have a ruling where people cannot vote if they have very clearly not shown an open mind in the process this week?
I think with the decision that's before you today, which is simply for more work, I don't believe there's any issues with predetermination. Were you making a decision on options, that might be a different question, but that's not the decision before.
Point of order.
Okay, thank you.
No, What's your point of order, Councillor Vandervis?
My point of order is that Councillor Mayhem has implied that at least some councillors around this table have not approached this with an open mind. 25.2,
Okay.
offensive.
Thank you.
Please withdraw and apologise.
Thank you.
No, I won't.
No.
What I can say, councillors, in the background there have been a number of queries raised about whether there has been any predetermination. My advice has been consistent around this with the decisions that you have in front of you. There hasn't been any. And as I've said, and I'll reiterate, as I've said many, many times, councillors need to bring an open mind, not an empty mind. And it's...
if I can just...
No, don't interrupt the Chief Executive.
To these matters, and so given the nature of this kind of event, it's reasonable to assume that many of you have views on this, but I don't believe that there are any issues with anyone participating at this point.
And I followed that advice. Thank you. I'll put the motion by division.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Under standing orders, when a point of order has been raised, it is to be ruled on.
I just was about. Did you hear me say I am going to rule on the point of order? And
point of order.
No, you just need to stop. Right, Councillor. Stop. I will rule on the point of order, and I am, Councillor Mayhem, going to ask you please to withdraw.
I will withdraw, but I think people should read managing conflicts of interest.
Stop. Just withdraw.
Point of order.
Thank you. Councillor on.
Councillor Mayhem, I would state not
stop
to...
now. No, we have ruled on the point of order. That point of order has been used. I am putting the motion by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem. Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims. Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 13-2.
Thank you, everyone, and I will move an adjournment for lunch. I'm just going to say what time we'll be back. So can we come back at 1:05, please? Have we voted on it? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? That is carried. Back, everyone. If we could have some order, please. The Chief Executive would like to talk about the order of the reports today.
Then you've missed the annual plan. That goes in there. It's not good. No, it's
Okay,
not good.
we'll just take a moment.
So that's 13. Yeah, thank you. So councillors, in an effort, there are a number of things on the agenda that have a statutory or are time bound, and so we have reordered the agenda to ensure that everything that falls into that category is able to be accommodated today, and hopefully the remaining items will also be able to be accommodated, but that will be entirely in your hands. So with the leave of the meeting, the Mayor will shortly we reorder the agenda slightly, and so most of these have either a 1 July operative date or a time sensitive. Simplifying local government, for example, there needs to be a discussion about that, even though there's no decision. And then the non-public matters both need to be dealt with for the reasons that you will have seen in the paper. It does mean that if we get to a time later in the day, some of those other items will just be deferred until the July meeting if we don't get to them. But hopefully we'll be able to get through everything.
Councillor Vanders has a question.
Yes, I'd like to dispute what the Chief Executive just said now about getting through the agenda being entirely in our hands. I have been at pains to complain earlier in the week that the agenda was far too large, that adding this supplementary agenda to an agenda that had 973 pages in it was far in excess of anything that we could be reasonably expected to have a really good look through. I have made some arrangements with some of the other councillors to look at parts of the agenda that I wouldn't get time to, and that I would look at other parts that they wouldn't get time to, in order to try and accommodate this. I would like to get an assurance that we will not be faced with another 973-page agenda with so much in it that is of significant importance, including $1 billion potential consultation decisions. So I just wanted to make that point and express my regret that I'm not able to do some of the items that we have in front of us today justice, because I haven't had time to give them due consideration.
And I'll respond to that, Councillor, because, and I've responded to you in writing, but I think it's important to say it on the record, the supplementary agenda, so-called about South Dunedin, is supplementary only because it went out in advance of the main agenda, and it went out well in advance of the statutory timeframes and well in advance of our agreed 7-day that we have agreed with councillors. And so to say it was a supplementary item added to the agenda is not technically correct. It's a function of our system. The statements of intent you have seen a number of times before. They were also provided in advance of the agenda to stagger the reading so that councillors had an opportunity to get through everything. Yes, it's a big agenda, but this is a big organisation, and I cannot guarantee that you won't be faced with agendas of this size again. It's a function of the size and scale of the organisation, and we need to fit it within the meeting schedule. What we will look to do as we start to develop the long-term plan is to schedule additional council meetings, and we're working to do that, but at the minute we are working with the meeting schedule that council has agreed.
I'm very pleased to hear that you are scheduling some extra meetings, because I have not been able to cope with the volume of this one.
Were there any other councillors that felt unable to cope? Okay, thank you. Therefore, I will move that we amend the order of the agenda to what's on the screen. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. And now we'll move to item 8, which is the South Dunedin Natural Hazards Plan Review. I've got Mr. David Ward and Ms. Emma Christmas and Michael Garbutt as well. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mayor Sophie, Deputy Mayor Lucas, councillors. The report in front of you is followed on from the workshop of the 11th of June. Everything's contained in here is what we discussed at the workshop. We have Mr. Garbett, and we've also got Dr. James in attendance should there be any questions.
And just to clarify, this is separate from the South Dunedin Futures work?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have a question around, well, no one knows the answer to this one. When are we expecting the RMA changes to come through? Because we're just talking about doing this plan and then the impact of the RMA changes on it. So do we actually have a timeline for that?
There's no fixed timeline. So the timeline proposed originally by the government was to enact the bill mid-year. That's all they're describing it. We were expecting the report back from the Select Committee tomorrow, but they've just deferred that to the 20th of July. So there's at least a 1 month delay on the time frame that they originally proposed. But beyond that, we don't know.
Okay. And then, sorry, I'll just quickly have another look about... about the cost. I think I'm on page 48 and it was 28 around the cost of a plan change, and when I add that up, is that around $300,000 for a plan change? That was paragraphs 27 and 28.
So yes, the costs will always vary, so it's very much an estimate, but the figures that are in there are based on previous and recent plan changes, so a contingent for the hearing process, for legal advice, and then contingency cost for appeals. So yes, that adds up there to about 200,000, I think, plus staff time.
Mm-hmm. And then it also says there a risk that the plan change process, if we went forward, would coincide with the regional spatial plan. So the regional spatial plan is that work that the government has mandated us to do, and is it a challenge for the resources within the planning team?
Yes, that's correct. So the planning bill does outline a regional development of a regional spatial plan. We're starting that work already. We're working with other districts and mana whenua to get that underway. Obviously, it's not definite until the bill is enacted, but we see no reason why that will change. So that work has already started, and yes, there would be a challenge to resource both. Yep.
Thank you. I have Councillors Walker, London, Vandervis with questions.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks team, and thanks for the workshop as well. It's a straightforward question. In terms of managing the risks, the suggestion is to do that through resource and building exempt processes, including minimum floor levels, etc., and statutory tools. And presumably, in the longer term, that's not viable. This is just a short term. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. So that would just be until the new, if the decision is not to change the 2GP but to rely on the new land use plan, that situation would just be until that new land use plan is in place. Yeah.
Councillor Lund, then Councillor Vandervis.
Thanks. Just a couple of points of clarification. Paragraph 25 says that we need to manage development in these areas so that the adaptation works in the future are not made more difficult or costly. So does that mean that we're basically looking at areas that we may have to acquire in the future, as well as potentially like the 1,200 to 1,700 properties that are considered under the futures plan? Is that the primary option here?
So yes, that's the potential. So the options presented to date do include, as you're aware, some land use change in some areas as options. So all we're signalling there is that if that comes to pass, then any development that's put in place in the short term may need to be relocated if those options are chosen.
And we're intending to use this section 106 if we do not initiate the plan change to limit any development that we deem that's inappropriate, correct?
So section 106A will be used by the consents team to consider appropriate mitigation where there's a significant risk, hazard risk. Quite exactly how they do that or what they consider as appropriate is really for them to decide. Yep. Sorry.
But for example, if someone wanted to buy 2 sections in South Dunedin and develop 6 townhouses, and it was in the area that we were looking at, we may need, then the planning team would say under section 106A. And so how are we going to put this on the limb of those affected properties? How are we going to make that a public and transparent process?
Good afternoon, councillors. I can respond to that. So Section 106 already exists. It's already in the Act and applies to any consent that coming through if there is a significant hazard. I don't think it would necessarily apply, well, it's not relevant to council's future plans about what it may or may not want to acquire for other decisions. So it doesn't engage that. All it is dealing with is a significant natural hazard on the property and whether there needs to be mitigation to manage that development.
But how will somebody know until they make a resource? Will they only know that these limitations or considerations exist at the point that they make a resource consent application? Is that the truth?
Not necessarily. Council's, all this information about South Dunedin is publicly available. I know the LIMS do identify relevant flood maps and hazard maps. So whatever information council holds that's relevant to a hazard on a property should be at least alerted to on a LIM, as well as all the other public information available.
Sorry, if I can also chip in there, Councillor Lund. Obviously, when you put it through a building consent, if you're building within South Dunedin right now, there is also a Section 73 hazard to the title, so that would notify any future purchasers to indicate that there is a hazard on that, and that does go on their certificate of title.
My concern is that these all exist, but yet we've allowed 235 properties to be built at the present time. So the system isn't working, as it were. Are we already using that Section 106A process?
So development that's been consented since the 2GP decisions are made under the rules currently in the 2GP. So what this report is doing is has assessed whether those rules are appropriate, and it's found that they're not. So I agree. Given the current information we have, we acknowledge that the 2GP rules are not effectively managing hazard risk. However, they were put in place based on the information available at the time. Yeah.
Just finally, though, it seems like there's not clarity to an owner, and until some point they have to join the dots, as it were, Mr. Garwood, as you've said, they have to look at certain, and even then they might look at other developments that have happened very recently and say, well, they happened there, why can't it happen there? So there needs to be clarity about the properties we're identifying.
Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Treadwell.
On page 49, under disadvantages, it says that the second generation plan continues to enable development in South Dunedin that may not be appropriate given known hazards and risk. What was known, you've referred to information available at the time. Is that at the initiation of the second generation plan or at its conclusion?
So the information that was available, so it was notified in 2015, and at that time we had information, ORC report, which brought together existing hazards information around coastal hazards to identify which people and property might be affected. At that time there was insufficient information to justify a higher risk rating than the low risk rating that was put in the 2GP at that time.
So are you saying that we have now got new information that the baseline at the time of the second generation plan was 2015? Is that the case? In terms of known information?
The new information we have now is recent hazards risk assessment that was undertaken initially as part of the South Dunedin Futures process, and then we have used that information to undertake a new risk assessment specifically looking at the planning situation. So that's the new information.
Right, I'm just trying to figure out what date the second generation plan known risks were that are in the second generation plan.
So that was notified in 2015, so it was information available in 2015.
Okay, so it was from notification rather than when it was finally concluded several years later.
Yeah, from notification.
Okay. Look, that clarifies that for me. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was probably not clear in my questioning. My question then is that in South Dunedin it may not be appropriate given known hazards and risk. We're talking about known hazards and risks that have become known since 2015. What are those known hazards and risks specifically since 2015?
Sorry. So the appended to the report is a hazards risk assessment which ORC has prepared, and that summarises the current knowledge and risk for the area in terms of coastal hazards. So what it concludes is that they're looking at the coastal hazards collectively. There's a significant risk in the area now. That's significant in terms of the definition in the National Policy Statement for Natural Hazards.
So the new known risks are hazards that relate specifically to the ORC documentation on coastal hazards?
Correct, yeah.
Are there any other new known hazards that have arrived or that are relevant that have come through other processes other than the ORC coastal hazard information?
Not to my knowledge.
That's all good, thank you. I was just wondering, perhaps there has been talk of possible earthquake in the small faults that run up to the coast. There have been a few other things that have happened since 2015, and I'm wondering if they might be contributing to the known hazards and risks as well.
In terms of what the paper says, no, that was specifically focusing on the coastal hazard risks.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koutou. I think this was probably partially answered by the answers to Councillor Lunn's questions, but if, just for clarity, if I were to request a limb on a property that was affected here, would it look different today because of the hazards identified than it would have looked in 2016?
So my understanding is that the LIM will list the known hazards information that the council holds. So as we hold more information now, then yes, it would look different in that sense, different information available to you. Yep.
Thank you, that clarifies it for me. Cheers.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes, I'm just wondering about the impact on the 220 odd existing. Is there any impact at all on in terms of if people wanted to sell their properties and then others want to buy them, what sort of information might they receive? Obviously they were approved prior to this, but is there any impact at all on those properties?
I'm not sure what you mean by impact on those properties. In terms of information available to a purchaser in terms of LIM information, then yes, they would get the up-to-date hazards information that the council holds.
So will the LIM information be retrospectively added to them?
A LIM dates from the day that you request it, and it's provided to you, so it contains the information as of that date.
So therefore, could that have an effect on the ability of people to on-sell those properties?
If I may, Councillor, that's somewhat speculative because that would be a result of many factors. So yes, as Ms Christmas points out, the information is provided once it's requested. So that's part of a due diligence a purchaser may undertake.
I'm just saying it's really important because when you are a purchaser, when you do that, you find that information. It's a question of yes or no, whether or not you proceed. So it is really important for people to understand that. And so I'm just wondering, also just following on from that, what will be the communications around this and how you handle that?
But if I may, just returning back to that question, I know myself as a purchaser, you bring into play many factors in your determination as to what you purchase and where, and you will assess your level of comfort with the known risks as they're declared to you. So I don't think it's as binary as somebody will not purchase a property with this new information. And that's a personal view, just from my own experience.
Great. And is this sort of foreshadowing the fact, though, that we will do a plan change down the track with the new planning legislation?
So yes, so under the new legislation, we'll have to replace the 2GP with a new land use plan. So that's outlined in the paper. We first have to prepare the regional spatial plan, and then go straight into the regional new land use plan. The timeframe for that, as outlined in the planning bill, is around 3.5 years. So that's likely extent of the lifespan of the 2GP.
Councillor Lund. Oh, sorry.
No. I was going to say the same thing. Councillor Lund.
Just at page 63 of the ORC report, Mr. Ward, it's sort of a peripheral matter, but it says, as Councillor Vanderbus has just referred to, that coastal inundation is the primary issue here. It says that the hazard will appear from overtopping Portsmouth Drive. So, just so councillors can be confident, that's actually a relatively straightforward fix, isn't it? This is from the year 2100 onwards. Yeah, page 63.
Apologies, Councillor Lund. As you were talking, we're trying to find the relevant page. Could you just repeat the question? Ah, so that one, okay. So is your question in terms of what the future response would be?
Yes, I was just saying that's actually relatively straightforward fix. Would that be? Could we characterise it as that?
Relative to other complicated or yes, similar matters. So it could be. It's not something I would like to state categorically here and now. But yes. Mm.
Okay, so out of questions, Deputy Mayor Lucas, you wish to move. I'm happy to second. You wish to speak to
Yes,
it?
and thank you to Ms Christmas for your work on this, and Mr Ward and Mr Garbutt for being here to answer the questions today. Today we've been asked to consider the outcome of a significant piece of work, the South Dunedin Natural Hazards Plan Review, and to decide how we respond to it. At the heart of this report is a simple but critical reality. Our understanding of risk in South Dunedin has changed and it has increased. Updated hazard information supported by the ORC's assessment makes it clear that natural hazard risk is greater than previously understood. Some areas are already experiencing significant risk, and that risk will continue to increase over time. We are no longer dealing with a low-risk environment as the current Hazard 3 overlay suggests. That classification simply does not reflect the real level of risk facing this community today. The review highlights three key shortcomings in our current 2GP. The Hazard 3 overlay is no longer accurate. It signals a level of risk that is no longer supported by the evidence. The relocatable building standard is not working as intended. In practice, buildings are not easily or realistically relocatable. And the plan does not adequately manage intensification. We are still enabling development in areas where long-term risk is increasing. Taken together, these findings are clear. The current 2GP is not effectively managing natural hazard risk in South Dunedin. Now, despite that clear conclusion, the recommendation before us is not to initiate a plan change at this time. And I want to explain why that recommendation is both practical and responsible. First, we must recognise the broader context we are operating in. We're in the middle of major resource management reform, and the current 2GP has a limited remaining lifespan of probably at best 3.5 years. A new land use plan is expected within the next planning cycle. Any plan change we undertake now could quickly become redundant or be revisited. Second, this is a real cost, both financial and organisational. A standalone plan change will cost well over $100,000 when appeals are included. It will require significant staff time at a point when resources are already stretched, and it risks competing with other critical planning work, including the regional spatial plan that we must undertake in a very short period of time. And third, and importantly, we're not yet ready to make the most informed long-term decisions. The South Dunedin Future Programme is still underway, and it is testing different adaptation futures. It's considering infrastructure, land use change and long-term resilience strategies, and working towards a climate adaptation master plan. But that work is not yet complete. We do not yet know where land use change will be required, where investment will occur, or how risk will ultimately be managed over the long term. Without that information, any plan change we make now would be broad brush rather than targeted, risk being too restrictive in some places and not restrictive enough in others. In short, we will be making decisions without the full picture, and that's not good planning. That does not mean we're doing nothing. In the interim, as you've heard, we still have tools available. Resource consent process still consider natural hazard risk. Sections 106 and 106A of the RMA allow refusal or condition of development where the risk is significant. And minimum floor levels and existing standards still provide some mitigation. And importantly, LIMs ensure property owners are informed of risk. These aren't perfect tools, and this report is clear about their limitations, but they allow us to manage risk in the short term while we prepare a stronger, more enduring response. So the choice before us is not whether to act, it's how and when we act, and the recommended approach recognises that. A rush short-term plan change now is less effective than a well-informed, integrated response through the full plan review. Therefore, I support the recommendations that we note the findings of the review and the associated risk assessment, that we do not initiate a plan change at this time, and that we direct staff to continue managing risk through existing statutory and consent process. This approach is pragmatic, it's cost-conscious, and it's aligned with upcoming national reform, and grounded in the need to make better, more informed long-term decisions. And most importantly, it keeps us focused on the bigger objective, ensuring South Dunedin has a resilient, sustainable future supported by the right planning framework at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers are Councillor Hall.
I will be supporting option 1. We are not ignoring the risk. We are choosing not to launch a separate plan change until South Dunedin future work and the new planning systems are clearer. But in the meantime, we still need to actively manage the risk through consents, building controls and clear advice in future planning. This is my read and I'm happy with this. Thank you.
Councillor Gaylor, then Councillor Lund.
It's obviously involving quite a change for in the planning area. It's great to see. I just want to commend the planners for joining together with the Otago Regional Council hazards researchers and listening to the information that they've provided. There are other parts of Dunedin that could also benefit from the Otago Regional Council's information and database. We know that there's been questions over other parts of Dunedin in terms of where development should or could occur, just simply because of the nature of the ground. And thinking about the Taieri is also another place where this sort of information is, and joining together with the ORC is actually very beneficial. However, there will be some changes that people will need to be carefully communicated with about, and I think our questions have zoned in on those. So I just ask that staff listen to those concerns and also try to tailor their communications. And okay, we talk about LIM and other more official means of communicating. However, there's also, I'm quite sure there will be some people who are impacted by this. So just taking great care to ensure that something that's really not of their making doesn't come back to bite them. Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
I accept and agree with Councillor Lucas's rationale for this, and I support that's an expedient measure and appropriate in the short term. But I would point out, just at page 67 of the report, it just talks about section 106 and 106A, which is the mechanism that we're using. It says that we are able to refuse or place conditions on land use consent where there's a significant risk. But the staff report, or the report does say these provisions allow some management of hazard risk through resource consents. However, there is less certainty for the applicants and the consenting staff. And so, just going back to the earlier dialogue with Mr. Garbutt, on page 59, for example, there is the coastal overlay map, which is every single property in South Dunedin, and so it's not clear from existing information which properties might be affected, and it may not be easy for landowners or potential landowners to join the dots, as it were, and see if they're going to be affected until they apply for a consent. And I think we need to be honest that this will affect value, as Councillor Gaylor was referring to earlier. On the other hand, this is not an isolated example. There are many other hazard overlays on properties around Dunedin, but I do think, as I said, that we do need to have a clear method of signalling which properties are going to be affected by the use of this section 106A.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the key findings are the updated hazard risk info and the new national regional direction show that the 2GP provisions for South Dunedin are no longer adequate. The coastal overlay doesn't reflect the current risks. Relocatable building standards are not going to be effective. The existing framework doesn't sufficiently manage intensification in an area of hazard risk. So the recommendation here is not to change any 2GP plan because it has a short lifespan with the resource management reform currently looming. In the near time, though, managing risk through existing building and resource consent process is what we can do. The next step is to continue investigation and community engagement through the South Dunedin Futures program to inform and update our planning provisions. Changes could be implemented via the new land use plan under the forthcoming Planning Act. I'm very happy to vote for this, and in light of all the looming reforms, I think we're just going to have to act nimbly and roll with it and all the things that are coming at us in the future. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Councillor Vandervis.
I'm happy enough to vote for this. It saves us some money short term, and Deputy Mayor Lucas has very eloquently covered off, I think, all the major issues. What I'm not so sure about is whether the hazards, the flooding hazards in Dunedin, have not been somewhat diverted away from overall Dunedin flood hazards and focusing just on the South Dunedin floods that we've had in the last 20-something years. My real concern is that if you look at 150 years of flood hazards in Dunedin, we have far worse flood hazards, and we have at least half a dozen of them in the north end of Dunedin than we've ever had in South Dunedin. And I'll just quickly go through some of them. 1868, and this is recorded in a book which I've recently been given on the Leith Lindsay flood hazard issues, and it's quoting from the newspapers of the time, and I just have a few quotes here just to highlight some of these other hazards. 1868, considerable damage, some bridges were destroyed, a large portion, about an acre of the botanical gardens was swept away. This was an 1868 flood, far worse than anything we've ever seen in South Dunedin, and this wasn't the worst of them. We go to 1877, one of the heaviest floods ever recorded. The flood brought down very large trees, practically shut off Dunedin from the surrounding countryside, was another quote. A small house near St David Street Bridge was entirely swept away. Then we go to 1883, bridges in the neighbourhood of Woodhall destroyed, a length of roadway swept away bodily is another quote. We have further floods in 1911, 1913, 1916, 1923, and then the famous flood of 1929, which was absolutely massive, people rowing down George Street, a river running down North Road, water going in people's front doors and going out their windows. The reason that we got a focus on the 1929 is we had photography there by then, and there are pictures of people rowing their boats. So in terms of looking at flood risk and climate change, these major floods all happened between 100 and 150 years ago. And if we are to have a really informed view on known hazards, and I believe that we should, because that's part of our job to anticipate what these issues are, we should again have a more nuanced look at North Dunedin and not be completely focused just on South Dunedin, because depending on which way the weather decides to go, it can be very, very different in different parts of Dunedin. Thank you.
I'll just follow up from that. Last week we we're looking at having our citywide climate adaptation plan, so that will feed into that. And there was also some good news in the budget for 2026 from the government, where they're talking about investing 294 million over 4 years to support the rollout of it's the government's new planning and environmental system, but they also talk about doing a New Zealand flood map that they are expecting to have the first iteration in 2027. So it is good to see the government actually stepping up and addressing those natural hazard maps, because it's hard for councils to be able to afford to do that stuff as well.
Great. Will they be paying for it?
I believe so. Well, they've put money in the budget. That's why I was a bit excited. I thought, because they sent out information last week from the Ministry for the Environment. Well, it'll be something different next week, but that work is going on. So,
Thank you.
they're funding it.
Yeah, very good to hear.
You're right of reply.
Yes, just briefly, and thank you, colleagues, for your support in this pragmatic approach. And I just want to pick up on, I think, both Councillor Gaylor and Councillor Vandervis, and it's noted on page 45, paragraph 8, the changes to the National and Regional Direction for National Hazards Management with the Otago Regional Policy Statement on Natural Hazards provision came into effect in 2025, and the National Policy Statement for Natural Hazards came into effect in January 2026. So together they require risk-based and proportionate approach to managing natural hazard risk over at least the next 100 years for all of Dunedin City. So this is just where this paper only addresses South Dunedin, where it's the 2GP is significantly different to that information, but staff are not just looking at it in isolation. They're required to under legislation. Thank you.
I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. We'll move on to item 9, which is the simplifying local government update, and I will speak to this report. I'll speak first, and then if anybody has any questions. So we have had a lot thrust upon us. The Otago Mayoral Forum is leading this work, so there are 5 mayors and 1 chair. We're sharing the brains and the costs. For Dunedin, we are paying a little bit more of the cost because it is on a headcount basis. So we are doing that extra work. We're getting weekly updates. I was in a Zoom last night with another update about where the work's getting to, and giving them feedback. And we also had a meeting last Friday to discuss the process to look at the community engagement survey, and then just a quick heads up about the Morrison low work. So I've been sharing the emails with you from the Mayoral Forum, which I hope that you've had the chance to read. There's a lot of information. I'm getting piles of it. So there was a I've got page 156, page 31, sorry, I'm just looking at my own referral notes about the current activity. So there's the collection and review of the background information, and that is a lot of the work that Morrison Low are doing. They've asked councils to provide a whole lot of information, because we have to look at the rates, the land areas, how many councillors there are, debt, all of that kind of stuff. Then the communities of interest analysis, so there was a survey that went out, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. The governance and representation analysis, I haven't seen anything of that yet, and the environmental and planning alignment analysis, and that's challenging, as you've heard this morning. There's still a lot of government legislation going on, so it's challenging to line that out. The financial modelling as well, and then the stakeholder engagement. So there is a lot of work going on in the background. There was obviously a very short 10-week time frame for this work. So we did a pulse check, which was a survey of the whole of Otago over 19 days, and there was 1,820 responses, which was a 0.7% response rate. 623 from Dunedin, 0.5% response rate. The first one was about in free text, so it was asking people what they were most concerned about. 41% were concerned about loss of identity, and we followed that on with having conversations about, do people feel an Otago identity, or do they feel a Dunedin identity? So I'll let that one sit there with you, because we had quite a discussion about that one. 37% a pro-reform sentiment, 30% were concerned about the finances, 17% concerned about the wider impacts of reform, and then 13% conditional or anti-reform sentiments, and 10% had process concerns. And we differ slightly in some areas, but probably not within the margin of error. And then there was one on what's most important to people, and you're allowed to choose 5 out of that. My preference, now that I think about it, would have actually been to have them ranked, and that might have given us better information. So for Otago, the order was affordable rates, 64%, quality services and infrastructure, 58%, keeping decisions local, 54%, rural, urban value plan, 40%, a healthy environment, 37%, and Dunedin's order was quality services and infrastructure, 63%, affordable rates, 58%, keeping decisions local, 50%, more efficiency, less duplication, 49%, and healthy environment, 43%. So you should have all of this information sent through, but we will share it more widely. There was a media release about it earlier in the week. So Local Government New Zealand have also held quite a number of Zooms. I've seen some councillors on the Zooms as well. We've learnt from experts in other councils. We've had Minister Watts had a Q&A this week. The Department of Internal Affairs, we've had questions and answers with them. And then LGNZ experts, both legal and technical, because we've been getting Simpson Grierson opinions on the reforms, and then some of the technical work as well. So I have a pile of printouts that I'm happy to share with anybody that likes their information printed out. So we've had, the Zooms included the DIA officials on Head Start, the lessons from Auckland's amalgamation, regional council functions, because it has been challenging for people to actually sometimes understand what regional councils do, and then also how do unitary councils work, because there are different models of how unitary councils work as well. So in the meantime, the LGNZ is also advocating on behalf of all of the councils in New Zealand clarity on the backstop process, because if we go Head Start, we need to understand what the risks and what backstop is, because there has been no explanation of what it is. So that is something we are trying to get clarity on, and we have not been able to get an answer, including from the Minister. And then making sure that the local government elected members help be part of the decision making in that process. We've sent letters, or the LGNZ has sent letters to Ministers Bishop and Watts, and the concerns are really the need to get that backstop process clarified. And also there's other things that government put upon us, with representation reviews and long-term plans as well, because it's very difficult to do those when we have quite a lot of burden of work from council. So the options that we are having Morrison Low look at an Otago-wide unitary authority, and then there was discussion about inland versus coastal, and that's come up a few times, and then another one with 3 unitary councils, Queenstown, Dunedin, and then another with Central Otago District Council, Clutha and Waitaki. And we've talked to our neighbours in Southland as well. We've sent letters to them to see if they wanted to be part of an Otago Southland model. They're very further ahead than we are, and there's also other options going on, including for Waitaki, because the northern neighbours are somewhat keen on amalgamating them, and it's where their people feel that they fit as well. So there is a lot of work going on, and the challenge is to assemble all of that work, because it's very, very complicated and we have no answers. But the key thing that we do is we try and get as much information as we can to be able to make good decisions for our communities. And then we will have I'm just trying to remember the date, it's within, I think it's next week possibly. Am I right, Sandy, that the Morrison Low information comes through?
It will be at the Mayoral Forum in Oamaru on the 3rd, I think.
Thank you. And I'll share that information when it becomes available as well. What we're trying to do is to make sense of all of the piles of information and assemble it, so we've got clarity around decision making as well. And then we intend to have workshops with councillors, because this council doesn't have a position about when we might go forward. And of course, we can't really have a position until we have the right information to make those decisions. So has anybody got any questions on any of this? And I'll do my best to answer them. Councillor Vandervis.
Morrison Lowe as a consultant, I remember them coming up with a good set of information on water issues at some point. But I wonder what experience Morrison Lowe have in governance analysis. Have they done previous projects on governance analysis?
Through you, Mayor, yes, they have.
Are you talking 1989 amalgamation or?
More recently, and they are actively involved in helping a number of other councils who are also further advanced in this process than we are.
On the issue of other councils being further advanced, why haven't we already got a proposed lead preferred option for Dunedin that we could send out for people to consider and then consult on in time to be able to have a preferred option to government before the deadline in August?
So the government were very clear that public consultation wasn't required as part of this process, and to my mind it was part of their tactic to give us such a short time frame to respond. So the window's been very, very tight. The mayoral forum made the decision that they wanted to endeavour to get some public feedback, and so they've done an all of region survey, which the mayor has briefed you on. So that was the best we could do in the time that we had, given that we had none of the councils in the region had a mandate for progressing this work compared to Southland, for example, which have been doing it for a year.
It seems to me that you've looked at a very wide kind of consultation rather than looking for what Dunedin people would consider to be in their best interests. This concerns me. I mean, collaboration's all very well in certain situations. In other situations like war, collaborators are shot.
Yeah.
My question is, why have we not developed a preferred option for Dunedin?
That work is still to come, but we haven't had any data on which to base that. So once we get the Morrison Lowe material on the 3rd of July, plus the community feedback, which is broken down by TA, so the TAs are split out, so you can see what the Dunedin residents say, and that's publicly available. It's worth looking. There are differences. There are clear communities of interest across the 5 TAs, so there are differences from a relatively low sample, but it's still a chunk of the community. We will do some work with councillors in July, and there'll be a decision-making report potentially the very end of July or the very start of August, once we've had time to assess the information.
So we're going to essentially put something forward to government at the 11th hour without giving the public an opportunity to really kick that ball around, whatever ball we come up with.
I can't predetermine what council will decide once we pull the data together. It may be that you don't put something up for that reason, or it may be that you do. But we've got a month of reasonably, and it hasn't been framed up yet. We're waiting to see the data. The data may very clearly say that it doesn't make sense, for example, to amalgamate, or it may say the opposite. We don't know.
Councillor Sims, Gaylor and Walker. Councillor Sims.
I guess following on from Councillor Vandervis somewhat, and I'm completely mystified by this in respect to, I understand the collection of the data that Morrison and Lowe are doing, albeit that much of that data is publicly available information anyway, but I can't understand why we believe, we appear to be assuming we've got more control over this process than perhaps what we do have, and that if Morrison and Lowe tell us to do this, that's what we're going to do. No. But that doesn't fit with the government's mandate. So
sorry, can I answer that? And I'm sorry if that's the impression you've got. That's certainly not the case. But the mayoral forum, on advice from chief executives, was that you need to have data consolidated, and yes, it is publicly available, but it still needs to be pulled together and interrogated at a region level, and looking also at a whole raft of things, including what services could be combined, what services the regional council do that unique, all that kind of stuff, and the different models for doing it. So we're not being driven by Morrison, no, but we did need someone to pull the information together.
I understand the data is important. It just feels to me like an acutely personal decision as opposed to a data-driven decision. But the second question I've got, and that is, again following from what Councillor Vandervis says, do you believe that the reason that we've had such low engagement to the survey may be a result of us not taking a position? And that, I noticed, we watched Invercargill very closely. Their mayor and council went out with a very strong position early on that One Southland was the way to go, and that ignited an enormous conversation throughout the whole of Southland about that proposal. And do you think the fact that we haven't got a stated position is keeping this out of the public limelight?
Invercargill and Southland have been working on their process under the local government commission for how many years? So they actually had a well-formed up proposal. We've got to work on the information to go out to people with a well-formed proposal, because I guess it's almost like the South Dunedin thing. If you haven't got a well-formed proposal that states the pros and cons and weighs up the factors, then it's very difficult to go out to people to consult on how are you feeling about something when you don't have the facts in front of you. And the government have pushed this time frame and pushed us into a really difficult position, because I don't think that any councillors around here would want to make a decision without having a whole lot more information. How do we protect our assets? We might have our eye on other people's assets, but how do we protect our assets when we're going forward, our companies? We have to do due diligence on the other councils as well, around their challenges and opportunities, and make a really well-informed decision for our community, because that's who we're here to serve. So it's really challenging in a really tight time frame, and that is why what we are hearing from a whole lot of councils is that pushback. Some councils that are all ready to go. They've been working on this process for years. They've been talking to their communities. They've done all of the background work, and they're ready to go, like Invercargill Southland. But we are not in that position yet. So this is part of doing that due diligence, and then we will get to the end of July and we'll assess the information that we have in front of us, and then we will make a decision about where we sit then.
If I could just support what the Mayor has said, but while we have the August deadline date, which is Head Start or otherwise, because backstop hasn't been framed up yet, there is a thought that backstop may not be just one thing, that backstop may able to still be slightly more bespoke than just you will all now do this thing. And it may be that there is the ability for councils who are interested in doing something different but weren't advanced enough for the August deadline to still formulate a proposal and spend a bit more time having engaged with their community. So because we don't have any clarity around backstop, it's hard to give really good advice about what we should be doing.
And some of the, I think Minister, it was him, because I don't want to quote, but one of the things that we hear is like, you've got a blank sheet of paper and now draw, and that's a real challenge, because you do need to try and make good decisions, and you've got to really use data and the community. Now I've got Councillors Gaylor, Walker, Ong and Treadwell. Councillor Gaylor.
Yeah, sorry, you may have already said this, but what's the number in the survey? Who answered it?
It was approximately 1,800. I haven't got the exact number, but that's across the region.
Sorry, my computer really... around I'll say around 1,800, and then around 600 from Dunedin. So it was 0.07 of 0.7% of Otago and 0.5 of Dunedin, and that's a challenge when you are going out with a survey that's a bit of how do you feel about things, rather than going out with something that's firmed up as well.
So would it be true to say this is sort of a wee bit of a game of cat and mouse between us and the government, trying to find the information that they hold and they're not giving? So what is our strategy? Can you be really candid with us?
Our strategy is to get as much information as we can, and that is where I've been in all of the Zooms. We've had DIA here as well, Department of Internal Affairs, and we try to get as much information out of them as possible, and there are challenges between what the ministers say and what the officials say. So we would like to catch the mouse and get more information. However, if you go to some of the Zooms, you'll see how difficult it is and how frustrated people are.
And I think to augment that again, your question was, what's their strategy? Their strategy, I think, is to make the local government sector smaller, and in their minds more efficient. And I don't. That's what their strategy is.
There are councils in New Zealand, though I know that some have been working for a long time, but there are a few groups, aren't there, correct me if I'm wrong, that have just come together as a result of this. What's different between themselves and us, or is that not true?
Can you give me an example of a group that's just come together?
Just hearing when the news was first announced, I noticed that there were a couple of some councils in the North Island that were getting together, and also in the Waitaki area.
I can't speak for Waitaki, but some of the councils you reference in the North Island have had long-standing collaborative arrangements in a range of spaces, so it wasn't new for them. And at the same time, there's an overlay of water reform in this, where many of those councils are already in. There's a 7-council multi-CCO in the middle of the North Island, for example. Those councils are looking in this space as well, but they already work together. We're not in that place here.
Are we on track to get an agreement on time for the August deadline?
We will do our best to get the information to decide whether we're going to meet that deadline as well, because this is a government-imposed deadline pre-election. So we're doing our best to get information, but I'm sure that everyone around this table doesn't want to make a decision until we've got the best information that we have.
Again, you asked whether you'll be able to get agreement. We can't answer that. What we will be able to do is provide you with information to make a decision. Whether that decision is agreement is for 5 councils to determine.
Yes. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Sophie. Probably a bit like Andrew, I've sort of felt in a bit of a void around this. So the paper was really useful, actually. It sort of brought things together for me. So two questions. And firstly, to your point about loyalty, by the way, it depends whether it's provincial rugby or the Highlanders. First question is around the sort of, maybe Councillor Gaylor was trying to get to this actual chicken and eggy thing around, we've just spent the morning around South D demanding we want information to make a decision. So we're sort of here, my sense is, I guess the question to you is, we're really in that we need the information before we can make what are going to be critical decisions, eh? That's the first question.
Oh, absolutely. And that's I've got a big file here, and that's only half the file. There is a huge amount of information to get through, because these are really big decisions. As I say, this is a once-in-a-generation decision. The last time that there was a lot of local government amalgamation was in 1989. So we are working to try and meet the deadline to get enough information to make the decisions, and I'm sure that we need to feel confident, and one of the challenges is not being able to consult your community, and it's the community that matters in these decisions as well, so that's part of the challenge. But when we get to that point in July where hopefully we have enough information to help us make a decision whether we do go or don't go.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll never have enough information, but there we go. Second question is the one that perplexes me most, and it might be a question for the CEO, and you've sort of touched on it. I'm perplexed that this has dropped without clarity around the backstop, because the backstop is sort of like the sword of Damocles. What is your sense of the reasons why there's so little information and what's involved in that process?
Well, I'll be candid again.
I was going to.
Yeah, well, I think it's because it is intended to be a sword of Damocles.
Yes, we have pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. Every single Zoom I've been at, every meeting I've been at is, what does backstop look like? Because how are you supposed to make a decision between Head Start and backstop when you can't necessarily assess the risk? And this is being done pre-election. That's the government's time frame. That's not our time frame. So that's a challenge. Yeah. Same one wasn't. Councillor on.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief Executive Graham. And let's be candid. I don't believe we are being candid here, Chief Executive Graham, because we know regional council amalgamation is essential. We know it's going to take place. And ultimately, I believe we know It's outside of our control because our parents, the Crown, are going to put forth to us what is going to be done to all our children councils. Now, I will have to ask then, apart from just a community referendum on this topic, why are we using ineffectively our ratepayers' money to try and seek out ineffectively community feedback for what we know is essential? Because it's not about local government being smaller, it's about larger economies of scale, it's about larger economic might, and it's about larger cooperation between the interconnected services that...
Sorry, Ms. Sophie, are we in debate or are we in question time?
I'm just trying to devise if there's a question.
Do we not understand that under the laws, it is outside of our control ultimately? So what do we seek to achieve out of all this?
It is within our control, and we will be making the best decision that we can. That's why we're seeking information and data. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. A couple of questions. I'll just try and keep them succinct. Just from your experience with the mayoral forum, can you give any insight as to the appetite to keep the ORC functions contained? Because I feel like a really dumb outcome of this would be if we ended up basically duplicating the ORC functions.
Not huge clarity about where that might sit. So we have been given some good information. I think some more information came through this morning about regional council functions, and the government was going to be doing, or did apparently do, a rapid review, which sounds very exciting, about the functions of regional council, and my expectation possibly was that government might centralise some of those functions and have some functions delivered regionally, but that the rapid review was very disappointing. And really, can you summarise the rapid review?
Rapid review so much, but I think there is broad agreement among the mayoral forum about the need to be efficient with those regional council functions, but there is no agreement or even common position yet on how they might be delivered. But there is an awareness that duplication would be made, but at the same time, very early in the discussion.
Thank you, that does clarify somewhat. I know there's two conditions for plans being adopted, one being, or two conditions for eligibility, one being either it's driven by the highest population TA or the highest number of TAs within a region.
So yeah, there need to be one TA can't do it by themselves, so it has to be two TAs or more. Actually, Sandy, you might be able to give us
So there's a numbers game or a TA numbers game or a population numbers game. They're the two, but they are only criteria that get you into the Head Start process. Doesn't guarantee that you'd be accepted into it. So there's a lot around that we're not sure about either, because that, I think, is either ministerial or cabinet decision. Do you remember which, Mayor?
So I shouldn't say.
I'm not sure, it's one or the other, but
yeah.
So there's no clarity yet. So were the country to come up with 20 Head Start proposals, there is no guarantee that all of them would be progressed into that process.
And there was some controversy on a Zoom the other night when perhaps officials had said there might just be a small number that get through, and we also understand about how DIA is funded and their ability to assess a number of them, and then what the government thinks. So that's a challenge, they said, between the officials and the ministers. And it's also really important that to see that the options will be delivered against the government's Head Start criteria. So it's how do you match that criteria honestly about deliverability, about support for the new planning system that hasn't come through the legislation yet. And that is one of the key things. How are we supposed to deliver something when we don't actually know what it is? Simpler local governance, economies of scale, and I think that's really important to all of us as well, and then maintenance of local voice and representation. So you can see it's actually really complex, and especially really complex when there's a bunch of legislation supposed to be coming through, like the simplifying local government legislation, like the planning legislation, the RMA. So there are, I can't remember the quote about how many known unknowns and unknown unknowns, but there's a heck of a lot of them. So we are just trying to get the work done behind the scenes to give us enough information to help us make a decision whether it's to go Head Start or not go Head Start, and then if we went Head Start, then what would that look like? So it is really complex and it's really difficult discussions to have.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. I just wanted to establish that there's a window, I guess, where the DIA could accept a proposal from multiple TAs that would affect us as part of the Head Start program. I'm not saying they would, but that is a possibility.
Oh, absolutely, and that's part of the risk as well. That councils are dragged into is it that somebody else might decide that they want to amalgamate with us, and we might decide that we don't necessarily want to amalgamate with them. And perhaps Waitaki, maybe they're looking north, maybe they're looking south, and there's also a real challenge around some orphan councils. There's a lot of smaller councils in areas who are very concerned that they may be left orphaned by this, and that's really hard for them as well.
And again, what I'd say is that the benefit of the discussions that the mayoral forum has been having, because that's been mayors and chief executives, is that we've been pretty honest about these things, and so the mayor has been having good, honest conversations with her fellow mayors, and likewise me with my fellow chief executives. So while it's a risk, I think we are doing the best we can to at least understand that risk as we work through the process.
Absolutely appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hall and then Councillor Lund, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor Barker. To continue on from what you were talking about just a second ago, I know this is maybe a bit early to discuss this, but we might need to accept a third option to just not get on the bus and still have the conversation unrushed and use the backstop. I understand we've had zero direction as I've been at all the meetings. I do still also find it amazing the lack of direction coming out of central government. It blows my mind.
Yep. There's a question there, but thank you for coming to the Zooms, because see
third option.
The third option. Yes. There will be options which we will just assess against risk and reward, basically. I think you having been on the Zooms, you will see the frustration with the government, with the officials, about not being able to get clarity of information, which makes it really, really difficult for us to find pathways forward. So what we've been trying to do in the background is to get the best information to come to council, so then we can make a decision. Councillor Lund.
In terms of the timeframes, it says in paragraph 13 that, as we know, these proposals have to be in by August 9, the Head Start, and we've got a council meeting August 7th, most likely, that we're going to consider this for the Morrison Lowe report and the information. So we've really got virtually no time to consider. We're going to have to get that report, make a decision, and the point that's just been made about having more time, isn't it true that there's only 6 weeks the government's allocated after the Head Start to determine boundaries and determine the shape of the councils? That's just 6 or 7 weeks. So are we not running a risk that by not engaging with councils now, I appreciate we have no information, but other councils have reached out on a test the waters basis. Should we not be doing that now, so at least when we get to the end of July and the data says, well, maybe we should join with one or the other?
That's what we've got the Mayoral Forum to do, is that we have been meeting with the Mayoral Forum. So I could go back to you. Yes, we're meeting with the Mayoral Forum. Yes, we're having those conversations about some of the options. We are looking at having another council meeting. Have we scheduled it? No. Oh, we are scheduling it?
Yeah, once we get the data and map out timeframes, we'll schedule a meeting. We're just trying to work out whether we want to know, after recent experience, I'm not sure which is better, what other councils wish to do, because each council will need to make their own decision. So it's about whether we want to be first or second. So,
with your experiences in the Mayoral Forum, Mayor Sophie, very candidly, is there any appetite from any council to join with us?
I actually can't say that yet. I mean, we are looking at all of the options and having open conversations. I think everybody just wants to get down to the data and wants to understand that there is a real tension, I must say, and I had a minister, not from the National Party, talking to me about this, about the rural urban tension. So there are a whole lot of other things in play, but we are having those very open conversations. You know, there's literally 5 new mayors within Otago, great mayors, and I've been really, really pleased to have those conversations with them. But we are all like, we need the data, we need to understand what would or might not work. So it is based on those, getting that information.
What I would say though, and this isn't related to conversations, but it's logical, most models will work better where they include Dunedin because of the scale that we bring and the efficiency that comes with that. And everyone, if they're turning their logical brain to that, will have formed that conclusion.
Have you advised people like the Clutha Council that logic matters?
Can't say I've had that conversation, but we are all talking about the logic of this, and as a big partner with $5 billion worth of assets, less $1 billion worth of debt, of course, and a wide ratepayer base, people, of course, are looking at Dunedin as well. So that's part of the tension. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, one of the experts in one of the Zoom sessions who impressed me most was Andres Hauser. He seems very expert, and I was interviewed about in this area of amalgamation. And his advice seemed to be that when you're looking at the regional council functions and city functions, or territorial authority functions, you're best to be guided by catchments. But none of our options seem to do that. They all seem to cut across catchments.
Part of some of the work that's being done in the background is catchment based, and there's been a series of principles that are being developed in the background around how we might frame up any of these conversations. The environment, and I'm not speaking out of school, was in management of and looking after it was the driving principle in terms of that, because of how people then need to interact with the environment, because of how you then manage it. So catchment based is what we are all grappling with because of what that means with boundaries.
Councillor Gaylor.
And just on that, we talked about duplication before with regional councils, but what about the regulatory functions? Because I know that there's long been the view that you can't have the fox in charge of the hen house when it comes to some of our water issues, air issues and the like. What's been the prevailing view around that? Has it been discussed yet?
There are successful examples of unitary councils already where the fox and the hen house managed to find a way to work together. So Marlborough, up in the Tasman, for example. So unitary councils have been proven to work, and it's just about setting up mechanisms for how you do that.
But are you aware there's also criticism of that method as well, that it's good to keep them separate?
There's criticism of most nearly everything, I find, but no, all of these things are discussions that are happening, but we're aware of them.
And that was, I guess, part of the challenge about when the government did the rapid review. I guess I had perhaps a little bit of hope that the government might take over some of those regulation things and the policeman hat, perhaps, because that's part of the challenge. So that's when you actually get down to the detail of how we work the regional council functions. So there's a lot of work to do.
So it's a slightly false narrative, I think, because currently we already do it. So in Mr Henderson's area, we are both a regulator and a building owner, and we manage that now. And so you find ways to manage through that kind of complexity, and we've been doing it for a long time. And so I think it's just something to be managed, and depending on what councils decide they want and what they want delivered.
So are there any more questions? I will endeavour to get... I'm sharing all of the information, and I know that councillors get deluged with information, so we would hope to have Councillor Fessiter, I missed you. I'll just finish just saying that I hope that we can have some discussions and some more workshops, but feel free to come and ask me about any of this, and I will share the information. And CEO Graham as well, and we'll share the information. It's good to be able to collect it and have those discussions. Councillor Fessiter, then Councillor Ong.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koe for speaking to the report. Just curious in terms of principles and the fundamental principle of localism. In this kōrero, is it being lost, or is it being re-channeled in terms of economies of scale and it's not actually mentioned that I can see in terms of really local decision making made by the people most affected by those decisions?
That's certainly the feedback that we've been giving to the government, is there is this government campaign on localism, and that should be very important. And then when you see that the options the government's Head Start criteria do include maintenance of local voice and representation, that's the concern of all of the people that we're hearing from as well, and how they're affected by decisions that are made centrally. We all have our views on centralisation and what that means to smaller communities as well. So we're very, very aware of that.
In terms of the environment being one of the organising principles that the Mayoral Forum have thought about, another one that's clearly come through, and I can't remember exactly how it was expressed, but it's about the importance of local voice. And so that was one of the other ones from memory.
Yeah, I think it was, Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Now, localism is an opportunity for us in the same way that, as Chief Executive Graham highlighted, we have the role of both regulator and business owner and asset owner. That is the opportunity for us as well, because it brings a competitive economic advantage to us. So I will ask, in discussions with other councils, has there been a discussion on cooperation for economic development and tourism together as regional amalgamated entities? Because that would bring a further tremendous economic competitive advantage to our councils combined.
Yes, the economies of scale are in that, and there are already opportunities where the regional tourism organisations are working together. So yes, it has been considered.
So, for instance, to the smaller councils, for example, Waitaki Council, can you present that onwards to them? Because they may not see the synergy. Well, we need to put forth to them the economic synergy, that if they are under us as a larger council, we are able to put forth more for their economic development as well.
That's all being considered, thank you. Now, I will move that we note the work currently underway through the Otago Regional Local Government Reform Programme, and note that no decisions have been made regarding any preferred reform option or potential Head Start proposal. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. And in moving this, I did want to have that free and open question and answer session, because I know that there has been a deluge of information coming through from Local Government New Zealand, from us on emails, on Zooms, etc. And as has been evident through the questions, it's actually been quite hard to get solid information, and incredibly frustrating, because if we are going to make decisions about how we work as some sort of unitary council, then we need to have the best data and evidence on which to make those decisions. So we've been working very hard, both as a mayoral forum and as ourselves as councillors, to try and educate ourselves the best, given all of the other work that we're going on as well. This is an extremely stressful process, and I think the questions asked about who is it driven by, and it is driven by government, and it was quite a shock when we've got a whole lot of other work going on to have more work dropped on us. So we are doing the best that we can to get the best information that we can to bring back to council and help us make decisions on where we might look at going in the future under the Head Start process. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. I'll genuinely keep this one brief. I do appreciate getting the paper. I mean, we've got so much going on in this organisation that weirdly this stuff can get a bit lost, but it's really fantastically important for our future. And I obviously support. I mean, I can't make as a governor decisions without having relevant information. Whatever our expectation of that is, we'll never have enough information around this, and the decision ultimately down the line will be fraught. And just, I was going to ask the same question as Councillor Lund, actually, around sort of during your discussions, is there anyone who does or doesn't want us? And then out the corner of my eye, I could see Ruby and Grant, so I refrained from asking that. I will finish by just saying one thing. What in your discussions, just, and I know you know this, but catchments do make sense.
Thank you, Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I think it's really timely that we're considering this one in the same meeting that we're considering a South Dunedin future program decision, because the impact of this process will absolutely dwarf the impacts that we're making for South Dunedin futures, and we've been working on those for 7 years. I mean, we're talking about merging council organisations that turn over hundreds of millions of dollars annually, with no advice from Central on how that's really going to work. But it's hard to imagine any scenario where we won't be completely recalculating our rates here. Additionally, like, we explicitly have been directed to keep working on our long-term plans, which sort of guarantees millions wasted in audit and consultancy across various authorities around the country, and then we'll have to throw those out in the near future as well. Again, explicit government directive. What we heard from Tangi Utakere, who's the Labour spokesperson for local government, is that the opposition doesn't really have any appetite to cancel this. So regardless of the outcome of November's election, this is happening. And I don't think people have really grappled with that. Like, Mayor Barker will almost certainly be the last mayor of Dunedin. And I just feels a bit weird. In my view, being asked to make this proposal in such a short span of time with such limited information can only result in bad decision making. What I would like to see in the medium term would be maybe some kind of hui with other councillors in the region. I don't think that's practicable within the pre-Head Start period, but I think it's something that would be valuable, right? Start actually having those big chats. If there is some grace period or some additional time to perform actual consultation, this could be a really good opportunity for a citizens' assembly, like get a group of people to, and get them properly informed on the issue so we can get really good feedback from people who have been, know all the relevant stuff about it. At the moment, of course, we don't know the relevant stuff about it anyway, so that's a little bit of a hard demand. Thank you for the report. It did clarify some things, but I sort of feel like Alice in Wonderland about all this, really. Kia ora.
I need to move that the council extends the meeting beyond 6 hours. I'm sure there's absolute support for that. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. So I have Councillors Chambers, Sims, Hall, that is, I can't read my own writing, Vandervis and Ong. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thanks. Now, language such as words such as simplifying and economies of scale and making savings, these are all very common concepts that appear when you're making a restructure. All sounds very edifying and very positive. They very rarely work out in the end. But I've watched all the Zoom sessions over the past few weeks, and I've read all the papers. And I would support noting the work underway, and the fact that no decisions have yet been made is no surprise. What stood out to me is the complexity of what's actually happened so far. For example, with a Zoom session with 3 successful unitary councils in the north of the South Island, Nelson, Marlborough and Tasman, and they were all quite small. 50,000 population, each unitary council. I wonder if they're going to find that they're told to unify amongst the unitaries and end up they're pushed together to one larger unitary council, perhaps. But then we go to Auckland, and Auckland has one big council and serving a huge population, but it has 21 local boards, which are quite substantial, with chiefs and members all elected, all paid substantial salaries. It's quite complex. It's not simplified. It's not a simple local government. It's a complex, expensive structure. I don't think Sophie, I hope Sophie has a long tenure as Mayor of Dunedin, and I certainly don't think she'll be the last Mayor of Dunedin. There will always be Mayor of Dunedin, I think. But it may be that it's not called a City of Dunedin, maybe it's a massive local board, the Dunedin local board, which will have a mayor. There's just some entity above us, which seems to think it's in charge. But I won't say no.
Councillor Sims.
I'm not quite so sure why we appear so threatened. This is a phenomenal opportunity for Dunedin and for Otago, and it's an opportunity to form a powerhouse region with a strong growing economy and a diversity that most regions would die for. We would end up with a strong voice in Wellington, a $20 billion economy, a world-class tourism offering, a coordinated regional economic development effort, a primary production powerhouse, a world-class teaching hospital, a world-class university, and a resilient deep water port coming home. I don't see this in any way as a threat to Dunedin. I think it's nothing other than a phenomenal opportunity, and I encourage us to grasp it. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Bishop. I am open to the evidence. I've not formed an opinion either way at this point, but I am not open to a rushed conclusion. I'm sorry. Fewer councillors might simplify the map, but that does not automatically simplify the life for the residents. It does not automatically lower rates, it does not automatically protect local voice, and it does not automatically make better decisions for Dunedin. What concerns me is the speed of this process. We are being pushed towards a very large structural choice before the public has seen any options. Clear costs, clear transitional risks, or clear evidence of what would actually improve. That is not good governance. Good governance means evidence first, options second, public feedback third, and decisions last. It does not, it should not be the other way around. I find it incredible that central government is expecting councils and communities to move at this pace on decisions that could reshape local democracy across Otago. These are not small administrative changes. They affect representation, service, debt, rates, infrastructural priorities, and the other abilities of local communities to have meaningful voice. So I'm happy to receive the report and keep looking at the evidence, but I will not support rushing into a conclusion just because Wellington has set an artificial timeline. Dunedin needs to approach this carefully and with open eyes, and with our community properly informed before any major position is taken. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
In my view, the way to get the population of Dunedin properly informed is to actually give them a conceptual proposal that will ignite the kind of conversation that they've had in Invercargill, Southland, that will actually make people aware that whether we like it or not, we're going to have to rush this. As Councillor Treadwell said, this is happening. You can't hope that a change of government is going to change this. And it's happening for very, very good reasons. I've tried very hard for at least a decade to get the regional councils out of Dunedin's hair. And finally it's happened, and it hasn't been that much of an issue. We haven't seen the anticipated results yet. They still went ahead and moved into their $60 million palace anyway, even though they're not going to be there in 2 years, with all the cost that came with that. But I do expect that under the unitary council model, we will have very significant savings. They may not be automatic. They will require some redundancies, and we shouldn't shy from the fact that once you combine organisations, there are a whole lot of functions that can be done with less people especially when you've got AI to help. In terms of in terms of this motion here, it's not a motion, it's this report that we've got to note in front of us. The Mayor has argued strongly that we need a well-informed proposal with as much data as possible and that we need to have all the evidence before we can make a best decision. I don't believe that's the case at all. I believe that what we really need is leadership from our Mayor to propose a concept that people can say, oh, well, yes, that may work, or no, don't like that idea at all. We need a concept put out there for the public of Dunedin to engage with. Other councils have done it. We are lagging, we are dragging the chain, and there have been excuses for that. I don't think we have an excuse. We have a potential to put forward a model, any model you like. It can be a Dunedin Waitaki, it can be a whole of Otago, it can be an Otago Southland. But we need a model out there. We need to engage with the public, and what we need to do is present to government something that the people of Dunedin will be really keen on. Not a group of mayors, not a whole lot of other people. We've got to represent the people of Dunedin, and in not getting a really good conceptually proposed idea, and it doesn't have to be the final idea, it doesn't have to be the right one, but in not having a concept there at all, we are doing a disservice to the people of Dunedin, and we are essentially asking government to make decisions for us. The potential for common tourism promotion, the potential for having well, I'm thinking of the Waitaki River in particular, for having catchments that actually make sense and are governed end to end. That potential is all there and waiting for us to embrace and waiting for us to give a conceptual model to. The devil in this case will be in waiting for the detail and not going ahead, embracing the reality that this is happening and that what we want is what we want to present to government is what the majority of people in Dunedin would like us to present on their behalf.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I feel like I want to just start back from the start of the year to say the same thing, which is regional council amalgamation is essential for us across our councils. And it goes back very simply to what we know. We are one of the 4 centre cities in our great country. And we are the centre city for the southern region. And then when we think about all that we need and all that we truly rely on, you think about this RMA and the reforms that are taking place very broadly, and it comes back to that necessity that we depend on. It's been a while since I talked about it. Our Crown fiscal conservatism that we depend upon for our City Council's debt. And it's reliant on the world's strongest financial safety that we depend on from our Crown. And that has benefited our City Council for the longest time because simply we have the financial backstop that means that we're not truly one of the world's safest issuers of debt on the City Council side, but we are benefiting from that implicit financial guarantee that's going up to our Crown. And so in what we need going forward for our infrastructure, for our 3 waters, for everything else, South Dunedin future, Kettle Park's future, everything else that we need, that we would need to finance through debt, rather than saying all the time, you know, we need to go back to our ratepayers for further equity handouts to our council. We are reliant on the financial strength of our Crown, and we are reliant on debt that we would have to pay off in time, but in the meantime, we need to finance that and depend on the cheap financing source that we do count on from our Crown. And then when it comes back to a lot of other things that we know, We have the oldest leading university in our city. We have our polytechnic. We have our Dunedin Hospital and our new Dunedin Hospital, which is not just serving our city, it's serving all across the southern region. And so when it comes to what we are, it's preceding my time. We know about when we've rallied for our Dunedin Hospital. And I hope that next month or the month after, we are going to rally as well at the same time to say the fees-free policy for our Dunedin students is an essential part of our Dunedin economy. And we want to have that voice to say to our Crown, we need to keep this. And so I do believe, if we are going to present ourselves as a greater voice and as the center voice for our southern region, which at the top, it's Dunedin City. And then combined with that, it's ORC. Of course, it makes perfect sense because we have interconnected services. ORC runs our bus service and the bus service across the region. And then, of course, there are smaller councils that would benefit from having a larger parent council. That's, for example, has been highlighted, Waitaki Council. So if we're representing that broader voice, and Dunedin City is very clearly always going to be the center city for the Great Southern Region, that just puts forth to our Crown, as our Crown will put forth to us and is putting forth to us now, we need to consolidate. Well, we can go back and say to our Crown, good idea. Now we have an even greater voice to say back to you, our parents, the Crown. Can you pay more attention to these local issues, localism, which is what we want for our city, which is what we want for our students, which is what we want for our Dunedin Hospital, and it makes perfect sense because, do you know why? Our city is our city, just put it very simply, from the farm, which is our Otago regional farmers, our farming community all across the south, to the fork, which is Dunedin City representing the services all across our community that are provided all across our regions, and then to the port, the piece that's not under Dunedin City Council. And that port is shipping out to the world internationally. Now, it would be a great thing if we have the farm to the fork to the port. Very simply.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Looking at all of the options, I feel tense and I'm concerned. Whether we're a regional super city or a unitary authority, I believe it's going to be detrimental. I argue this will be heavily centralised and dilute community voice, creating a massive bureaucratic ineffectiveness, expanding boundaries for all of Otago. How are we going to manage things like local parks, rubbish and all the small stuff? The Auckland merger left local boards operating on a fraction of the budget and largely ignored by their central body. There's going to be a massive burden on our ratepayers. The high cost to transition, millions in IT, legal and restructuring. The government has offered absolutely no funding on how we're going to transition, and we could be forcing our ratepayers to foot the bill on this for years. There are risks for us from diverting our backlog of infrastructure and other challenges, and attention could just go to projects outside of the city. Queenstown versus Ōtepoti, we know they're vastly different both in geography and economies, skewing budgets away from socio-economic needs in our most vulnerable communities. I don't know what homeless is not like across the rest of Otago, but I'm going to say thousands. Staff may be forced out of their roles, and this is something that I really worry about. We're going to lose expertise and decades of institutional knowledge. Specific things like South Dunedin flood infrastructure, roading, consenting, etc. Top-down directives and a lack of community engagement is a tack on localism. I'm not keen.
Anyone else? Thank you. And, oh, sorry, Councillor Fiso. Oh, sorry, Councillor Go. Sorry, I missed you.
It's all right. I think we've got to be very careful here. I'm deeply worried that let's get down to brass tacks, we are very much a left-leaning city. We have a right-wing government. We miss out a lot here in Dunedin anyway. We've got a conservative university as well that seems to often sort of sit on its own too, and also led by a former finance minister of the former Labour Party. So, I don't know, this sounds a wee bit conspiratorial, but I don't think that we will be looked upon terribly favourably if the government has to do this to us without us doing it to ourselves. I see there is a lot of opportunity for us to maintain our strength, and I'm heartened by the ideas of Councillor Sims. I do believe that if we were to join forces with other councils, we could become more of a powerhouse than we are. We've got to realise that we also have our port at stake, and we don't really want the government just deciding that they're going to do something with that without our permission either. So I'm deeply worried. I don't think we're going to be looked upon kindly if the government is going to do this to us by themselves without us getting organised and creating some sort of plan before August the 6th, but it is looking increasingly unlikely at the pace we're going. So I just want to signal to, I suppose, to Dunedin and to this council that this could be quite fraught for Dunedin. I would love to see more public engagement. I personally don't think the public really understand what is at stake here. It's not just localism, but it's also our whole identity, and we need to control our destiny, and I don't think so far we've really, I've seen much of, not so much of an effort, but I can't actually see clearly what we are doing to prevent that from happening, a negative outcome. So, I just would ask, in fact, implore our Mayor and our Chief Executive to think very, very carefully about the sort of political messages we're sending and what sort of environment we're heading into after August the 6th and what could actually happen. And I don't think anybody wants to lose what's special about Dunedin, and I can sort of see that's on the cards if we don't play them right. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koe to you and the other mayors and various people who've been working really, really hard on this and probably losing sleep on it and worrying and the stress. And I also want to acknowledge organisations like Untitled Chapter and all the officials who have been having to cope with more stuff from this government. I just want to, as an aside, I just want to note that this government, since early June, has had submission processes for 9 bills, and 6 of them have closed already. I think they closed on the 15th of June, and there's like 3 more. The Conservation Amendment Bill, 8 days left. Definitions of Woman and Man Bill, 8 days left. Move On Orders Bill, 8 days left. And it strikes me, that the most vulnerable populations are really being picked on by this government. They have been since they got into office. So I just, I don't trust any of this stuff from the national government, from the coalition government. They're, from my perspective, they're right on intent on plundering the whenua, the environment and the people, and I just think that this measure is, we've been told it's going to be great for efficiency. I highly doubt it, and I think people should do some research into how efficient the super Auckland City Council has been. I think they've wasted a lot of money myself, but we can read. I would recommend to us reading the submission from the New Zealand Initiative think tank. To me, they make very cogent points. It was published in February, and they really do agree that there is reform, but they're saying to remove, say for example, they've said to remove regional councils just like that isn't necessarily going to solve the problem. Kia ora.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for your comments. This is obviously a very challenging process. And Councillor Walker, you talked about, and there was another councillor that talked about the catchment bases about making sense, and the regional council have done some good work on catchment. So I had a quick look on that, and that doesn't necessarily appear to have been part of the conversation. It would be great if we could just start with a clean slate and actually work on what makes sense for I'll just go South Island in particular because that's where we are. Unfortunately, we are within boundaries that were generally remade in 1989, which makes it really difficult. Councillor Treadwell, you are correct. It would dwarf the South Dunedin futures with the scale of work. There's a lot of work. You also noted about the LTP and the audit work, and it has been asked that can councils be given some relief on doing some of this work, especially the audit expenses, because they are horrendous, and if there is change then we would need to do another audit pretty quickly. So that's part of the challenges of going through this process carefully. And perhaps I might be the last mayor of Dunedin, and I think that Councillor Chambers talked about maybe there would be more mayors. However, we see what local boards are like. They do have chairs, so that is part of the challenge. And then I guess when you think about people liking to approach their mayors and their councillors in the supermarket, that's one of the things that what people mean by local voice is their ability to actually connect with the people on the ground and tell them what they're thinking, which is one of the pleasures of democracy. Councillor Treadwell, you also talked about having a hui with the other councillors in the region, and the Chief Executive informs me that there is a regional Zoom plan with all of the councillors as well. And while Zooms are difficult, at least it's good for people to be able to get together and have those conversations. However, we all know that sometimes the best conversations are had over the teacups and the breaks. And Councillor Chambers, thank you for going to all of the Zooms and reading all of the papers. You will have a very in-depth view. You see that the complexity stood out, and that is part of the challenge, is that we have I don't know if it's not a jigsaw puzzle, it feels like a piece of Meccano, and we can't quite clearly see what the outcome is going to be yet. And then you did talk about Auckland with their 21 local boards, and I think I was going to mention about some of the complexity there around their budgets and their ability to actually have any influence on the budgets, because I did listen to one of the, I think it was a chair of a local board who just said, well, they keep going to the mothership, Auckland Council, and asking for more money to do things and don't get it. So we have to consider, do we want Dunedin to be in that position as well? Councillor Sims, thank you for talking about the opportunity for Otago, because Otago, we have all agreed that the strengths are in our diversity, and we do want to work together. We can see in conversations with other councils about what their challenges are. For Central Otago, just a small example is really around attracting planning staff. So would it be a better idea to centralise the planning staff? There's all those complex pieces in there. So yes, it is both a threat and an opportunity there as well. Councillor, you've talked about that you're open to the evidence, that we don't want to make a rush decision, and the concern about the speed of the process, and we've all been concerned about that because it's been a huge deluge, as Councillor Lefiso mentioned, about submissions etc. coming before the government, and then we do need to walk carefully into this with our eyes open. And Councillor Vanvis talked about giving a conceptual proposal like Invercargill and Southland. And Invercargill and Southland have been working on this for a long time, and they've been with the Local Government Commission for at least a year, and they've worked very, very hard on making sure that they have an evidence-based proposal to put forward to their community before they discuss it. So it's not my style to make ill-informed stances, and I certainly won't be jumping into this fire naked. I will be making sure that we have all of the information that we can to make a good decision and have those conversations together. Sorry, I've got 30 seconds. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for the example from the local board. Councillor Gaylor, we do need to be really careful about the way that we take part in this decision and the messages that we are giving to government as well, and that really has to put us all on notice about councillor behaviour. behaviour as well, because that is part of the reason that central government is attacking local government, is around councillors' behaviour. And yes, we do want to have control over our destiny and make sure that we do the right thing by the people who live in the city. That said, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
No.
Thank you. Just trying to decide whether we should have a tea break or... Oh, we do. Okay. Okay, I move that we have 10 minutes. So we will come back at... is that clock right? 10 past. Yeah, 10 past 10. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye.
I was going to say something else. Have we done the 6-hour extension thing yet?
Yeah, I did that. I did that at 2:30. Yeah, I've got 3-2 highlighted on my pad. Bylaw review, which almost seems appropriate. It seems today we have already discussed chickens and eggs and cats and mouse and fox and hens and elephants, and I don't know if any of those are part of the animals that we'll be talking about now. However, I welcome Mr. Paul Henderson, Ms. Bonnie Wright, Ms. Kasna Sewell and Ms. Tanya Morrison to speak to the report.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mayor Sophie, Deputy Mayor Lucas, and good afternoon to councillors. My name is Tanya Morrison. I'm the Team Leader, Environmental Health Alcohol Licensing. Just a couple of brief comments before we move to questions. You'll have the reports before you. The staff's opinion, we believe the current bylaw is generally working well and covers the key animal-related issues that it is designed to address. So we've only proposed limited change at this stage. Now, we are aware that there's been a few questions raised, particularly around cats, and whether specific cat provisions should be included in the bylaw. At this stage, we're not proposing specific cat provisions or a specific consultation question on cats for the following reasons. The existing nuisance provisions can already be used where cat-related issues create a nuisance. The bylaw focuses on animals under human ownership and responsible pet ownership, whereas wild or feral cats, for example, are outside of the scope because they are not owned animals. The Local Government Act bylaw making powers also focus on matters such as public health and nuisance, not wildlife protection, and there is limited evidence of public health impacts from cats. Feedback from other councils we have gathered also suggests that mandatory desexing and microchipping can be difficult to enforce, is resource intensive and may not address issues such as roaming or defecation. So our current approach is education and collaboration to ensure that responsible cat ownership, and this is supported by complaint-based engagement and our historic promotion of local snip and chip initiatives where these were available. So we're happy to move to any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis has a question.
Page 184, and I did send the question by email, hoping to save time today, but at the bottom of 184 it talks about the impact of toxoplasmosis from cat faeces on the health of humans. You've said there's limited evidence of it. My reading suggests that there is quite a bit of evidence of it, that it's in fact most likely that if you get toxoplasmosis it's from cats, and also that it is a very serious issue for pregnant females. Is there anything that we could do to help limit this admittedly not widespread but still very serious health issue when it arises?
Thank you, Councillor. You are correct in your summation of toxoplasmosis and what it can cause, especially if infections do occur. For context, not all cats do carry it, and it is also down to a vulnerable population, namely pregnant women, who are most susceptible. It is something that can be contracted as an infection for the general population of healthy individuals, for example, who are not immunocompromised, may not even know they have it and experience zero symptoms. So we have to keep in mind the infection impact can be significant, absolutely, but to what proportion of the population? With that in mind, the educative approach is the one that we've taken to date. So, for example, washing your hands after handling any root vegetables grown in the garden or doing gardening, or wearing gloves while gardening, being very mindful when handling cat litter trays, for example. These are educative measures that we have pushed out already and will continue to do so to try and address who are the vulnerable populations. So when we refer to limited evidence, I'm not aware in my tenure so far in council that we've ever had a confirmed case that we've been notified of. So we just have to keep the context in mind.
Thank you for that explanation.
I've got Councillor Chambers and Councillor Treadwell.
Yeah, thanks. Just out of interest with regard to roosters, are there many people who apply for a permit to keep a rooster in the city? And if so, for what sort of reason? And what do they have anything they can do to stop the rooster making a lot of noise?
I've been on the council list. Roosters. Yes, we do have quite a few people apply for permits, responsible rooster owners again. To your question, operationally, there are a few things that staff do advise to try and quieten down roosters. There's a range of options we go through, darkening out enclosures, coops, there's some theories around collars and the like. So these are operational things that staff work through during visits. effectively getting a permit is meaning that you can house a rooster in a way that it's not waking up the neighbours. If it is waking up the neighbours, and we've tried other intervention educative measures to try and mitigate that, that's an operational matter that we work through.
So I just want to remind people just that we do have quite a number of things to get through. This is just going out for consultation purposes, so there will be an opportunity. Councillor Chambers, I think you're putting your hand up for a hearing committee. So I've sat on this keeping of animals bylaw and learnt a lot about roosters. So if we can just keep the questions around the bylaw just for the purposes of time. I've got councillors Treadwell, Lund and Gaylor. And did you have you're putting your hand up for the bylaw? Okay. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you so much for the fulsome report. Genuinely a really good read. With regard to cats, I've had questions about this around this table, but I'm really satisfied about the explanation that the bylaw is about health and safety, so those kind of concerns coming through around wildlife are outside the scope, so that is appreciated. I'm just wondering if you have, if we are across the numbers of, like, basically feral cat populations in the city, or is that irrelevant?
Thank you, Councillor. We're across it to the point of view of publicly available information. Otherwise, particularly when you're talking stray or into feral cat populations, it's hard to put an exact number on it. We certainly know they exist, and we can see the impact of it, albeit not necessarily in a human health realm, which is, again, the scope of the bylaw.
Councillor Lund, then Councillor Gaylor.
No, I'll have to withdraw my question. I am firmly on the side of the roosters, and I was going to point out that in the survey that a majority of the views were letting the roosters roam free, but I've just realised I've been outpointed by one vote on the survey. So, but I do think they add local colour. I just would ask one thing: rooster dumping. Are there packs of roosters running riot in the city, Mr. Henderson?
Otago Peninsula. Okay, maybe another volunteer for the hearing panel. Councillor Gaylor.
Thank you. Just on cats, I notice the RSPCA does recommend microchipping, but you're not doing that or recommending that here in the bylaw. Do other councils do that, and what is the success of that?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, there are some other councils' bylaws that do include both microchipping and desexing, for that matter. We've spoken to a few of those staff within those councils, and again we come back to responsible pet ownership and cat ownership in this respect, and this would be aimed at domestic cats. A lot of the issues that we are seeing are from stray and from feral cats. Other councils report operationally it is very resource intensive, and it has limited impact for some of the key issues, for example roaming. So mixed reviews, but at this stage we haven't got, in our opinion, enough evidence to warrant it being in the statement of proposal and what's in front of you today.
So if people were to give feedback on that, you'd welcome it, obviously. So with regards to roosters, we've got 13 people here in the survey who, they're not that happy with the roosters, waking them up. So just wondering what the threshold is. I mean, that's 9%, but what is the threshold for being an annoyance? I mean, it seems like, even though it looks like a low number compared to the others, it still seems relatively significant.
Absolutely, and I can assure you if you live next to one, you won't forget it. I guess the general provisions of the bylaw can address this in terms of, again, that responsible pet ownership and provisions. Also, when we think of noise, there's also the Resource Management Act noise provisions, which is more so unreasonable noise, and we consider what's called the FIDAL factors, which is frequency, intensity, duration, offensiveness and location. So we do have measures to assess unreasonable noise and other legislative mechanisms we can use if we had to for noise in particular.
Because there's quite a low number, can you give me an example of the kind of gravitas or the concerns that this causes people? Do they call noise control?
They're more likely to call me, to be honest, with your councillor. So that does more so sit with environmental health. We have had a historic case that has gone through Environment Court that does relate to a rooster. So again, we would fall back onto the legislative tools, the Resource Management Act, to deal with that.
So would you say that in general this is a reasonably sort of, maybe compared to other councils as well, is this quite a permissive policy around roosters?
We're certainly aware of the benefits that obviously roosters do bring when we consider the wider population, and if you want chickens, you need roosters. But again, responsible pet ownership. So if you can keep a rooster in a way that is not causing a nuisance to other, which is the whole name of the game of the bylaw, then there's absolutely no issues with that. So we want to work with people, not exclude them or prevent them from having the pet of their choice.
And one of the comments I did read in here was about mice, an explosion of mice. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I'm not quite sure in terms of which specific part you're referring to, but generally if there's any rodent or vermin issues, that would also sit in my realm, more so under the Health Act.
Yeah, it's just around rubbish that there's been, just in one of the surveys that I read, I just have to find the number, so if you want to bear with me, I'll do that.
I wonder whether we might have a workshop where the councillors seem very interested in this, and this is just for something to go out to consultation purposes, just aware of time. So maybe councillors could email you questions. Councillor Mayhem.
Excuse me, Ms Morrison. I think I heard you say something about a collar for a rooster. Was I imagining that?
No, Councillor, you were not. Not suggesting for a moment that we endorse this, but we are aware of some other alternative solutions to trying to quieten roosters over the years we've heard of, and that is one of them. I'm unable to comment on the success of that initiative.
So I would say that councillors might like to come along to the hearings as well and learn more about that. Just a reminder that we are trying to send this out for consultation purposes. We have a lot of items on the agenda, so minutiae
Happy to move.
About, I think Deputy Mayor Lucas is going to move,
happy
thank
to
you.
second.
Councillor Treadwell and Councillor Ong.
Tēnā koe, just asking this on behalf of Councillor Gary, who's recovering from surgery. Will you be monitoring the Ashburton District Council's progress with their cat-related bylaw?
Yes, Councillor, we are across that at the moment and absolutely watching that with interest.
Fabulous, thank you.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My question is, now we know that as a country and as a city, we have one of the highest pet ownerships in the world, if not the highest. So in the sense that you are a point of contact for our community members to reach out to on a very regular basis, how do we leverage on that? Because at the same time, there's a lot of outreach that we are trying to do to get opinions from our community members. So how do we connect the very regular points of contacts that our community members as pet owners will have with you to do more for the other parts of our city that we're looking at?
So I think that this...
majority of our households would...
So just one moment. I've reminded councillors to talk about what is in front of us, which is about the consultation purpose, about the draft of the Keeping of Animals bylaw and the consultation purposes. So this is to go out to consultation. So if you're asking how it's going out to consultation, that's in the... Well, you're very welcome to email councillor support. You're very welcome to email councillor support if you have questions like that. Deputy Mayor Lucas, you've said you're happy to move. Do you wish to speak to it? And seconded by Councillor Mayhem.
Yes, and thank you, and I'd like to thank staff for their very knowledgeable answers and as a colleague said, a very well written and understood report, which I think is a really soluble and sensible step in meeting our obligations under the LGA, while also reflecting the practical realities of how this bylaw is working in Dunedin. What stands out that the bylaw is largely doing its job. The initial engagement shows that for most people issues are limited, and where they do arise, particularly with noise from roosters, they're being effectively managed through the existing rules. And it would be remiss of me after Councillor Sims reminded me of the rooster dumping on 3 Mile Hill, as my kids called it, Cock Corner. Those roosters are no longer there. That somebody dealt with them. It's also reassuring that we're taking a balanced and evidence-based approach. We're not proposing unnecessary new restrictions where there isn't a clear problem. For example, in relation to beekeeping, where the feedback highlights strong community support and minimal issues. At the same time, we've heard clearly that residents care about broader animal-related matters, particularly around cats. While those issues sit largely outside the scope of this bylaw, it's important that we continue to address them through education partnerships and advocacy at national level. Overall, this is a pragmatic approach, retaining what works, making minor improvements when needed, and opening the door for the community to have their say through formal consultation. I'm pleased to support these recommendations, and in particular I note point E, and I thank, I'm thinking anticipation councillors, Chambers, councillors Mayhem and councillor Lund, I think, who may have volunteered themselves to be on the hearings panel for this, and I look forward to hearing from our community through the consultation process.
Thank you. Looks like no one else wishes to speak, so I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried. I'll move to item 11, which is on page 201, the hearing committee recommendations on submissions to the proposed water supply bylaw. Councillor Chambers will speak to the report, and we have staff to provide support. So, do you have any opening? Pardon?
Do you have questions first?
Yeah, we can do questions, but it's also if you wish to do anything to open it.
Kia ora, Mayor Sophie, Deputy Mayor Lucas, councillors. Whilst not specifically mentioned in the bylaw, I think it's fair to say any animals owned by humans would benefit from the water that's produced and controlled under the bylaw.
Now, do we have any questions around the bylaw? Councillor Vandervis.
I've had a few complaints from businesses about the flow reverse flow, the backflow preventers that are required in a lot of properties, and that we seem to have a more sort of stringent approach to their introduction, to necessitating them, and also quite expensive annual inspections of them. Could you give us a bit of a comment regarding how you think we relate to the way other cities do similar work?
I'll pass on to Mr. Campbell to hear his comments, but if you do receive those complaints, just pass them on to us, please, Councillor Van der Vis, because we can then address those directly with those business owners who are concerned about the provisions. Personally, I would say that we are rightly complying with the requirements to protect our water supply. Yes, there is a cost to install and a cost to maintain, but it's proportionate to the mitigation of the risks associated with the business activities.
As an example, you don't require backflow protection devices for ordinary residences that have like shower and bath and all that kind of thing. And yet, when a business has those same things, you do require them. Is that the case?
If I may, we've put forward an improvement through this bylaw. The rules remain the same around the requirement for the customer to take all reasonable measures to prevent backflow from their plumbing system into the public supply. We have introduced a boundary backflow prevention policy, which provides visibility about how council staff will make decisions on what the appropriate level of mitigation is for the risk posed by the property, and that's in line with industry best practice used by many other councils around the country. So moving forward, we would assess each property against that policy and make the decision about the type of backflow prevention needed. There's an opportunity through the proposed new bylaw for any water customer that considers they're providing a higher level of protection than they need for their risk to apply to have that reviewed, and so we'll let that play out.
for the backflow prevention policy, is there a template that you have as best practice to simply go through and say, this situation, therefore that?
Yes, that is in the appendix to the backflow prevention policy, which is attached to the...
Could you please send that template to me so that I can, not worry staff with people who are complaining, just say, look, this is the rules and this is how it operates?
Yes, we can do that, Councillor, and it is attached to this as a part of the agenda.
I'll just follow up with a question, rather than just sending it to Councillor Vandervis. Is there a page on the website that this sits on that could be shared with all of the councillors?
Our intention is to set up a new page with that policy, okay, cool, along with the new bylaw, if the council resolves to put it into effect.
Thank you. Councillor Lund.
I read through a lot of the submissions to the water bylaw, and one in particular that struck me was a 22-page submission by Mr. Daryl Sycamore, who is, you'll probably know, as a surveyor and has a lot of experience. And he has said that there are some significant deficiencies in the bylaw. The two main ones are that it conflicts with the RMA process, and the second is that it's ignored major contamination sources to the water supply. Specifically, it hasn't addressed things like pesticides and firefighting foams in the water supply, and that actually caused the temporary closure of the water supply in 2018. Can you tell us what we've done to address contamination?
There are rules in the bylaw relating to protection of water supply catchments. We can only set rules for the land that the council owns, and in relation to the catchment lands the council owns, there are rules prohibiting the application of toxic chemicals without the prior written approval of the Dunedin City Council.
So is it true that we need to have some better enforcement to stop any other episodes?
I'm curious about, whether it's enforcement or education.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Mayor Sophie. There's a blend here, but enforcement is now a feature of the new bylaw.
Mr. Sycamore said that there was an issue, that the fundamental problem that the water supply zones in the bylaws don't line up with the district plan zones, and so therefore, he's saying that Section 31 of the RMA puts a duty on councils to integrate its planning and make sure that we have the provision of essential services, but we haven't got that here.
Can I just ask maybe the chair and some of the members, were obviously this Daryl Sycamore's submission came in, and were the points that are being brought up addressed by the hearing committee?
Yes, yes, they were. Yeah, I think he expressed his views and they were answered during the hearing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Sycamore said that he wasn't aware that any of his recommendations or comments had been, that the bylaw had been changed. Is that true?
That's true.
Can I make a note on that? I mean, many of the aspects of his written submission were incorporated. So I think the additional ones he made at the committee were not.
So therefore, do the water supply zones line up with the district plan maps? Is that just a yes or no question?
I can answer
that. They do not, and as was deliberated on by the panel during the hearing, in most cases the water supply area boundary goes in some cases beyond where the urban service zoning is under the district plan. So to create true alignment would result in the shrinking of that boundary, which has been historically established, and we didn't consider as staff that it was appropriate to be shrinking the boundary at this stage when eligibility has already been provided in some cases beyond district plan zones that have the intent for reticulated servicing.
So it seems there's a breach of the RMA there. But moving on, there is
Just one moment, can we just clarify, is there a breach of the RMA there?
We're not, and we wouldn't consider that there is no, and we would, I guess, state that a bylaw is not an RMA planning instrument. So we're talking a different context here.
Yeah.
The next question Mr. Sycamore had was that he was concerned about there's an absolute prohibition on out-of-zone connections, and he stated that's an actual disincentive to economic development because there are potentially huge opportunities on the Taieri for industries that require a lot of water, but the absolute prohibition prevents this, and it's, he's talking tens of millions of dollars in economic development every year. Can you advise why there's a blanket prohibition?
So this was a big point of debate during the hearing. So it's a question about whether or not we could provide drinking water connections out, like sort of just outside or very close to a water supply boundary. And there are some instances where you have properties falling just outside that boundary where it may seem intuitive. But introducing that kind of flexibility, it really weakens the framework as a whole. If we permit edge case water connections, right, that creates a precedent that other applicants can reference when they're looking at their own things to, when they're looking at their own applications, and then it becomes very hard to justify anything less than that, which is a sort of a legislative ratchet, right? It's permissible to permit connections which are increasingly outside the original boundary, but then very legally difficult to refuse any that are closer. Now, I think there's the characterisation around big industrial facilities or big industry is a little misleading here, because these are things which would be exceptional in terms of their water requirements anyway. But ultimately, because this bylaw informs our water infrastructure planning, and we need to take a system-wide view as a council, we opted to maintain the boundary settings, noting that there are other avenues for getting drinking water connections in, outside the boundary.
Yes, but this is not about drinking water, and so just to respond to that, I don't see everything you've said doesn't preclude some process to take, to look at a case by case for not necessarily residential components, and you've actually done that for your legacy connections where it was staff had.
Sorry, do you have a question there? I'm just aware of time, so we just need to be focused. Thank you.
Okay. No, my last question is just around the backflow prevention policy mentioned by Councillor Vandervis. That's integral to this bylaw. Has it been consulted on?
No.
So what is the process around that?
That is an accompanying policy that goes hand in glove with the bylaw.
It would have been good to have them both together, wouldn't it?
Okay, Councillor Vandervis.
Regarding new connections that would facilitate new industry or even moving industry, sometimes outside of zone, my understanding was that we had for some time and may still have quite significant excess supply capability since we lost the PPCS works at Burnside, since we lost the Green Island Tannery, since we lost Cadbury, since we lost Cotton Soft, since we lost Sealord. Over the years that I've been a councillor, I've seen a lot of big water users simply shut up shop, meaning we do have significant capacity. Would it not make sense for the water bylaw to actually be able to say, look, there are certain areas in which we do have this capacity that's no longer being used, and we would consider being more permeable for connections to industry?
If I may, Councillor Vandervis, on face value as you present it, that makes sense. However, those changes are temporal. So the bylaw is meant to be an enduring bylaw. Those changes that take place over time will shift and be on a case-by-case basis. So it's hard to overlay something that's enduring over something that is quite changeable. So for that reason, coming back to Councillor Treadwell's response on the firmness of the boundary is an important distinction, because the creep in a particular area then is hard to control.
As I see it, you're suggesting that zonism, for want of a better word, is your highest priority rather than being able to supply connections for new industry.
If I may, I wouldn't characterise it that way. There's good reason to have firm boundaries around the zones, because we produce water, we distribute water. Good water management and stewardship requires those provisions. On a case-by-case basis, as has been explained, we can look at the water demands and the water needs of particular industries and look to accommodate them in particular ways, but that's on a case-by-case basis.
So you would be able to you would be able to consider a specific out-of-zone case for a new industry that needed a whole lot of water.
The provisions of the bylaw wouldn't allow that, but what was discussed at length at the hearing was that in these sort of case studies that were presented by the submitter, they were in rural zones where there are already other, high-level planning controls around what kind of development would take place there. If there were considerations occurring there around, say, a plan change to change the zoning or resource consents, we could consider an amendment to the bylaw to allow for the provision of water as part of a holistic consideration as part of that proposed development. But under the existing provisions, no, there's not an ability for new out-of-zone connections. But that is not to say that those provisions can't be changed in the future.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Vandervis is raising a very good point, and that is on business retention of our community businesses and businesses that can come into our city through this water bylaw policy. So how can we have you connect with our economic development unit to do that in the context of this bylaw?
If I may count...
He's trying to answer your question.
If I may, Councillor Ong, the primary purpose of the bylaw is to protect the water supply that we produce, protect its distribution for those in the zones that are served, first and foremost. It's not an economic instrument as such. It is a protection of quality and quantity of the supply that's produced. If there are economic aspects that need to be addressed, they can be addressed through other channels.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers, are you ready to move in? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gaylor, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the Water Services Act, which 2026. I'm just wondering about the proximity of creating this bylaw when this act is about to come in. Could this work be made redundant?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not sure which act you're referring to.
Water Services Act 2026.
We're subject to the Water Services Act 2021, and there's also a Local Government Water Services Act 2025, which is the proposals to make this bylaw under that act.
Okay, so no changes to law that will impact us?
Not that we anticipate at the minute.
So, Councillor Chambers, if you move, and who was going to second it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sophie. Yeah, this proposed new bylaw is to replace the Water Supply Bylaw 2011 with updates and amendments in line with more recent legislation. The key aims are to protect the water supply from contamination at source, to set the process for application and the conditions for supply to properties, to protect drinking water supplies from contamination by backflow into the system, and to provide details of the bylaw infringement process. Following an initial consultation and feedback, the hearing was rescheduled to allow some amendments to align with the Reserves Act regarding access to catchments for hunting and trapping, and then provide an opportunity for the submission. So the actual hearing committee took place on 22nd of May. I chaired the meeting, and Councillor Mickey Treadwell and Councillor Brent Wetherill were on the committee. Staff in attendance: Mr David Ward, General Manager 3 Waters, Scott Campbell, Policy Regulation Team Leader, Nefa Vaitipu, Network Operations Manager, Jacinda Baker, Senior Policy Analyst, and Catherine Quill, Policy Analyst. We were ably assisted by and support Officer Jean Cockram. Now, in advance of the hearing, Ms Quill and colleagues had produced a spreadsheet of all of the submissions received, grouping them by shared themes, summarising the submissions, and suggesting amendments which could be made to the bylaw in response where possible. This greatly assisted the meeting, both for the panel and the submitters present. There were 27 submissions received in total, 18 during the initial consultation window and 5 during the additional consultation period, when there were 4 late submissions. The committee decided to accept the late submissions. Submissions regarding access to catchment area were heard first, and it became clear that the suggested amendments, such as reclassifying part of Silverstream from controlled to restricted, were satisfactory to those submitting and met their requirements. There were also reassurances that when permits were required to access or cross areas of the catchment, such as deepstream, there would be straightforward online systems of application and approval to allow activities such as tramping to progress without problems. One submitter had concerns that metering would be introduced with a view to volumatic charging of all those supplied by water, and reassurances were given that such a development was not part of this content or intent of this bylaw in relation to metering. There were submissions about the possibility of making exceptions to the regulations regarding classification of some new developments as extraordinary. However, Water's bylaw decisions have to align with other council areas of regulation regarding zoning of land, etc. All submissions were clearly delivered and had adequate time for question and answering. There was time extended for the extended discussion regarding issues such as wild and feral animals in the catchment area, which is quite a problem. Debate in the afternoon took place about the submissions, amendments and processes, and allowed further time for question and answering with the team. The committee agreed to support the finalisation of the draft bylaw, including the suggested amendments, and the marked up initial draft is included in your documents along with the final version. So I recommend that the Council adopt the Water Supply Bylaw 2026 with the amendments and set an effective date of 1st of July 2026 and revoke the 2011 bylaw from that date.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Water is one of those services that nobody talks much about when everything is working well. Yet everyone talks about water when it isn't. This bylaw is not glamorous, but it is important to protect public health, safeguard our drinking water network and provide clarity about responsibilities for both council and customers. I'd like to acknowledge the submitters who took the time to engage, particularly on matters relating to catchment access, hunting, trapping and backflow prevention. Their input has improved the final document. While there have been differing views on some clauses, the overall objective remains straightforward: protect the quality and reliability of Dunedin's water supply. Clean drinking water is one of the most fundamental services we provide. Getting the rules right today will help avoid the possibility of much larger problems down the track. So thank you, staff. I hope the committee recommendations get full council support. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koutou. I'd just like to thank Councillors Chambers and Weatherall for their participation in this committee. Among the in-person submitters were 2 who had suggested extensive changes to the draft bylaw, and in both cases, when they were submitting in person, they expressed their appreciation for how many of their concerns were addressed in those amendments, and it just felt like a very constructive discussion in that regard. While there were still aspects of the bylaw that they found issue with, it was really clear that they'd been listened to and they contributed to the development of this, which, as Brent commented, it's all better for it, basically. One tension we had to navigate was that of access to tracks in controlled areas, balancing recreation with the need to prevent pollution. And I think the 2-tier system for deepstream that staff came up with was really brilliant. This is to say people applying to walk on existing tracks in the area would be subject to a same-day automatic approval, whereas applications for off-track and other unconventional use will require some advance notice. And it was just a really good compromise that, preserve both concerns. So yeah, I'd really like to thank staff for their support and knowledge during the hearing. Us councillors had a lot of questions around backflow prevention, filtration and water supply zones, and we're all much better informed as a result. So I hope you will all support this bylaw.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Lund.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I will just reiterate some of the points that were mentioned. And it's very clear to all of us that water is an essential and crucial part of our city. And as a city that is built on trade, as a city that's an international city, and as a city that's truly historic in our heritage, it's something that we have in our city for our community members, but it's also something that when you appreciate, there are not many places around the world, not many countries where you can just drink the water straight from your tap. And it's something that's really well managed. It's an essential service that we have. And at the same time, when we have visitors coming into our city, this is something that's going to be very unique to them. We have our water flow that is just coming straight out of our tap, and it's something that's just drinkable. So I just say, we have something that's very good. It's something that we should be proud of, we are proud of, and it's something that needs to be essentially managed and essentially run as it has been, and to ensure that we are also unique in, as a city, keeping our water charges low and ensuring it does not change from how it is in terms of the charges as well. So, I'll support this.
Councillor Lund.
I think that I will be supporting option 2, and the reason is that there's a legal issue here, and I'd like some guidance from the Chief Executive on this, because my understanding is that the bylaw expired in 2024, and it's not legally possible to revoke an expired bylaw. I understand that that there's been a decision, a legal opinion on a decision around a water connection based on this bylaw, and council accepted the legal opinion and withdrew its requirement. So can we have some guidance on that, please?
I don't fully understand the question, but my advice is that the process we've followed fits within the law.
But the bylaw has expired in 20. That's not in question, isn't it?
Which is why we are now seeking to have a new bylaw in place from 1 July.
But the wording of the motion says it's revoking a bylaw, but the bylaw doesn't exist because it's finished.
Technically it still doesn't. We've taken legal advice on the form of the resolutions and are following legal advice about what's been presented.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Sorry, just for clarity, the previous councillor said he's supporting option 2. That's not an option in front of us, so I presume he means he's foreshadowing he would push option 2 because it's not actually in front of us as an option. But I know it's there. It's not the option. It hasn't been moved. The option being moved is 1.
I think you were foreshadowing that should this fail.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers, your right of reply.
Thanks for all the comments made by my fellow committee members and by councillors in response, and also about to our officials in the answers to the questions posed today. I'd ask you to support this bylaw. I think it is long overdue in being updated, but I think it is included in the context that a legal opinion was obtained with regard to the process, and it was all in order. So I ask you to recommend this bylaw.
I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Got Councillor Lund and Councillor Vandervis recorded, please. And Councillor Gaylor. So we'll move to item 13 on page 341, which is the adoption of the annual plan. And I have Ms. Carolyn Allen and Ms. Janet Fraser to speak to the report. And Mr McAuliffe. I wonder why he was in the room.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I think the only thing to note, which is detailed in the report, is only part of the attachment is currently graphically designed, but rest assured the whole thing will be graphically designed when we make it available for the public. Otherwise, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gaylor.
The graphic design's looking really nice. So, yeah, I look forward to seeing the rest of it. I just want to know if there's any changes to the annual plan from what we saw previously. So if you could talk us through any of the key changes that have been made, if any.
I think they're in the plan, aren't they? Is that, that's on page... yes, so there is page 357, annual plan update, yeah.
So yeah, that page has the what's different between the 9-year plan versus the annual plan. Are you talking about though maybe...
Just that we voted to put it through last time for consultation. I just want to know what's any of the key changes that have been made in the process of designing it and putting it together.
This document, if I can just clarify with staff, represents the decisions you made in May following consultation. So this will just be a reflection of those decisions?
Yeah, that's correct. It reflects the decisions made in May.
Councillor Lund, then Councillor Vandervis. That's weird, yeah. The microphones are feeling tired too.
Just on page 422 of the example rates accounts, you've given a variety of examples for residential, which is great, with rates increases ranging from 6.5 to 8.2, depending on if the properties have increased or decreased in value. But on the commercial side, none of the examples you've given have a negative value, whereas the residential properties do mostly have a negative value. So you've got a thing there with average value. So an example, average value, which shows a rates increase of 12.6%, and all the commercial examples you've given us are between 11.7 and 12.6%. Is that a typical representation of how much the commercial rates went up for all commercial, between 11 and 12.5%?
Thank you, Councillor. The example rate accounts and the change to them is driven by the citywide valuation that has happened. When we pick out our the example accounts, they're just some of the most common accounts through the properties, the commercial properties in the city. The medium average examples are actually calculated on the property base. So the examples really that we've shown that do have a decrease is just really representative of some of the common property values within. But yes, overall with the commercial, because it is dependent on the values, you are going to get a swing between some of the properties being 12.5% and then some of the other ones being lower depending on the value. Does that help answer your question?
Can you tell us in general on like if the commercial properties rose, or like the residential, the examples you've given, and it's known that the residential values dropped by 1 or 2%, but commercially, I don't. My instinct is they probably haven't dropped. There's been this capital value increase, which has driven these higher increases for commercial. Would that be accurate?
We can check back and recirculate the information that we got from quotable value at the time, but I mean, we can only select individual properties here. We could give you an overview though and tell you what happened overall with our commercial category, if that would help.
An overall would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
It's nice that people have had nice things to say about the graphics. My question is, will this annual plan have a long-term contextual debt graph, as we often have in financial reporting?
Thank you, Councillor. No, we provided in the finance reports, but we haven't historically put the group debt information into our annual plans or our long-term plans.
No, we haven't, and I've complained about it every year. Just wondering if, given that you've got some lovely graphics, that we can have a graph that actually is useful.
Not this year, Councillor.
Yes, not this year, but you'll be pleased to know that we have started those conversations with Audit New Zealand with a view to trying to put the group debt information into our next 10-year plan.
Councillor On.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I want to present this question, which was going back to my notice of motion that didn't get put forward for our community members with disabilities to have outright free access to our pool entries, as opposed to the Hapai access card, which is stated now as $3 per week. I have two questions going back to that meeting, because it's stated here as well, on this. The first question was on Tauranga City Council, and if I can direct the question to Mr. McLean. Is it the case that was mentioned in that meeting that this card access is a requirement under that City Council in then providing this service? And the second question is also something which was mentioned during that council meeting prior to that vote. How many members are there under this Hapai access card? Can you just reconfirm those numbers that were highlighted to our council table in that vote having been made at that time? What are those numbers again, please?
Can probably provide them, but at this point...
Where's a point of order from Councillor Weatherall?
25.2.
So you just need your microphone.
Sorry, 25.2C, irrelevance.
Maybe my answer might help. I was about to say, while your questions may have a relevance, at this point the decision was taken in May to adopt the Hapai card for to provide that discounted access for our disabled community, and so happy to circulate those figures again after the meeting, but the decision was taken and has been properly incorporated.
Right.
Sorry to be pedantic, we have to rule on the point of order.
Oh, sorry. I will uphold the point of order. So, no, we are not going to. We discussed this matter back in May, and we're not going to redo it. I think the information has been well circulated and well discussed. We are talking about the annual plan that is in front of us and the decisions that were made at that meeting. Right, there being no more questions, I will move I'll move as per the papers that the Council adopts the Annual Plan 26-27, authorises the Chief Executive to make any minor editorial changes resulting from quality checks prior to the final printing of the Annual Plan 26-27 document, authorises the Chief Executive to draw down debt up to total debt of $815 million in the 26-27 year, and if anybody spotted, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas, and if anyone spotted any errors, please, I'm sure the Chief Executive would be welcome emails from that. So we've had many discussions over the year around this plan, and at its heart, this is actually about what people receive for their rates money, their fees and charges, and their investment in the companies and services owned by this city. It's about the water that we drink, the roads that we drive on, the parks and libraries we enjoy, the rubbish and recycling collected from our streets, the consents and regulatory services people rely on, and the facilities that make Dunedin a place that people are proud to call home. I want to begin by thanking staff for the significant work that has gone into this plan. While I'm thanking staff, I may as well thank councillors too, because I'm not sure that you've all diligently read the papers and thought about this. The final plan in front of us reflects a great deal of effort to find savings and reprioritise work while maintaining the levels of service. The overall rates increase is 8.9%, as we know, with a 16.7 increase with water and a 4.3 increase for non-water rates. That distinction matters, particularly as central government's proposed rates capping framework is expected to apply to non-water rates rather than water services, and I asked a question on that earlier today. There are important changes from the long-term plan forecasts. The rates increase is lower than originally planned, while we are still maintaining services. Financial revenue is higher, including an additional $3 million from Dunedin City Holdings. Subsidies and grants have shifted because of the project timing. Some expenses are lower because of targeted savings and reduced waste minimisation costs. Personnel costs are higher in areas where we need the capacity to deliver, including water, homelessness outreach and internal audit. Depreciation is higher because of asset revaluations, while interest expense and borrowing are lower than forecast. We've adjusted the capital program so that it better reflects what council and the market can realistically deliver. That's responsible budgeting. It's no good promising work on paper if we cannot deliver it in practice. This plan reflects what we said we would do when we consulted extensively with the community last year during the long-term plan, while also responding to the economic conditions in front of us now, which have changed throughout the year. I know the pressure on rates is real. We are all ratepayers around this table and in this room too. Rates don't exist in isolation. They sit alongside the broader cost of living pressures facing households and businesses, international instability, fuel costs, inflation, interest rates, and a difficult economy affecting everyone. I understand that stress, and it's a timely reminder about the government rates rebates. I think Councillor Lund especially would like us to remind people about that. And then we are also looking at the Ratepayers Assistance Scheme. We have a workshop coming up on that as well. I'm looking forward to a lot of work on the LTP. We have to look forward to a lot of work on the long-term plan. We have to look really closely at the levels of service, what it is that people are getting for their rates money and what we can afford to deliver. How are we going to fund all of the things that people want, or some of the things that people want, and how are we going to prioritise them? But we should also pause and think about the value for money delivered through council services. From the moment that people get up in the morning, the DCC is a part of daily life. When you flush the loo, brush your teeth, shower, put rubbish out, drive on the roads, stop at traffic lights, park, visit a reserve, borrow a library book, report an animal issue, have a swim or apply for a consent, council is there. These are the everyday services that make a city work. Our latest residents' opinion survey that we looked at last week shows some encouraging signs. Overall satisfaction with what the DCC provides has risen from 35% to 48%, and satisfaction with the performance of the mayors and councillors has risen from 23% to 32%. We should not overstate these results, but nor should we ignore them. They suggest that people see a council trying to focus on delivery, discipline, and the basics. This is also a period of major change in local government. We're facing substantial reform, water services reform, proposed rates capping, local government reorganisation, RMA reform, and a heavy program of legislation that we must respond to. At times, it feels like quicksand. That makes it even more important that we're disciplined, transparent, and clear about our priorities. The long-term plan work ahead of us will be significant. We need to look very closely at levels of service, what people are getting for their rates money, what we can afford to deliver, how we fund the things that people want, and how we prioritise them. That will require tough choices. It will require us to distinguish between what is essential, what is desirable, and what is simply not affordable right now. So I will leave it with that, and I will take speakers. Councillor Hall. Hall, Wetherall, Chambers. Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Bishop. I will support the adoption of the annual plan. I do not do that lightly, as a 8.9% rate increase is still a real increase for the households, renters, businesses, pensioners, and the people already under pressure. We should never talk about this as if it is easy. I think the split between three waters and non-waters is important. A 16.7% increase in three waters tells us very clearly where a lot of the pressure is coming from. A 4.3 increase from non-water activities shows that the organisation has done work to control costs while still maintaining services. I know some of the people want us to cut harder, and I understand that pressure, but a city cannot cut its way to prosperity. If we want a city that is resilient, growing, and able to look after its infrastructure, we have to be prepared to invest. The trick is making sure that the investment is disciplined, transparent, and focused on things that matter. So I support this annual plan because I believe it is a responsible balance. It is not perfect, it is not painless, but it keeps the city moving, maintains core services, and continues the investment we need for the future. Thank you.
Did I have Councillor Walker or you? Sorry, I've just got Wetherall. Sorry, I didn't get time to write down everyone's name. Councillor Wetherall, Chambers and Vandervis.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. My position on the annual plan remains unchanged from the conclusion of our deliberations. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the considerable amount of work undertaken by staff, elected members and the community throughout this process. The annual plan contains many worthwhile initiatives and reflects a great deal of effort. However, I voted against the proposal at the end of the deliberations, and for the sake of consistency, I cannot support its adoption today. During the deliberations, I spoke about the need for financial restraint and the importance of tightening our belt before someone else does it for us. Unfortunately, I do not believe we have demonstrated the level of discipline that many of our ratepayers expected. While the rates increase has reduced from where it originally began, I remain disappointed that Council was unable to identify further savings despite the financial pressures facing households, businesses and community organisations across our entire city. This is not a criticism of staff. In fact, staff delivered us a significantly improved starting position. My concern is that elected members were presented with opportunities to go further and, in my view, chose not to do so. I sincerely hope the projects and services contained within this plan deliver value for our community. However, I believe we missed an opportunity to send a stronger signal that affordability and financial discipline remain at the forefront of our decision making. For those reasons, I will be voting against the adoption of this plan today. Thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting adoption of the annual plan. I think over the past few weeks and months, the work we've done has successfully brought down the rates increases from 10.7% as they were in the annual plan, and in the long-term plan to 8.9%. But as Councillor Hall pointed out, the non-water rates is down to 4.3%, which is a significant reduction. But it's those water rates which are keeping up the overall percentage rise. At the same time as making reductions in our budget, we've managed to agree to establish an outreach service for our homeless citizens, and as well as subsidise swimming for our disabled citizens, and these are good initiatives, and we've been able to maintain those grants that so many of our community rely on to provide those important activities. So I'll be supporting it. At the same time, I am very aware that the reduction in the capital expenditure is very much achieved by shifting and rephasing of roadworks. And so those roadworks will still have to be done, but they'll have to be done in the next financial year. So I think that the annual plan for the next year is going to be very, very testing, very difficult as we try and move towards reducing those rates increases. And also perhaps rephasing the whole long-term plan to get things done within the coming budget constraints. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Ong.
Councillor Hall, just now said that investment should be disciplined, responsible and balanced. If we look at value for money, which I believe the Mayor referenced, I have not seen a lot of it, and I'll give a few examples. At George Street Playground, a canopy there called a shade, whatever, $258,000 that I would have built for 10% of that and put money in my pocket. The disability toilet, $750,000. I understand it's a very special toilet and that it will only be used by a few people with tokens, but again, the only one in the South Island, and for good reason, it's simply not affordable. The recent Orari Ataki roundabout, over $1 million for a roundabout. I've had complaints from businesses there asking me to go and ask what on earth is going on. Went there about a dozen times over the 3 months that they took to build this thing, and usually found a number of parked up trucks and a whole lot of people doing very little. In terms of value for money, I don't think we're getting it yet, and I don't think, for instance, either, that we've got the balance right that Councillor Hall referenced. When we want to spend untold millions that doesn't have NZTA funding because it doesn't meet safety priority or traffic volume down at the end of the peninsula to the marae, to me that's a very unbalanced spending. When we spent or agreed to spend $3 million on a cycleway down Albany Street, when a far cheaper option and a far more attractive option, and in my view a safer option as well, would have been the one that the ORC had actually suggested some years back up the side of the Leith, and which was promoted by Councillor Lund and others. All of these instances speak to me of not getting the value for money that we should be getting, and is the main reason why our costs and our debt and our staff costs keep going up. I spent half an hour in heavy traffic getting to this meeting this morning, and must have seen several thousand cars. I never saw a single cyclist. You look at the amount of money that this council has invested in cycling over 10, 15 years now. Look at the City Council's own data on the use of those cycleways. And then again, our investment doesn't meet the disciplined, responsible or balanced criteria that Councillor Hall espouses. I'm with Councillor Weatherall. He's made quite clear in the discussions that we had earlier that he wasn't happy with the 8.9% increase, that we've had debt going up as well, despite the fact that we've been lucky with some reductions in interest costs, etc. I believe that we can and that we should do better. I won't go into all the reasons that I went into at the last meeting. I've just updated some new stuff here. But those are the reasons that I can't bring myself to vote for an annual plan that I believe is unaffordable and unsustainable.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gaylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I want to speak first to the work that our council staff have done on this annual plan, because our council staff are guided by the governance that we provide on to them. We have a lot of dedicated council staff, and they are guided by us in what they do, and they have the parameters that come across to them in what they do for our city. And so if the governance side of things has restrictions on what they do, then we have to ask ourselves, what is our council as an institution? Is it an independent institution
that our community members are serving, such that they are empowered at the operational level to say, this is really a community institution that they're serving independently. Now, do they have the independence to act within their operational framework that they have, independent of the politicians that are providing governance onwards to them? So there has been a lot of work that's been put out here in the annual plan by our council staff who represent this institution that we on the council table provide governance for. But there's also that scope at the operational level that extends beyond what we tell our council teams in directives. So that's the first thing I would like to say to think about. Do we have that culture in place at our operational level such that when there are the limitations on what, as an individual elected member, we can do in governance, we can have operational staff that will say, yes, we are proactively empowered to deliver at the operational level from the ideas that are put forth to us, because we are an independent institution that's serving broadly across our community. And then it comes to the same things that we've been speaking about over the past weeks and months. Okay, essentials that we need as a city versus the nice-to-haves that we cannot afford right here, right now, and we need to be putting forth to a later point because we're facing a rainy day right now. We're facing an economic rainy day right now because our community members are facing that cost of living difficulty. And statistically, we know that in the last year as a city, we've seen a decline in our population. That's very factual and statistically out there. And that population decline is even more so because our student population has grown during that time, and they are the largest economic contributor to our city. What that means is our permanent population has actually gone down more than overall figures represent. And then we know, amongst the centre cities, we have the lowest median wage in the country of the 4 centre cities and of the major cities. And at the same time, when we think about the purchasing power, the affordability, I would dare say, I think many of us would dare say, from those statistics, we do have the lowest amongst the centre cities and the major cities in the country. So then it means, with everything that we're looking at right now, okay, Councillor Vandervis has summarised a lot of things on those essentials versus the nice-to-haves. I don't need to repeat that. I'll go on to what we see across our city. Outside of those essentials, there's a part of our city council, essential services. There's the other part of our city council, which has been, for many, many years, the multiple commercial businesses that we own as a city council, and it's taken a great deal of time that they've been put together across previous councils. Now those commercial businesses are there to grow commercial revenue for our community, and they are to be managed as commercial businesses with a commercial mindedness, because every dollar we earn there is to go back to our community members. It's really the case. It's to go to those essential services that are what we need for our city. So I can't support this, and I won't support this. I'm just saying the same thing over and over again, very simply.
Councillor Walker, Councillor Gaylor and Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've uttered the words, I wasn't going to say anything, but Councillor Vandervis has inspired me to do so. And here we are again. It's been a while. Listen, first I want to start firstly by just applauding staff throughout the organisation for getting this document out. That's from the CEO through the ELT, right through every department, right down to every level. This is an extraordinary feat, and the pressure you've been under in the current environment is extreme. So please, a pat in the back to each and every one of you in this organisation. And to Councillor Vandervis's points, listen, most days when I'm one of those people who doesn't exist, by the way, who cycles in. When at lunchtime, I often walk up and down George Street, and hasn't it been a joy to see kids and families and workers sitting underneath that canopy, enjoying lunch and supporting local businesses. You can laugh all you want, Councillor Van der Vis, pretty disrespectful. So please, you would do the same to me if I was laughing away. And isn't it a joy to see that we are a city that can proudly say we have a changing places toilet and provide subsidised swimming for our disabled community, protect those vulnerable people living in community housing. The list is long, eh? But there we go, pesky livable cities, eh? And me and this guy being cyclists, we don't exist. I'll finish on a lighter note, and it's my only concern is on page 351 actually. If we go to our pictures, and it has concerned me that hasn't taken long as a city councillor for one Doug Hall to lose his hair. Thank you.
What page was that? Councillor Gaylor. Thank you.
Thanks. I won't say a lot because a lot of it's already been said, and the 8.9% we've already talked about, where we set the estimates a while back. I'm still not happy, and I don't think our ratepayers will be either. It's an unaffordable burden. We could have done better. We could have cut a little bit further. Other councils have managed to do this, but somehow we didn't. It is a testament, though, to the staff who've pulled all this together, because it looks like a massive exercise. But I feel that politically we have let our ratepayers down. We haven't done what's asked of us, and what people have been beseeching us to do for quite some time, which is sitting on our shoulder telling us that they just can't afford these high rates, particularly our pensioners on fixed incomes and other low-income families, 8.9%. Over this year alone, if you look back to 2020, it's been 50% rates rise in total since that time, and that is higher than other costs such as electricity and the like in terms of percentages. So it's not a particularly proud moment. I've just joined, obviously. It was something that I campaigned on, and I heard a lot of people tell me that they were concerned about this. So just not happy, and they won't be either. But also the other thing this speaks to is the priorities that we have as a council, and some fairly poor spending decisions that we're making. Even since then, we've been talking about $11 million in playgrounds, which is coming up to talk about in the 10-year plan. So it's as if we're not really learning our lessons, and we're not really listening here. People are telling us they can't afford it, and they'd rather that we spend on the basics and infrastructure. And the other issue is that we were presented with options. We decided not to take them, as Councillor Van der Vis rightly says. We were given a Princess Street option. We were assured by Councillor Lucas that not going ahead with that would not harm the Mosgiel Park and Ride situation or the Mosgiel bus initiative. But we didn't listen. We carried on, ploughed on anyway, and decided to spend that money. The Peninsula Connection, yet another item that we were told was for safety. In actual fact, even some locals I've spoken to since can't understand why we're doing that, why we're going ahead with all that expenditure when we have other roads that we need to prioritise. So the issue here is it's twofold. One is it's just too high. We could have done better, and we could have made some more savings. And number two is just we're not sticking to the basics as our ratepayers want us to do. Thanks.
Councillor Mayhem.
I resisted saying point of order, so instead I'm going to say some key positives that are in the annual plan. A lower than planned rates increase. The rates increases are a bitter pill for everybody to swallow, but we have managed to squash them down as much as we could. There's a much cleaner rate split separating the water and the non-water rates, and this will improve transparency ahead of the changes in the water services. We've got additional dividends from DCHL of $3 million. That's going to help. help. We've invested in homelessness outreach, local water done well implementation. We've strengthened our internal audit process. We're looking after our vulnerable and disadvantaged residents, as already mentioned, community housing, the pool entry reduction and the changing spaces bathroom. Strategically, this aligns with our city strategies and sets us up for the long-term plan. Amid national reform, this ensures our adaptability. We're supporting partnerships and sustainability, importantly confirming ongoing commitment to our mana whenua engagement. We're focused on the capital program, improving cost controls and delivery. Our level of services, interest expenses are lower than forecast, reducing the pressure on the OPEX budget, while continuing to invest in community assets, maintenance, sustainability and resilience for all of our communities. So I would wholeheartedly like to thank the staff for their mahi and the amazing job they've done on crunching these numbers. Kia ora.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I concur entirely with Councillor Weatherall. I won't be supporting an annual plan with an 8.9% rates increase, but I want to be 100% clear that that is not any admonishment of the work that the staff have done, more so an admonishment of the performance of the people around this table, the elected members. In my short time, there has been evidence throughout the financial reports and annual plans of council staff moving to reduce operating expenses, eliminate or defer unnecessary capital expense, sweat the assets, and in doing so reduce the interest burden on the ratepayers. While some of us will still argue that we could do much more to reduce operating and capital expense, the encouraging shift towards fiscal restraint by council staff is very pleasing. It is now for elected members to take the lead from staff, join the movement and work to reduce expenses. The problem that I see here is that staff attempted to tighten their belt and the elected members let it out again. Getting the most out of what we already have, deferring or eliminating unnecessary expenditure while maintaining service levels is good business and good for ratepayers, especially now. I congratulate CEO Graham, CFO Allen, Ms Fraser, Mr McAuliffe and all of the team for the efforts that they are making to improve our outcomes. It's now up to the elected council to join in. Thank you.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, I won't speak long. There's not much to debate here because it's a legislative requirement that we pass this. I just wanted to quickly chip in and say, I guess comment on behalf of the young people and the parents of the city, any kind of motion or any initiative that we put forward that benefits them is so often under attack. The playgrounds perform a really important role. If you need to take your kids somewhere and you don't want to have to pay for it, that's where you go. A lot of people are increasing their use of cycles because fuel is increasingly unaffordable, and we're bombarded with people who are going, there's actually no safe way to make this crossing, or these cycleways are under-maintained, and these things do have a cost. So I really just wanted to speak from the perspective of, I think, a demographic which is often underserved and often not as visible to the council, who are very consistently targeted in our criticisms of spending. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
As Councillor Walker says, I wasn't going to speak, but I felt that I had to. And thank you, Councillor Treadwell, for reminding councillors that this is a legislative requirement that we need to pass this today. Is the time...
Point of order. I don't believe that that it's a legislative requirement to pass this particular financial plan.
What's your point of order? What's the point?
Misrepresentation. I don't believe that's true.
I think the technicalities in the word today.
I'll withdraw that. Technically, you're probably correct. That is not a legislative requirement, but it is a. Yeah. Anyway, I won't go there. I've listened to the speeches, and I absolutely agree that we I absolutely applaud the staff. They tightened the belt, and we let it out. Whoever made that analogy, and councillors, we had plenty of opportunity to do our speeches and reduce the budget, and now's not the time to grandstand on that. And I've talked before, and I will continue to say, is that we have got a hard road ahead. because in the next 12 months we are going to have to do some serious soul searching to cut the budget.
Thank you. Right. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fisa. Is it her? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Away from me. Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I just want to maybe come out of left field, as I often do, and just note that in May, the Commerce Commission released a report commenting on the state of on New Zealand's first economy-wide baseline study entitled "The State of Competition in New Zealand," drawing on 22 years of stats, New Zealand firm level data. And basically the report says there are 4 sectors that have been driving this cost of living debate. Financial and insurance services, electricity, gas, water and waste services, information, media and telecoms, and mining. And so, you know, while we're talking about we have to, you know, we've got this classic approach, or we have to cut our, you know, cloth according to our means. I think, from my perspective, I haven't been in local government this long, but my understanding is we are not a household. We do not have to operate like a household. And I think it's behoving on us to actually look at the issues, not just going on about fiscal responsibility, but actually looking at the wider climate that is set by, you know, commerce. And those 4 sectors that I mentioned, they're the ones that are driving the cost of living up for councils and for ratepayers. And if we look at the banks, well, you know, most of their profits, and they're generating millions, if not billions of dollars of profits, and they're going to Melbourne mostly, or Sydney. So you can argue on one side of the ledger, but if you like, but let's take into context a whole view.
Thank you, and I will just quickly try to sum up. I've just highlighted a few things from every councillor. Councillor Hall, you said it's not easy, and you are correct there. This is very difficult processes. Councillor Weatherall, position's not changed, and I appreciate that, and your focus on financial restraint. And Councillor Chambers, you talked about water rates are expensive, and I was going to bring that up again because that we were warned that we will have to face the true cost of water, and we're not fully there either with our depreciation. But you did also talk about the things that we added in the outreach service for the homeless, the swim access, the grants that we do, and then you certainly noted that when we're rephasing projects, there will be difficulties ahead, and when we looked at it was all about timing, and that's part of the challenge is what are we putting off that we're not delivering for our community. Councillor Vandervis talked about the value for money, that we have to look for balance around the city as well. Councillor Walker reminded us of what we're proud of in the city. Councillor Gaylor talked about we could have cut further, reminded us about people on fixed incomes, and reminder about costs and the council priorities. Councillor Mayhem talked about, I thought this was a bitter pill for everyone to swallow, and any change and any hits on the pockets are a bitter pill for everyone to swallow. And that's when I noted about the true costs of water, which are literally eye-watering. I just note other councils around us. We've got this, when we talked about amalgamation earlier, we do need to note that the Central Otago District Council, their rates are looking to go up 14%, Queenstown 11.6% rates increase, Clutha over 20% rates increase, and Waitaki have taken this down to 17%, but there is a large gap there for them. So there are other areas around us that are struggling as well. Councillor Sims talking about the shift to fiscal restraint and reducing expenses, and again around that value for money. Councillor Treadwell, thank you for your young person's perspective. You are correct, there are a lot of mature heads sitting around this table, and we do need to remember about creating a city that people want to live in. We were reminded earlier about the lack of population growth, shall we call it, and that is important to understand about why young people leave the city to live elsewhere, is that we need to keep investing in the livability of our city. Councillor Lucas, you talked about the tightening of the belt and the hard road ahead of us, and that is absolutely true, and we will be having to make some tough prioritised decisions while focusing on the city that we all want to live in and be proud of. Councillor Fee, so I don't think I read the Commerce Commission report, but I think that's really important to understand what's driving the costs, that we are not a household, and I'm sure that we debated or discussed at one of the meetings about the consumer price index versus the local government price index, whereas a household might be buying groceries, we are buying bitumen and bridges, which is quite a challenge, especially when we look at fuel costs and how that impacts on the things that we buy as a council. So we are facing challenges on every side. I will now put the motion by division. Do you want mine?
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
No.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem. Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
No.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie. Carried 9-6.
I'll just remind councillors that we still have 6 papers to go, and right? As the minimum, because there are actually 10 papers to go. But what we're going to focus on are the ones that we have to hit legislative deadlines around. So the next paper that, following the adoption of the annual plan, the next paper that we have is the setting of rates. Page 427. And we've got, welcome back, Ms Allen and Mr McAuliffe to speak to the report. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Just before we have a few comments, I just would like to draw attention. We've had to make a few minor changes to the resolution.
Oh, okay.
The first one, they are minor changes. The first one is on page 453 of your papers, and it's paragraph B. We are adding the words water services utilities to the end of that sentences. So it should read, in addition, the council has established categories for residential institutions, residential heritage bed and breakfasts, the stadium, 10,000 plus seat capacity, water services, utilities and schools. Churches and schools.
Yes, the churches are still there, yeah.
Yep, that's still there. And then further down on the bullet point that says commercial, at the end of that we've also included water services utilities, so that should read starting at lifestyle, farmland, stadium 1,000 seat capacity or water services utilities.
And is that just to follow up on the changes that, okay.
That's just the introduction of the new differential that was agreed on.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
If I could just add a couple of things. We've been working on a new look rate account, and so we've made improvements in respect to how the design of it and how we separate out the water rates. So that will go out with our first instalment. We've also been developing an online rate rebate form, we've been looking at ways of making it easier for people to have their rate accounts emailed. And building on the ORC notice that went in with the rate accounts last year, we're putting a similar notice in with our first instalment that will set out all these changes and try to explain our rate account better.
I got most of those, but thank you for that work because it's always challenging. Are there any questions around this, Councillor Sims?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I know, sort of possibly not quite the place, but it's the first opportunity to ask. So I notice in the rating methods, this differential rate for stadiums over 10,000 seats at 0.17. As a commercial property owner that has to pay a 2.5 rate, it's sort of some chagrin to see that. And what's bothering me is that it's effectively a rates rebate by stealth, and I'm curious to know what the, I guess the background to ending up where we've ended up. Why don't we charge them proper rates and then they apply for a rates rebate like every other similar organisation, and then at least that be visible to the ratepayers, the extent of the subsidy that the stadium are receiving?
Not really. They just with respect to the rate rebate, they wouldn't get a rate rebate. But what you might have noticed is one of the resolutions that was passed in March was that the general rate differential will be reviewed. So we're going to review that as part of the 10-year plan. But back when the stadium was built, the council decision at the time was to have the stadium pay exactly the same rates that were being collected from that land prior to the stadium being built. And so that's what that differential is based on. It has been reviewed a couple of times since then and left as it is.
So my back of the envelope calculation is that subsidy is running into the millions. Would that be a fair calculation?
Yes.
Do we have any? Councillor Lund.
Ms Allen, at page 424, we talk about our rating principles. And rating principle number 7 says that the funding of services should not make these unaffordable. And number 9 says that to promote fairness and equity, fixed charges may be used. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to page 49 about the drainage charges. We know page 48 that a residential house pays fixed charges for wastewater of $1,000 plus $500 for connection. So that's $1,500. That's a fixed charge, not related to capital value. Now, a commercial warehouse, supposing we had a $1 million house, or say a $2 million warehouse with a toilet and a sink bench, that has the same wastewater demand as a house, possibly less. It pays $12,000 for wastewater. So how long has that policy been in place, and it doesn't really square with our rating principle of fairness, does it?
What I can comment on, Councillor Lund, is that the Water Services Delivery Plan committed to reviewing how we charge, and our plan at this stage is to review the general rate differential first. Because we think that the reviewing of how we charge for water, waste, stormwater will take longer, but we will start that work. Probably won't have it finished in time for the 10-year plan, but the general rate differential we're turning our minds to how we rate for water, wastewater, stormwater.
No, that's very good. So that will happen in the next year or so. That look at that wastewater and those other water charges. It's coming.
I can't recall the time frame we put in the Water Services Delivery Plan. It was definitely on our implementation plan, which spanned 2 years. 2 years.
Are there any other questions? Right, I will move that the council sets the rates as set out in the agenda with minor amendments, and those are the amendments that the staff told us, under the Local Government Rating Act 2002 on rating units in the district for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2026 and ending on the 30th of June 2027, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. And in moving this, I note that this is really a technical paper that allows us to legally set the rates, spill and collect them. And there's a number of different rates that need to be struck. This was a very long list, and I was hoping I wouldn't have to read out everything in it. But we do have the general rate, the core rate, charged on all the properties, differentials by property type, targeted rates as well for specific services or activities, which was interesting to have a read through that. The community services targeted rate, the curbside collection rate, the drainage rate, domestic and commercial, the water rate, the fire protection rates, the water rates for quantity of water based off the water meters, and then we would have noted when reading the paper of the other targeted rates, including Allenton and Blanket Bay, Kills Point drainage rates, scheme contribution over 20 years, Warm Dunedin for insulation and heating, private street lighting, that was quite a few pages, to recover the costs of private street lights, and then we went into the general rates differentials as well. So these look quite complex, and it will be good to review those rates, especially as Councillor Sims asked some questions about the rates differential for the stadium, and it was actually interesting to hear the history of that and to understand that as well. Also, the Water Services Plan committing to how we charge for the water rates, and Councillor Lunge also brought up an issue around the rating. So we will be having to look at the ratings methods as we go into the long-term plan. We'll be having to look at all of the methods about how we raise money to pay for the services that we deliver to our community. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Okay, therefore I will move that we put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? That is carried. I'll move. Which number are we going to move to now? 15, thank you. Peter Hocking, Mr. Hocking will speak to the report. You're doing this one, Chair, aren't you? Thank you. Okay, cool. Welcome. Do you have any opening remarks?
No, happy to move to questions. Of course, we've had a couple of goes at this around the council table with the draft SOIs and a workshop. Relatively few changes in the final SOIs. Most particularly, we do have final budgets from the companies and financial forecasts. That's the main changes, and a few text changes as indicated in the papers.
Thank you. I've got a question from Councillor Hall.
Can DCHL explain how confident it is that the higher dividend pathway is sustainable, especially given the softer outlook for City Forest and Dunedin Airport?
The revised outlook came about as a result of a number of conversations. I think it's got to be comfortable enough because the directors carry a level of responsibility. So out of those discussions, not everything's predictable. That's the very nature of a dividend. It's a residual after financial results are known, but there's enough confidence within the group to make that increase without feeling undue stress on the companies.
How much of the improved dividend proportion depends on Aurora resuming dividends, and what are the risks to Aurora's capital program or cash flow position?
If you note the waterfall graph in my cover report, that shows all the ins and outs for the holding company. You'll see there is that heavy reliance now on Aurora. City Forest has borne a lot of the the burden, I guess, in recent years, whilst Aurora has not been able to pay a dividend. What's the risk around that? Look, I think one of the things we do at the holding company is, because the council wants a smooth and consistent, predictable dividend, we have used sort of short-term borrowings to enable that. So to the extent that there is any variation, which could be either way, in terms of could be upside in dividends that would come our way, that would reduce that small requirement to borrow in the short term. But we do use the holding company borrowings to smooth that dividend flow to council.
Councillor Sims and Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. The one company I noticed quite a significant sort of shift in performance was City Forest, which has been mentioned, and that sort of gave me some concern. And quite serendipitously, while I was reading these papers, there was an article on the news about the plight of forestry companies throughout New Zealand. It's a company with a very solid balance sheet, but a very bleak outlook, and a financial outlook in the short term. And I just wondered if we could gain some confidence that this is just a result of what's going on at the moment, or whether we are in a sunset industry with that company.
Look, I've just come from DCHL board meetings, and today we had a meeting of all the chairs and CEs of group companies, and the chair and CE of City Forest spoke to that. They see this as being very much a down point within the cycles. I spent a lot of years working in commodity businesses, and they do go in cycles. So I think what we're seeing now is a bit of a perfect storm, starting with the storm of last year in October with the wind event. We are seeing that property boom in China having now softened and finding its new normal level. And then we've had the headwinds of this fuel crisis, which is creating a lot of obviously short-term pain, but the outlook is simply uncertain. Without a doubt, that's the strong narrative. It's those three factors that are impacting on City Forest's results. But they do see it as being just part of the ordinary cycles in the business that they've lived through before and come through out the other end. And I agree with you, quite right. There is a strong balance sheet there. We've had discussions around the level of debt on that balance sheet, and we think that business is not overly leveraged at this point to be able to withstand this sort of downturn and enjoy. And one of the things with commodities, when they do come back, they can sometimes come back strong, and you get those benefits then.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Lund.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Now, I want to focus my questions on the dividend side of things and the dividends that can come from the Waipori Fund, because very simply, that's the most liquid of the different types of assets that we have. That we can.
The Waipori Fund's not actually part of DCHL.
It is mentioned in the item here, the performance of the Waipori Fund. So can that be...
Which item are you reading?
It's within the...
Statement of intent, is it? Is it in the statement? Which page is that? I must have missed it.
No, so that's going into the item 17.
Okay.
Okay, I'll save that for the next one.
Okay. Councillor Lund.
But can you direct...
He's not going to answer a question on the Waipori Fund, but we can answer that when we get to the other item. Councillor Lund.
A couple of quick questions. As you say, this is probably not the time for an exhaustive examination of City Forest. But one quick question. You are assuming we've got a very low cash flow, 1.7 million this year, but then it's rising to $6, then to $10 million in the next 2 years. Given that you've said there's structurally weak Chinese demand and there's an enduring downturn, are you confident that City Forests have got that right?
So as part of the budgeting process this year, City Forest did consider a number of scenarios, because there's a lot of uncertainty, particularly around the duration of the current fuel crisis. This is very much a straight-back budget. They presented a low and a high side scenario with this. And our experience with City Forest is they're generally conservative with their budgeting. So we certainly take it as being a very realistic budget. But there's room for upside in that.
Secondly, just around Dunedin Airport, I note there's been a huge rise in debt from 18 to 69 million in 5 years, and I know that's to fund capex. But, like, for example, we have $25 million in CapEx next year, and that's split between aviation and commercial. And then the next year there's 29 million. Now, but given that there's no dividend from DIL now, and it's suffering from weak demand, would it not be sensible to have a review of all that capital spending? Because, you know, every dollar we don't spend in capital potentially is some dividend.
Thank you, Councillor. It's a very good question. I know it's one that the Dunedin Airport Board have been turning their minds to. I think with the CapEx programme, a lot of those debt facilities are lined up and are pretty solid to carrying out that work, but they'll certainly be thinking about the phasing of that work.
For example, there is $12 million in resilience funding, which I presume will be the solar farm, which potentially is discretionary. So that's something that we could take a hard look at, isn't it?
Given the level of uncertainty, particularly around this fuel crisis and its operational impacts on the airport, yeah, they'll be paying close attention to those matters, I have no doubt.
Just lastly on the airport, there was talk about constraints from reduced Air New Zealand flights because of the aircraft and engine constraints. Has there been any signal that we might have further cuts from this?
Oh, yeah. Not aware of any signals of any changes as a result of the aircraft capacity issue. It's an enduring issue, an enduring challenge for Air New Zealand right now, and they've still got a little way to go to get through to the other side of that.
And we should be having the DCHL in front of us to ask the directors those technical questions. I think we're just looking at the statements of intent right now and the changes from last time that we saw them. Councillor
just one question, one very quick. In terms of the DSPL stadium, page 95, it says there's accumulated losses of 95 million. Now, I'm assuming those are the total operating losses since the stadium opened 15 years ago. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Councillor Sims, did you have your hand up? Oh, okay. Councillor Ong, did you have your hand up?
I will save it for the...
Okay, thank you. So Deputy Mayor Lucas is going to move. I'm happy to second.
And just briefly, and thank you, Mr. Hocking, for being available today. I know you had DCHR board meeting today, so I appreciate you being here. And as you said, we've seen all of these a number of times, councillors, both here around this table and at workshops. And I really appreciate the summary of changes that you have provided that has helped to highlight the changes in the documents that we've seen earlier, and in particular on page 5 of our papers in response to our feedback in relationship to the partnership with Mana Whenua, the reporting of a sponsorship activity, the intern director program, and the collaboration across subsidiary companies. It's very good to see that reported. And also the other thing of particular note is, of course, the increase in the dividend, of which the directors, of course, are bound by the Companies Act, and they wouldn't be recommending something that they didn't feel that they could pay or that was sustainable in the long term. So, yes, just appreciate all the work and thank you for all the work. Thank you.
Councillor Galen?
Yeah, no, these were really interesting, but I just feel as though we haven't had enough time to discuss them. But this is for the future, obviously not for today, but in future when we do have these statements of intent, there's so much good information in there that I have quite a few more questions, but I've sort of realised that we're pressed for time, so just a request that in future we do allocate more time to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gaylor, and I'll just comment it is hard to come in during the process because since November we've had a letter of expectation, and we did a workshop on our letter of expectation. We had draft statements of intent, we had the opportunity to give feedback, we had workshops, and then we gave more feedback, so it is challenging to come in when we are getting near the end of the process, and it is a lot to read and digest when we get to the end of the process as well. So thank you for everybody that gave input. I've got Councillor Hall.
Thank you. I will support the statement of intent for the Dunedin City Holding Groups. I'm pleased to see the dividend forecast has improved from the original letter of expectation. That does help council by extension. It helps the ratepayers at a time when affordability is a real issue. But I also want to be careful. We need to avoid treating DCHL like a cash machine. These companies have their own pressures, their own capital needs and their own risks. Aurora still needs to invest heavily in safety and reliability on the electricity network. City Forest has a tougher outlook. Dunedin Airport is dealing with more difficult aviation environment. So while the increased dividends are welcome, they must be sustainable. I think the right balance is to expect strong performance and good governance and appropriate returns to council, while also protecting the long-term value of these companies. If we take too much today, we simply create bigger problems tomorrow again. So I support the recommendations, but with clear expectations that dividends remain responsible, sustainable and aligned with the long-term interests of Dunedin. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, right to reply. Okay, therefore I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. And we are going to item 16, the Interim Regional Spatial Planning Governance Group, page 469. And we have Mr. David Ward and Ms. Emma Christmas to speak to the report.
If I may just open with Ms. Sophie, as a demonstration of my enduring optimistic nature, I would purport this is a great time to be a planner. I think my colleague, Ms. Christmas, may disagree.
Well, my daughter's studying law and I'm sure it's a great time to be a lawyer. Lots of opportunities there. Anyway, we have limited time. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā kōrero, just a quick one. When does this group convene and how frequently?
Sorry, I was just looking through the paper to see if there was a date for the first meeting. I think the intention it would convene relatively soon as appointments are made from all the councils and the mana whenua groups. As to how often it will meet, I'm sorry I can't answer that, but yeah.
Councillors Gaylor, then Walker.
Thanks. This is just planning for dummies here, but can you please give me a wee outline of what regional spatial planning looks like? Just a couple of paragraphs would be fine.
Okay, so the planning bill outlines at a high level the requirements of the regional spatial plan, and we're expecting more guidance through national direction once the new system rolls out. But in a nutshell, it will look across the entire region and map out areas for growth, infrastructure needs, key infrastructure that exists. So it's a way of identifying opportunities and areas for growth, hazards, areas that should be avoided. So it gives a really good picture so that when we move into the land use planning stage, which follows, then we can follow that and have a really clear idea of where we're enabling growth or limiting it.
So how many of our staff will be on it as well?
So in terms of this group that the paper's about, that's the high governance level, so that's two councillors from this organisation, from every organisation. There's a executive level, which will have representation from each council and mana whenua, and then there's a planning officer level, which is called the technical oversight group. That has 2 representatives from each council and mana whenua group, and underneath that will sit work streams in which planners from each council, so all our planners who sit in the city dev team, will be involved in that work going forward.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and we're blessed with very good planners in this organisation. A very quick question. I know work has been underway at the officer level. Just very briefly, how is that work tracking?
So to date, that work has really been focused on setting up the governance arrangements and the working arrangements between the councils, and developing good working relationships, getting to know each other. So that has progressed really well. They have set up and are now appointing a project lead for the process, so there's a job description being created for that. Excuse me. And we're now moving into the more detailed work stream planning, so those groups have already convened and had their initial meetings, and that is an ongoing process over the next few weeks. So it's really good. Yeah.
Councillor Lund, then Councillor Ong.
Ms Christmas, I see at paragraph 13 it says that the committee operates informally. So is there going to be any way that council is going to receive, records, or how are we going to know what's going on?
I'm sorry, but I don't know the detail of how that group will report back. I don't know whether that's been determined yet or whether that's for the group itself to decide its report back mechanisms.
And I just note that it's supposed to operate by unanimity, which I think might be a very difficult thing. Do you know why that requirement's there, or what's the rationale for that?
I'm sorry, I can't. So the Otago Mayoral Forum has decided to progress down this route, so I'm sorry, I can't. I wasn't involved in those meetings.
Mr Walker, no alternate views are allowed.
It's trying to reach consensus, I think, rather than unanimity. So sometimes consensus isn't always unanimous, but it's a non-voting consensus-based group.
I would hope so, but it does say unanimity.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Lunder's right, as I'd like to see terms of reference as well. I think this is something that is, well, I'll ask it as a question, is this something that's being put upon us by central government?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And there is overlap here with the case for regional council amalgamation very clearly in the role of this committee here. So since this is informal and we have the Labour Party representative on council that's going to be on this committee, can you provide
Excuse me, point of order, I'm not a Labour representative, I'm a Labour endorsed councillor.
I'll uphold the point of order. You are correct. No, I think you just need to withdraw that comment.
Then can you informally feed back to us and feed back to the Crown, since you've got that direct linkage too, as a Labour endorsed councillor? The case for regional council amalgamation will be covered here as well.
I think you're confused.
I think, Councillor, we need to be clear that this work, the Minister in the simplification process has signalled very clearly that the spatial planning work is happening regardless of what happens in the simplification process. So this has to happen anyway.
Councillor Galen.
Just following up on Councillor Lund's point, it is really important information, and it is a very important committee, obviously, and it's new. So just making sure we can have some regular reporting mechanisms back into this council would be great.
Right, and Councillor Lucas is going to move this, seconded. Oh, sorry. Well, I'll move it. Sorry, whose name did I put beside it? Did I put my name? Sorry. Okay, thank you. I will move that the council approves the nomination of 2 elected member representatives to the Interim Regional Spatial Planning Governance Group, being Deputy Mayor Lucas and Councillor Walker. Delegates authority to the Interim Regional Spatial Planning Governance Group to appoint an independent chair at its first meeting. Notes that Karunaka will be invited to nominate representatives for the interim group, should this be their preference, at the 2 Roputaio Otago Hui on the 3rd of July 2026. I thought I delegated this one, so I will briefly speak to us. This is something that has been... Oh, sorry, who can... Mandy, thank you for seconding it. This is something that the government has imposed on us, which is actually a good idea for the regional spatial planning governance. This is still the chicken and egg situation where we still don't have the legislation around what this is actually going to look like. And Councillor Gaylor asked about how does this all work? And one of the descriptions that I had, well, the regional spatial plan's a book, and all of the local bodies are chapters in the book, so it's trying to get some alignment and an overall view of that. I do take on board about having a terms of reference and a reporting back to council, because I think that's really important. So we will focus on how we are going to do that as well. I think that's about all that I have to say. I just needed to point out that we're moving to 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, because we still have quite a number of items to get through. So would anyone else wish to speak? Therefore, I do not need a right of reply, so I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That is carried. Item 19, would anyone like to move the road closures? Moved by Mandy's moving it. I heard Andrew speak, he obviously is seconding it. Therefore, I will put the motion. You did get to sit down, Scott. We didn't quite beat you. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. Now we're going to move into non-public. So I move that the council, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda, and that Mr. Michael Garbutt be permitted to remain in the meeting because of his knowledge for item C3, development contributions. His knowledge will be of assistance in relation to the matters discussed. So I move that we also adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. I just get it in a second. I saw Mandy, you had your hand up. Councillor Mayhem, all those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried.
Hello.
Oh. I would suggest we just do. You look knackered. All of it.